First up is the very new episode, Fun Believable, from SpongeBob Season 13. This episode just premiered and has 3 mistakes. Here's the first one.
Hey, Rube, should we come back later?
Yeah, later would be good.
Honestly, I had to double take for this one, as when Rube says, yeah, later would be good, take a look at Sandy's stomach. It's missing. It's not supposed to look like that. Normally, as most of you probably know, Sandy looks like this, but in this one shot, yeah. I don't know what's going on with her stomach, but yeah, these SpongeBob animators messed up a little bit. Let's keep it going though and head over to mistake number 2 from this same episode.
Excuse us, Rube, but Patrick and I have something to show you. It's fun believable.
Show us what you got.
Now this one is just bad, as when SpongeBob says it's fun believable, his mouth disappears for a split second. Mistakes happen sometimes, but dude lost his entire mouth. SpongeBob needs that to eat Krabby Patties, so I mean, come on guys. Here's another mistake though. This one is just funny, so stay tuned.
We're ready for you, Rube.
Are you sure?
So take a close look at this scene while SpongeBob and Patrick rise out of these coffins, as SpongeBob's tie is colored brown like his pants. Normally SpongeBob's tie looks like this. I don't even think I need to show you guys, it's red, but for some reason here it's brown. It's most likely what happened here is the animators got mixed up with the color of SpongeBob's pants, which are brown, and made the tie the same color, but whatever. Mistakes happen, and I've got lots of more, even crazier mistakes than these ones. So let's head over to our next episode for today, guys.
I lost my pen.
You can borrow mine.
I lost something once. I lost something I couldn't live without. My identity.
Missing Identity is another season 3 banger. Such a good episode full of amazing moments, but it also has a mistake or two. And I hate to break it to you guys, here's some clips showing the mistakes.
Wait. Patrick!
Okay, so here's some context first. So as most of you probably already know, a big part of this episode is SpongeBob retracing his steps so he can find out where he lost his name tag, okay? So he goes through his day again and repeats steps that he did originally. But while SpongeBob is retracing his steps, he keeps missing a step between eating snail po and saying hi to Patrick. What is that step, you might be asking? That's putting his clothes on. As you can see in this shot, that was a big step, but when he's retracing them, he just skips it for some reason. Some of you guys might not really get this mistake here, but trust me, if you've watched the episode, it makes sense. Let's move over to another mistake that's a lot more digestible.
Guys, okay? Am I near the bathroom? Gary?
That last one was a bit weird. Like I said, you need to see the episode to get it, but this one is way more blatant. So when SpongeBob is tumbling downstairs, ouch, that must have hurt, the stairwell that's normally in SpongeBob's house wraps around the right side of the pineapple instead of the left. Normally it looks like this. Like any episode, if you pull up the inside of his house, you can see that the stairwell wraps to the left. But in this one episode, the animators must have forgot it or flipped the assets because it wraps around the right this time, which is wrong. It's wrong. Anyways though, let's move over to some worse mistakes, guys. Trust me, stay tuned. This next one is bad.
By the all-seeing eye, ye are worthy, we are not.
What are you two idiots doing?
Next up is the episode Good Neighbors, which is a pretty underrated episode in my opinion, but let's get into the juicy details. I know you guys want the mistakes. Here's mistake number 1.
Go out and paint all the leaves on the trees. Now, out. That'll keep them busy for us.
See you later, Squidward!
So this is another funny one, as when Squidward pushes SpongeBob and Patrick outside to go paint the leaves on the trees, as you can see, the door opens into the house, right? So if you were to open the door goes inside the house. I'm showing you it in slow motion, pay attention. But here's the issue, when SpongeBob and Patrick reappear and say, see ya later, Squidward, the door now opens to the outside of the house. If you were to open the door, it comes outside. So this is a major mistake here. First, it opens up like this. Now it opens up like this. And I'm sorry guys, that's not how doors work. It is a cartoon, but that's not how doors work. Here's another mistake though. Stay tuned. This one is just as bad.
SpongeBob.
Good morning, Squidward.
Alright, so take a look at this shot of Conch Street. As you can see, SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward's house all have these pathways, okay? They all look different, but they have a path getting to their house. Well, when Squidward hears SpongeBob's alarm clock go off in this episode, the ladder's pathway is missing. It's just gone. Poof, where is it? What's funny is it does appear in the episode, but during this one shot, the animators, I guess they just didn't want to draw it. They were feeling kind of lazy because it's not there. That's not it though. Believe it or not, this episode actually has 3 mistakes. Here's the third one.
You did overlook one teensy little detail, however.
What's that, Squidward?
It's Sunday!
It's very easy to miss, but pay attention as before Squidward yells, "It's Sunday," SpongeBob's pupils become uncolored for a split second. They just have no color and they're not supposed to look like that, dude. I mean, seriously, what a mistake. How does this even happen? And there's more. Let's move over to our next episode. Yeah, your boy Cartoon Corey is addicted to season 3 because I have yet another season 3 episode. I'm talking about Midlife Crustacean. Here's some clips from this episode because it's really funny.
Show up at my house at 8 o'clock.
I just want to warn you, Mr. Krabs, we're always fashionably late.
8:01 p.m.
Now, we might have covered this mistake in the past. I don't think we have, so I'm gonna make it quick, but during the panty raid scene, take a look at Mrs. Krabs' house.
For some credit, old man. We're panty professionals.
Good night, Mr. Krabs.
Good night, SpongeBob.
Eugene, lights out.
As you can see, it's blue. It's a beautiful home. Like, it's a very beautiful home, but it doesn't stay blue, as at the end of the episode when we see SpongeBob talking to a grounded Mr. Krabs, now it's pink. It just changes colors. I highly doubt anybody painted the house in between these scenes, so this was a bad mistake, and let's keep it moving and head over to another episode.
Do you mind?
Don't worry, Squidward. We're boating buddies now.
Let's kick things off with a fairly good episode from SpongeBob Season 6. I'm talking about boating buddies. Here's the first mistake. Roll the footage.
There is no we. Understand?
Quiet in the front, please.
Oh, I understand. I understand perfectly.
This first mistake is funny, as you can tell that the animators didn't think that we'd notice, but nah, Cartoon Corey has the eyes of a hawk. As during this classroom scene, when Mrs. Puff says, "Quiet in the front, please," take a look at SpongeBob's side belt through his desk, as his belt is missing. His pants are just brown. There should be his belt right there, but you can tell that because he was in the chair, the animators just were kind of lazy and didn't draw it, which I get, but hey, it's still a mistake. He should have his belt on, and let's keep it moving. Here's an even crazier mistake, guys. Roll the footage.
And that you didn't need me.
No, I didn't. I never said that. I don't need your help, and I don't need you, jerk.
So as you can see, in this scene where Squidward is talking to SpongeBob about him needing his help, Incidental 7 over here is pink. Alright, she's pink. Remember this, you can see her right here. However, in the very next shot, she just changes colors. First she was pink, but now she's purple. Hey, she looks good purple, but she's supposed to be pink, and I don't think people can just change the color of their skin in the middle of a cartoon episode, so this was another mistake here. I don't know what happened, but yeah, she's not supposed to be purple, she's supposed to be pink. Believe it or not though, that's not it for this episode. 3 mistakes in 1 episode, damn. Here's the third one.
Squidward, you can have the $5 back. Mr. Krabs says
I
that...
don't care what Mr. Krabs says. I just want...
It happens back at the beginning of the episode, but when Squidward says, "I don't care what Mr. Krabs says," SpongeBob leans backwards slightly, and if you look closely, his black belt, which is, supposed to be black, turns white. It's not supposed to look like that. I mean, it looks cool, but it's not supposed to look like that. 3 mistakes in 1 episode, sheesh. And that's not it, guys. Let's head over to another episode with even more mistakes. Stay tuned, you will not believe what's coming up.
Oh my gosh! Jeffrey, jellyfish! Oh, wait, Jeffrey! I have to touch you!
Hey!
Here's a really quick mistake from SpongeBob Season 2. The episode is "I'm Your Biggest Fanatic." I love this episode. Here's the mistake. Roll the footage.
Am I in the jelly spotters now?
No.
Now?
No.
Now?
No.
Now?
This one is very easy to miss, but after Kevin's crown is stung by a jellyfish, if you look at one of his anchovy followers' eyes, yeah, one of the eyes disappears when the jellyfish swims by. It's just missing, and it looks really, really bad. So yeah, but let's keep it moving, guys. Let's keep the video going. Stay tuned for some spicy mistakes. Okay, so hold up, guys. Do not click off of the video yet. I know we primarily talk about SpongeBob, but Nickelodeon also has this other awesome show called The Loud House, which is full of mistakes. Now, the episode in question is called Don't You Forget About Me, and for context, guys, listen closely, as the mistake has to do with these two characters right here, Lenny and Lily. All right, you can see images of them right here. Pay close attention to these two characters during these clips so you can catch the mistake. Roll the footage.
And tease.
This day hasn't gone at all like I thought it would.
Were you guys able to catch it? Well, I did, and it's pretty bad, as when Lenny stops pushing Lily's pram, her head is disconnected from her body for 2 frames. What? That is a bad mistake, dude. Like, the head is just disconnected from the body. How does that even happen? That is just really bad animation. And guys, here's another mistake from this episode. This time though, pay close attention again to the character Lenny, as the mistake has to do with him. Watch him closely. Roll the footage.
Do you know where Coach Nibbles is?
Niblick? He just went to his office to make a phone call. He said it was urgent.
This one's very similar to the last one, as when Lori and Lenny run up to a student and ask where the coach is, Lenny's left hand is disconnected for an entire frame. His left hand is just not attached, and yeah, those are 2 really bad mistakes. Now we're gonna get back to SpongeBob, guys, but leave a comment down below letting me know other cartoons you want me to cover on the channel, Easter eggs or mistakes from other cartoons. But anyways, let's get back to SpongeBob.
Perfect storm.
Well, just leave my present over on the present table. I'm so excited, I've been waiting for a whole year.
Next up is another episode from season 6, that being Overbooked. This episode is all about SpongeBob being, well, overbooked. The dude just doesn't have time for anything. It seems though that the animators also didn't have time, as they overlooked a couple of mistakes in this episode that I'm about to expose. Roll the footage.
Happy birthday! No!
You finally made it!
Alright, so when Patrick's Rock first opens in this scene, take a look at his party hat, okay? It's red. You can see it right here. Remember, it's red. However, in the next scene, this randomly changes. Like, coloring mistakes like this are hilarious when it just randomly changes. As it was red, but his party hat now changes to purple. Like, what? What's going on here? Like, how does it just change colors randomly? That looks like lazy animation to me, and that's not it for this episode. Here's another mistake.
Further delay, I shall initiate proto sequence.
Sandy, I hate to delay the proceedings, but I forgot to mail in this mail.
Take a look at these shots of Sandy cheeks. Our girl Sandy has a big furry tail. It's a big part of her character because she's a squirrel and squirrels have tails, right? Well, in Overbooked, the animators forgot about this, as when Sandy says, without further delay, I shall initiate the proto sequence, her tail is missing. And it's not because of the angle, they just were too lazy to draw Sandy Cheeks' tail. Give my girl her tail back, she needs it. And guys, there's another mistake in this episode. Roll the footage.
Have I?
Hello? My birthday cake!
Oh yeah, that! I'm just getting to that. That's why I was here in town.
It's really easy to miss, like very easy to miss. But before SpongeBob walks away to get a cake, man, now I want cake, guys. I'm hungry. Cake is so good. But as he walks away to get a cake, take a look at his left leg, as it's entirely white for a split second. I mean, don't get me wrong, SpongeBob's socks are supposed to be white, but his leg is supposed to be yellow. So this was another just really bad mistake. This episode's pretty rough in terms of mistakes, guys, but let's keep it moving and head over to another episode with even more spicy mistakes. You don't want to miss them.
The one that's obviously not a robot! Okay. Ow! Why'd you do that? You told me to. I told you to hit the robot!
Here's another quick mistake from another cartoon we haven't really covered before, that being The Amazing World of Gumball. We're always talking about Nickelodeon on this channel. It's about time we talk about Cartoon Network a little bit. Anyways, the episode can be found in the episode The Robot, and for context, it has to do with this lovely character right here, Gumball, okay? So pay attention to him. Roll that footage.
What?
Cupcake! Cupcake! What do you think you're doing? When I said you could copy me, I didn't mean steal my life!
So during this cafeteria scene where Gumball, the character we just mentioned, yells at Bobert, what a weird name, for about a brief moment, if you watch closely, this dude's entire mouth becomes the same color as his head. It's not supposed to look like that. I don't know how this happened. What a weird mistake, but okay, back to SpongeBob. But remember guys, leave a comment, let me know other cartoon mistakes you want me to cover. Any other cartoon on Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, who knows? I'll even do The Simpsons if you guys want it, but yeah, let's head over to SpongeBob. This next section is all about OG SpongeBob, the classics. I'm talking about the very first Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episode. Damn, this episode makes me feel old because it came out so long ago. Here are some funny and hilarious clips from this episode because it's a really good one. Then we'll get into the mistakes. Roll the footage.
Here comes the TV repairman.
What do you want from us?
Hold on, just let me look at you. This'll cheer you up. We're almost done painting your invisible boatmobile.
Now, one thing I missed though back when I was a kid watching this episode was the mistakes. Here's the first one.
And I'll be taking that.
Ah! Help! Help! Help!
It's working.
This first one is weird, and it kind of took me a couple of seconds to realize that it was a mistake. So, at one point, SpongeBob hands Patrick his purse and peers out from behind the building. But when this happens, if you look, the purse can be seen floating beside him. He isn't actually holding it, the purse is just literally floating there. Like I said, it's a weird mistake, you guys might not be catching it, I'm gonna zoom in, but that purse is just floating there, and yeah, talk about a weird mistake, and there's more. Here's another mistake from this episode.
Excuse me, Mermaid Man.
What do you want? Oh, this better be good.
This'll cheer you up. We're almost done painting your invisible boatmobile.
This is another one that's easy to miss, but once you see it, you'll see it every time you re-watch the episode. As it seems that SpongeBob's pores are reversed when he says, "Excuse me, Mermaid Man." Normally, SpongeBob looks like this, and I want you to pay attention to the holes all over SpongeBob. Those are his pores. A lot of you know this, but to the younger viewers, pay attention to the holes. As you can see in this shot, they look like this. This is how they're supposed to look. But during this one scene in Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 1, his pores are just reversed. Here's a side-by-side where you can see him normally, and then with the pores reversed, you can see it now. It looks pretty bad. Next up, let's head back to where it all began, SpongeBob Season 1 with the episode Jellyfishing, an iconic episode. This episode's so much fun. It really brings me back to my younger years, but what I missed as a kid were the mistakes in this episode. Here's the first one.
That ought to do it.
Okay, so for this one to really make sense, I need to remind you guys of a big part of this episode. So as you can see, Squidward's in this giant cast. And in order for him to hold his jellyfishing net, SpongeBob and Patrick do this. Take a look at this clip real quick.
Firmly grasp it.
Ouch! But as you can see, it's like stuffed into Squidward's hand. He isn't actually holding it. It was like stabbed into this dude's hand, so he wouldn't be able to change which hand he's holding it in. Well, that's exactly the mistake, as if you watch throughout the episode, the jellyfishing net changes hands multiple times despite this not really being possible. Again, it was like stabbed into this dude's hand, which ouch, that would really hurt. But more importantly, dude wouldn't be able to change the hand that's holding the jellyfishing net, so a mistake here. Next up is a quick one from the Patrick Star Show episode, Clopnodian Heritage Festival. Roll the footage and pay attention to Cecil over here, as the mistake has to do with him, more specifically his face.
It seems the boy is sweat shy. Would you mind turning away?
It only happens for one frame, so it's very easy to miss, but when Cecil over here talks to these older men in the Flop Sweat Lodge, dude's entire mustache turns blue for a whole frame. Like, what? It's not supposed to be blue. This is how Cecil normally looks. It's supposed to look like this. But for this one frame, dude's mustache is blue. It looks fresh. I guess he's like an emo kid. He dyed his mustache blue. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, let's move over to another episode with more mistakes.
SpongeBob, will you make that racket stop? SpongeBob, you open this door right this...
Season 4 Squidward is an interesting episode where SpongeBob makes a puppet version of Squidward that people like more than regular Squidward. I don't know about you guys, but that would really like upset me. That would cheese me, dude, if people liked a puppet version of Cartoon Corey more than real Cartoon Corey. But anyways, this episode has a mistake. Keep those eyes peeled, guys. I want you to spot this one without my help. Leave a comment on what the mistake is before I reveal it. Roll the footage.
Can I take your order?
No, I don't like your attitude, bub. Is this what the Krusty Krab calls friendly service?
So take a look at this shot of the inside of the Krusty Krab, okay? It looks like this. We've got Squidward's cash register right here. There's the order window where SpongeBob would give Squidward the Krabby Patties, and there's the door to Mr. Krabs' office, okay? It's a really big part of the inside of the Krusty Krab. Well, during this scene when Sandals over here is placing his order, both the door to Mr. Krabs' office and the window to the kitchen are missing. This is a really weird mistake to make. It seems the animators were just too lazy to draw something as simple as Mr. Krabs' door, and I mean, like, this window right here is so important. The door I get, but the window to the kitchen where SpongeBob literally pops out all the time? How did the animators miss that? But whatever, here's another mistake.
That was awful!
Take a look at this old geezer right here. This is Incidental 92. He is this like greenish color, okay? He's been other colors, but literally 90% of his appearances, he's been this green tone. Now, the mistake is that in Squidward, during this one shot, when Squidward is tweaking and snapping on mini Squidward over here, Incidental 92 is incorrectly colored as purple, which is just totally a mistake. Because as you guys see, like literally early on in the episode, the dude is green, and then he just changes colors. I don't know if that's possible. He looks good purple, but that's not how it works, guys. You can't just change the color of your skin in a matter of scenes. So yeah, a mistake. Let's keep this party going though, guys, and head over to our next episode. We've gotten to see many grandmas in SpongeBob. We've seen SpongeBob's grandmother in this iconic episode here, and we've also seen Mr. Krabs' grandmother before, even Squidward's. But in the season 7 episode, Grandma's Secret Recipe, we get to meet Planktons. Take a look at this.
That looks simply delightful.
You once told me that this was your favorite flavor growing up as a child.
Ration?
I will say, as much as I like the plot for this episode, it is one of the most pointless episodes of SpongeBob ever, and it is kind of boring, so I don't recommend it. And there's no surprise that there's a mistake in the episode. Roll that footage!
Oh, great grandma, you win again. All hail the great Canasta Master!
This one's very subtle, but once I point it out, you'll see that it's like really bad. So when Plankton and SpongeBob are playing cards over here, the animation cell for the table in the background, this one right here, seems to be placed above SpongeBob's. So if you watch closely, parts of SpongeBob's left hand are erased or cut off multiple times when it goes near the table. I'm zooming in and putting it in slow motion right here, and look, you can see that his fingers get like cut off because they go like behind the table or something. It's a weird animation error. How this happened, I don't know, but they gotta be more careful because this one just looks rough, dude. What?
Dish. I wonder what it could mean. Shh, quiet. Try to think.
Here's another one from the Patrick Star Show. I really do feel like this show is overrated. It's a bit of a weird spinoff, but anyways, here's the first mistake.
It's Robot Gardener Day!
I can't hear you because it's Robot Gardener Day.
Okay, so this character right here is Incidental 41, okay, and he looks like this. Now, in Patrick's Alley, we get this baby version of him. He's so adorable, I want to pinch his cheeks. Now, what's important is that Incidental 41's mouth, right here, his mouth and lips, are always purple, okay? Even in this episode, the baby version, we even see him with a purple mouth. But during this scene, when the babies are seen on the lawn, Incidental 41's mouth, well, baby Incidental 41's mouth, is awkwardly colored yellow randomly just for this scene. Like I said, it's purple throughout the episode, but in this one scene, it's yellow, and that is incorrect. It's not a big deal. I mean, it's just a character's mouth, but yeah, this is a mistake, and there's another one in this episode.
There was a big mouth
We might have covered this one in the past, so I'm actually going to keep it quick, but while Patrick and Squidina are fishing, there's one frame where Squidina's left eye is purple, the same color as her body, so totally a mistake here, and guys, there's more to come. Let's head over to another episode. Up next is another season 4 episode, this time, The Scent of Money. Now this episode's actually pretty good. Take a look at some of these funny scenes.
You said that pets were nothing but disease-carrying vermin that should never be brought to the workplace?
It sure is hard being preggers.
Yeah.
Dude, seeing Mr. Krabs dressed up like a lady like this is so funny. Like, look at this dude. But this scene's also where we can spot a mistake. Roll the footage.
You look fine to me. Quit being such a baby and start making me some money. Excuse me, pregnant.
Yeah, so when Mr. Krabs is freaking out at Gary and just being like a psycho and says, now quit being such a baby and start making me some money, Mr. Krabs has problems, dude, what? Anyways though, as Mr. Krabs says this, the spots and spiral on Gary's shell disappears, like it's just gone. It's so weird seeing Gary like this. I'm zooming in, and him with just a bare pink shell is so weird. And it's not the only time it happens in this episode. It also happens during this scene.
Who do you think you are? Jackpot!
Yeah, so take a look at this during the arcade scene. As Mr. Krabs lifts Gary up, at least the swirl's there, but the dots are gone. A little reminder for you guys, this is normally how Gary looks. He has the swirl and he has these dots right here. But when Mr. Krabs picks him up in this shot, those dots are just gone. Where'd they go? They're missing. SpongeBob Season 7 has a lot of hit or miss episodes, but the episode Welcome to Bikini Bottom Triangle is actually pretty good. It's one of the stronger episodes out of the season. Here, take a look for yourself. Take a look at some of these hilarious gags from the episode.
Yeah, backwards. What a stupid idea that.
Okay, it is mistake time, guys. Here's mistake number 1. Put your mistake glasses on and let's find it together.
And those two couldn't have made it, so it must have been that rotten pipsqueak Plankton. I gotta stop that poor excuse of a life form from it.
It happens really, really, really fast. But when Mr. Krabs says, so it must have been that rotten pipsqueak Plankton, this man seriously has beef with Plankton, but when he says it, take a look at our favorite Krab's left sleeve as it turns red. It turns to the same color as his skin. Do let me know in the comments, guys, some cartoons you want me to cover for random mistake of the day. And make sure to upvote other people's comments. So go to the comments right now, and if you see somebody comment a show that you like, upvote their comment right now. All right, back to SpongeBob. We are back, and we have the episode Grooming Gary, which is a good episode. It's actually kind of an iffy episode, but I like the plot personally. It's all about SpongeBob entering Gary into like a pet competition, and it is not Gary's scene. Like all of the pets there are all like preppy, like spoiled pets, and Gary just does not fit in. Take a look at some of these funny clips, and then we're gonna get right into the mistake.
Look at your luxurious mane. Every self-respecting snail has one. The glossy painted shell.
Yeah, poor Gary. Gary's just, he's a good boy. He doesn't need to go and hang out with all of these prissy, preppy pets. Enough about Gary though. Let's expose some mistakes. There's one, and let's see if you guys can catch it.
Wow, Patrick, there's a whole lot of pet loving going on here today. Like these.
Yeah, so this one's pretty straightforward. If you pay close attention throughout the whole episode, the pet's owners will change throughout the episode. For example, at first we can see that this pet is with this owner right here, but then if we fast forward a little bit to later on in the episode, look, that pet is now with a completely different owner. Here's another example. We can see this pet is with this person right here, and if we fast forward a little bit, look, they're now with a completely different owner. So kind of a really bad mistake if you think about it. Here's one more example. You can see this pet is with this individual right here, remember? Because if we go to this scene, everything is changed and now they're with this owner, so crazy. Up next, we have a fairly new episode, Plain to See. This is from season 13, and to be honest, I actually really liked this episode. What I didn't like though are the 3 mistakes hidden in it. Here's the first one.
What a beautiful morning. Time to check the mail and see who loves.
Yeah, so this one's quick, it's pretty straightforward. If we even go back to the first season and we take a look at SpongeBob's iconic pineapple home, we'll notice that it has this window right here. Remember, it's always there. This window right here, I'm circling it. Well, at the beginning of Plain to See, as you guys just saw, SpongeBob's house is just randomly missing that window. It's weird because in later season 13 episodes, the window is back, so it's not like they removed it. They just forgot to draw it in this one shot, which is totally a mistake. And we've got more. Here's mistake number 2.
An aisle, take the aisle.
Now this mistake is a lot worse. So a big part of this episode is that all the characters are on this plane, and of course there's going to be other passengers on the plane. Now as you guys know, when you go on a plane, if you guys have ever been on a plane before, you're assigned a seat. You don't get to just change seats randomly. But if you pay attention throughout the episode, the seats of certain passengers on the plane will just change randomly throughout the episode. For example, when we first see this dude right here, he's sitting here, but as the episode progresses, he completely changes seats and is over here now. Here's another example. We can see this incidental right here sitting in this seat, but then they just randomly change to over here. Maybe they're upgrading their seats mid-flight, but that's not a thing. This was definitely a mistake. I'm a total nerd for even noticing it, but yeah, let's keep it moving because we got another mistake from Plain to See. Roll that footage. This one's kinda similar to the last one, but it's a lot funnier. So throughout the episode, it's established that this incidental 41, is the pilot of the plane. So throughout the whole episode, this dude is in the pilot seat, flying the plane, keeping us all safe. Well, keeping SpongeBob and the gang safe. But here's the problem, right? We can see him right here as the pilot, incidental 41. But in the scene right before this, we can see him sitting right here in an aisle seat. I know some of you may think that there's multiple of incidentals, but in later seasons, there isn't. There's only supposed to be one of each incidental. To prove this too, take a look at Fred, right? Fred is a full-on character. Like, he's also incidental 1, right? But he's also Fred, the my leg guy, and is his own character. And there isn't like 5 of Fred, there's 1 of him. So yeah, there wouldn't be 2 of incidental 41. Plus, guys, there's like 300 plus incidentals at this point. So reusing incidentals in the same scene is extremely lazy. There's no reason for them to do it. Anyways, though, I'm ranting. 2D animation is really hard, so we'll give them a break, okay? Like, 2D animation's really tough. But let's keep it moving and head over to another episode with more mistakes. Let's do it.
I recognize this goop. It comes from a baby spotted glistening meadow worm.
Dude, those things are worth a fortune. Did you say fortune?
Next up, we have the episode Pet or Pests, all right? And we're gonna dive right into it. This first mistake is hilarious. Okay, so as you've seen, there's the scene where the worms almost get run over by this truck, right? But if we pause at the right frame and look inside, there's literally no driver in this truck. They just didn't draw a person in the truck operating it. To be fair, they do draw it in a way to kind of hide this fact, but you can tell there's no driver in here and just, yeah, I don't know who's driving this truck. It must be a ghost or just lazy animation. Probably that. Here's another mistake from Pet or Pests.
Great idea you had, Mr. Krabs.
Well, it's like they always say back in the old country, lad.
What's that?
I don't know. I've never been to the old country.
This one is really, really easy to miss, but towards the end of the episode, when SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs are selling the worms, I kind of want one. Would you guys buy one? Let me know in the comments, yes or no. Would you buy one? But yeah, when they're selling them, one of SpongeBob's green holes seems to turn red for like less than a second. It is only for like a couple frames, so it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, that shouldn't be happening. This is probably more likely like an animation glitch, as opposed to a straight up mistake. Still pretty interesting though, and let's keep it moving. Let's head over to another episode. Next up, we have Mr. Krabs Takes a Vacation from Season 8. Season 8 is a really weird season. I'm not a big fan of a lot of the episodes from this season, but honestly, this is a really good episode that a lot of fans really like as well, so I do feel bad bringing up the mistakes, but it's time to expose the episode a little bit. Still a good episode, but it's got 3 mistakes. Here's the first one. Roll that footage. Try to comment the mistake before I come back in, okay? You can do it. Let's do this.
Ready for some fun? fun?
We are!
Who's ready to look at some vacation pictures?
Okay, so for this one, here's some context. Let's take a look at this PNG of Sandy. And you'll notice right away that Sandy's neck, all right, is always brown. It's the same color as her fur. You guys already know where I'm going with this because this is a very common mistake in SpongeBob. It happens like once a season. But yeah, her fur and her neck is always brown. But in that one scene in Mr. Krabs' house, look, Sandy's neck is white randomly instead of brown, making for a very straightforward mistake. How it happened, I don't know, but let's head over to another mistake that's also pretty bad.
Is it bathroom land? Because I could really use a bathroom right now.
Bathroom land! Oh, SpongeBob, you kill me.
This one's super easy to miss, but when Mr. Krabs is laughing and says, bathroom land, oh, SpongeBob, you kill me, his eyelashes are like weirdly transparent instead of brown for a few frames. Very, very, very weird. I don't know what happened here. They just forgot to color in his eyelashes. I'm zooming in and they just look really weird transparent. So big mistake. I got you. And here's another mistake.
Process in which the sheets of silver are pressed. This machine here is where we destroy old money by means of shredding.
All right, one more from Mr. Krabs Takes a Vacation. So throughout the episode, this character right here, Harold, also known as Incidental 40, this also further proves that there isn't multiple of every incidental. There's one of each of them because this is Incidental 40, but he has a name. His name's Harold. So remember this in the future, just saying. But yeah, this guy right here, throughout the episode, he wears a white shirt. But when Bill is explaining that they shred money, pretty much in the same scene, his shirt has just magically changed to a tan shirt. Man just changed his shirt in the middle of the episode, and then it returns back to normal in the next shot, which is wild. So first it looks like this, it's white, then it's tan, and then it goes back to being white all in a matter of like a couple minutes. So yeah, a mistake, and a good one. It's actually a very interesting mistake, and we've got plenty more coming up, so let's keep it rolling. Coming in hot, next up, we've got That Sinking Feeling, which in my opinion is a pretty underrated episode, and you guys definitely agree, this is a very popular Season 7 episode that a lot of fans have liked, especially when there are Season 7 episodes that are poo-poo, they're garbage. That Sinking Feeling, though, is a pretty good one, so as I always say, I feel bad to expose some mistakes, but Cartoon Corey's gotta do what he's gotta do, right? So I'm gonna roll the footage and try to comment the mistake before I come back in and reveal it, all right? You guys can do it, let's do this.
Too hard.
Did you guys catch it? Well, when SpongeBob and Patrick throw their pickaxes into the air, it happens really, really fast, but SpongeBob's sleeve turns transparent for a couple of frames. Normally his sleeves are white, but in this one shot, it's like see-through, which is totally a mistake, a really bad mistake. The animators just simply forgot to color in one of his sleeves, and it looks really, really rough. And we've got more. Here's another mistake from That Sinking Feeling.
In my yard!
We're not playing in your yard, Squidward. We're playing in our yards.
This one's pretty straightforward, and I'll give Nickelodeon and Rough Draft Korea an excuse here, the people making the episode, that it could be due to the angle in which we see SpongeBob, but even if that's the case, it's still kind of lazy. As in this one shot right here, look, it kind of looks like SpongeBob is missing his right arm. Again, it could be due to the angle, but I mean, you would still be able to see SpongeBob's arm, so I do think that this was a lazy mistake. I don't think it was a blatant one or it was an accident. It was just them being kind of lazy. It happens though, it happens, you know, 2D animation's hard, but guys, you know what time it is? It's time for the random mistake of the day, where we take a quick break from SpongeBob to talk about mistakes in another cartoon suggested by you guys. And I got you, don't worry, Cartoon Corey listens, we're doing Gravity Falls again. The episode is Boys Crazy, and we have 3 mistakes. Roll the first one.
Before you do anything crazy, I want you to hear this. Hope this works.
So this first one's pretty simple, and it kind of applies to all cartoons, but especially in Gravity Falls, all characters only have 3 fingers and 1 thumb. As you guys already know, like a regular hand has 4 fingers and 1 thumb, but in cartoons, even SpongeBob, they usually have 3 fingers and 1 thumb. Remember this. As at the very beginning of the episode of Boys Crazy, when this character right here, Robbie, opens the case to his CD, he has 5 fingers on both hands, which is just not a thing and is 100% a mistake, because if we just fast forward a little bit in the episode and look at Robbie again, look, our dude has 3 fingers and 1 thumb, so they messed up for sure. Not that big of a deal though. Here's mistake number 2.
That is one big hamster tube. Someone's coming! Oh. Ah! Trying hard not to let my brain explode.
This one's really easy to miss, but when Candy, Grenda, and Mabel find the boys inside the cage, there's a quick frame, a very quick frame, a brief frame, where Candy's skirt just disappears. Pretty inappropriate, if you ask me. Like, get that girl her skirt back. This is a kid show. All right, one more from Boys Crazy, guys. One more mistake.
So, hi guys. I'm sorry I went bonkers. A catchy song made me realize that you were right. Can you ever forgive me?
This one's kind of similar to the last one, but when Mabel apologizes to Grenda, in one frame, her mouth just completely disappears, like she's got no mouth, it's gone. She ain't gonna be yapping at all anymore, because that mouth is gone. Anyways, let's head back over to SpongeBob, guys, the good old yellow spongy boy. Do comment down below what other cartoons you want me to cover on Random Mistake of the Day in the future, even anime if you want to, anything, let me know. But anyways, back to SpongeBob. This is our last one, we're back to SpongeBob. It is Pat Hart's squid. And this one's all about Squidward being forced to live at Patrick's house, and you can just imagine how this goes. So here's a bunch of clips because it's hilarious, and then we'll get right into the mistake.
I wouldn't stay with either of you two if the entire ocean was on fire.
So there's a chance. Yeah, I identify myself.
Patrick?
That is correct. May I ask who's calling?
See what I'm saying? Really good episode. I feel bad for Squidward in this one.
My turn!
Okay, so let's take a look at a random PNG of Patrick, and you'll notice that his eyes have a black outline, all right? His eyes have this black outline all around his eyes, like most SpongeBob characters have a black outline. But in the clips you guys just saw, right before Patrick starts dancing, the outline in his eyes just disappears for one frame. Here's a side-by-side of him without it and him with the outline, and yeah, it looks kind of weird. I would never notice this like randomly on my own while watching the episode though, like this is such a small mistake, but it's still technically a mistake, right guys? So I still wanted to mention it even though it's pretty weak. Here's mistake number 2 though.
So, who you gonna stay with till you find a new house, Squidward? Me or Patrick?
I wouldn't stay with either of you two.
This one I'll make it very quick, but when SpongeBob is talking to Squidward at the beginning of the episode, some of the holes on his face briefly disappear while he's moving. If we look at him in other shots from this episode, this spot right here is the spot that's missing, like these holes right here. And let's do a side by side and you'll see how awkward it looks when SpongeBob is missing these holes. Like this is totally a mistake. So we're actually going to be covering a ton of new season 14 SpongeBob episodes that premiered in the past like 2 weeks today, but let's start things off with a banger, a classic episode, Wormy. We've got 3 really spicy mistakes in this episode. Let's talk about the first one. Roll the footage.
What's that thing? What is that thing?
Yeah, I'm sure you guys caught that one because it is blatant. Like, this is a really bad mistake. So, when SpongeBob and Patrick are about to hide behind the picnic table from Wormy, who's transforming into a butterfly, if we look closely, SpongeBob's left arm disappears for a couple of frames. It isn't for like 1 frame, it's like for like 3, 4, or 5 frames, and it looks rough, dude. This must have been some sort of layering issue where SpongeBob's arm was a separate layer, and then that layer got like disabled or something. Weird mistake. And here's another one.
This just in, a giant monster is attacking Bikini Bottom.
Now this one is just weird. So this character right here is Incidental 26. I'm showing a PNG of him, all right? He doesn't show up too often, but he's a common background character for the most part. Now, in this episode, we get a scene where his eyes sink into his mouth while he's watching TV. And you'll notice his dorsal fin looks like this, all right? It's like a short and spiky one. But the problem is when we seen him seconds prior to this, his dorsal fin looks completely different. At first, it looked like this. So in the next scene, when they drew it like this, it was totally a mistake. Here's a side-by-side, like I don't know what was going on here, but a fish's dorsal fin doesn't just change randomly. This was 100% a mistake. And here's another one. This next one's a bit similar to the last one, where it's pretty much like a continuity error revolving around like colors or clothing or design. In this case, it has to do with Incidental 7's dress. As in the scene where the Bikini Bottomites are being chased away by Wormy. It's hilarious, by the way. I cannot believe they're running away from a butterfly or a worm. During this scene, Incidental 7's dress changes from yellow, as you can see here, it's yellow, to gray randomly at one point during the scene, making for another mistake. Like, Like, I highly doubt girl just changed her dress mid-chase scene, especially when she's like freaking out. So yeah, a mistake. And stay tuned, guys. We're gonna head over to another episode. I'm saving some of the craziest mistakes for the ending of the video. So yeah, let's keep it moving.
SpongeBob, why are you so small?
I didn't mean to get small like you, Plankton. It was a freak accident.
Who are you calling a freak?
Next up, we have a very rough episode. It's The Incredible Shrinking Sponge, which, you know, the plot of the episode is cool. SpongeBob is shrunken down and like has to do a bunch of stuff, but the episode itself is pretty weak. It does, of course, have some mistakes, and the one mistake we're going to be covering is actually pretty whack. Let's see if you guys can spot it. Here's a hint. It has to do with the galley grub menu. All right, roll the footage. Alright, so let's go back to season 1 for a second and take a look at the galley grub menu, more specifically how Patty in Krabby Patty is spelt. It's always spelt as P-A-T-T-Y, but one common mistake that's happened in a few episodes throughout SpongeBob's entire runtime, like the history of the show, is that sometimes Patty in Krabby Patty will be misspelt on the menu, and in this episode, The Incredible Shrinking Sponge, this happens right here. Look, Patty is weirdly spelt as P-A-T-T-I-E, which, yeah, is a massive mistake. Like, that's not how it's spelt at all. Okay, that one was kinda weak. It's still a mistake, so let's head over to another episode that actually has a good mistake in it. This one's really gonna shock you guys.
It reminds me of my mother's cooking when I was but a boy. I'm filled with childish glee.
Alright, it's time for those season 14 episodes I was talking about. The first one is Mamageddon, and this episode is hilarious. Season 14's been pretty solid so far, and this is one of the best episodes so far, in my opinion. Squiddy Bucks was also a good one, but yeah, Mamageddon, really, really good episode. But of course, even a good episode like this one has a mistake. There's actually two, and they're pretty spicy. Here's the first one.
I demand a refund!
Okay, that's enough. There'll be no refunds.
Where's the love?
So this right here is Incidental 47. I'm showing a PNG of him, and what we really want to do here is remember his colors, alright? Let's even take a look at him in this episode, Mamageddon, and you'll see he's rocking his regular colors, alright? He looks like good old-fashioned Incidental 47. However, though, in the scene where Mr. Krabs tells the angry mob that there'll be no refunds, what a cheapskate. If you look, we can see Incidental 47 again, but there's something up with his colors. They've completely changed. They're actually completely swapped with another character. This is Incidental 186, and look at his colors, and then look at Incidental 47's colors in that one scene, and yeah, totally a mistake here. They got their colors like mixed up, and it's hilarious. And here's another one from Mamageddon. This one's actually like really bad.
Mom!
Mom!
Mom! Hey, Mom!
Yeah, this episode's so funny. I love how all of the moms come together. It just really cracks me up. But anyways, in the scene you guys just saw, when the moms put lids on the cups of lemonade, you'll notice that Betsy's hands are actually the same color as Mrs. Tentacles, which is like totally a mistake. Betsy Crab is a crab and she's red like Mr. Krabs, so her hands should be red and not like that turquoise, like greenish bluish color that Squidward and other squids are in SpongeBob. So yeah, massive mistake. I have no idea why her hands are that color. And guys, let's keep it moving and head over to another episode. The mistakes we've covered so far are nothing compared to the ones coming up. So yeah, stay tuned. Let's keep it moving.
You got big! SpongeBob, I've been rolling and he got big! Is he dying?
No, you silly.
Next up, we have another season 14 episode. This is a very new episode. I think it premiered on like Valentine's Day. Me saying that has already dated this video, but anyways, the episode is Pet the Rock, and this is also a pretty good episode from season 14. With Patrick over here, our favorite starfish, getting himself a new pet rock, which is pretty cool. Also, didn't this happen before? I swear back in the like season 2 or 3 episode where they race their snails, it's like the Great Snail Race, that Patrick has a pet rock, so kind of a reference here. But we're not here for references, we're here for mistakes. And here's the first one. I will admit I'm kind of nitpicking when it comes to this one. But this picture right here shows Patrick and his family from the Patrick Star Show, but it's actually missing a ton of details. Let's start with Bunny over here, alright? Because the picture of the family from Pet the Rock is missing the patterns normally seen on Bunny's clothing. The same thing with Patrick. I'm doing a side-by-side of each character, and Patrick, it's the same thing. The patterns are missing, but also Grandpat over here is missing one of his teeth. So yeah, a bit of a messy scene, but not that big of a deal. I'm kind of nitpicking. It's meant to be like a zoomed out shot of the picture, so I'm definitely over analyzing it. So let's move on to another episode with some actual crazy mistakes.
I need to erase this from my mind. Stop.
Keeping on the topic of modern SpongeBob, the HD era of SpongeBob, our next episode is Drive Happy. And this one's an interesting one. It's all about SpongeBob being able to drive, but not because he got his license finally, but because he operates this self-driving car. Definitely give the episode a watch when you get a chance, but first, let's watch these mistakes. Let's expose them. Here's the first one.
I want to be inside.
All right, Coop, come on in.
So I want you to take a look at some of these shots of SpongeBob's house. And what we'll notice is that SpongeBob has a garage in the back of his house, all right? We've seen it in many episodes before. Here are some examples. But remember this, because it seems that the writer of this episode and the animators forgot about it. That or they've just never watched old school SpongeBob before. Yeah, I'm calling you out, Nickelodeon. Because at one point, SpongeBob saws a hole at the front of his house so that his car, Coop, the self-driving car, can enter and seek shelter. But this is a problem because SpongeBob literally already has a garage, so like why would he do this? Like I said, the writer of this episode needs to go back and watch old school SpongeBob because they do not know what they're talking about at all. And here's one more mistake from this episode.
Oh, hi, Mrs. Bob.
SpongeBob, you're not driving.
I know, isn't it great?
Now this one could be a case of cartoon logic, but it's still like kind of a weird choice to be honest with you because it does highlight what could be a mistake. As you guys seen in the clips that we just played, when SpongeBob's house eventually gets this driveway right here, look, Squidward's house is missing when it should be right here. Like based on the angle of this shot, we should be able to see his house, but I guess the animators were feeling a little lazy and just didn't draw it. Again, this one's kind of cartoon logic, but it's still technically a mistake. Like his house should be right there. Like look at this shot of Conch Street right here. That's where his house is, right there. So it should be right here in this shot. But anyways, I'm rambling. Let's just keep the spiciness going and head over to another episode with more mistakes. Tons of mistakes coming up.
Now, what will we call this eating dinner and watching theater?
Dinner theater?
We'll call it Singy Eaty Time.
Let's talk about season 7 for a second, more specifically the episode The Play's the Thing, an episode all about Squidward putting on a play at the Krusty Krab. Now, of course, there's loads of mistakes we're going to be covering in this episode and you don't want to miss them, but here are some clips from Squidward's play as it's actually like really funny, and then we'll get right to the mistake.
An octopus was born.
I'd like a double Krabby meal with extra kelp.
Go away, shoo, go away. And the Krusty Krab, his talent was wasted.
Excuse me, can I get a refill?
No, you can't.
Okay, it's mistake time. That's what you guys are actually here for. We're gonna cover 2. Here's the first one, and try to comment it without me revealing it yet. Let's see if you guys can spot it without me showing you it right away, all right? Roll the footage.
Delivery for Mr. Squidward Tentacles. Hello?
You guys may have caught it, all right? But in the close-up shot of the mailman's letter, the mailman's sleeve is missing, despite the fact that when we see like the full shot of him, he has the sleeve. So in the close-up of the letter, he should also have his sleeve. That's a continuity error. And here's another one from this episode. Here's a hint. It has to do with SpongeBob's teeth. Roll the footage.
A stray wrapper in my kitchen? Oh, the trash is full. I had better call the garbage truck.
This is a very, very, very common mistake throughout SpongeBob, and I try to avoid it because I feel like it's kind of lame, but in this case, it's actually pretty bad. So, while SpongeBob faces towards the camera and begins acting like a garbage truck, look, for about a split second, his teeth turned yellow. You guys already know what I'm gonna say, but SpongeBob, go brush those teeth, boy. Also though, do you guys know what time it is? You guys know? Can you guys guess? It's time for the random mistake of the day, where we take a very quick break from SpongeBob to talk about a mistake from a random cartoon suggested suggested by you guys. And then don't worry, we get right back to SpongeBob. But it's fun to explore other cartoons, and real quick guys, comment down below what cartoons you want me to cover in the random mistake of the day. For today, let's do Paw Patrol. We've done it in the past, but I want to do it again. The episode in question is Pups Save the Paw Patroller, and for context, it has to do with this character right here, Rocky. And here's a hint, it has to do with his eye color, alright? Roll the footage.
Let's try his jets.
Yeah, so it's at the very beginning of this episode, but when Rocky is seen working on this robo-dog, there is one shot of him with extremely red eyes. You can see it right here, those eyes are red. When in every other shot we've seen of Rocky in this episode, and just in general, here's a PNG of Rocky, his eyes are like a normal brown color. So when he's animated with red eyes here, it is totally a mistake. His eyes are supposed to be brown. And let's head back over to SpongeBob. Again though guys, do let me know in the comments other cartoons you want us to cover in the random mistake of the day segment, all right? Let me know, but let's keep it moving back to SpongeBob, baby. So I imagine some of you guys have pets, and here's a funny question for you guys. What if one day your pet could just start talking? Like your dog could just start talking to you. Or your cat. I'm kind of more of a dog guy, but your cat could be talking to you too. Well, this is exactly what happens in Chatterbox Gary, with Gary over here becoming quite the chatterbox. Now, of course, we're gonna get right into the mistakes is what you guys are here for, but here's some hilarious clips from this episode of Gary talking, like some of the funny stuff he says, and then we're gonna get right into the mistakes.
Hello there, Papa Bob. I dream I'm flying above it all, while I breathe fiery destruction. They really bring out the sharp corners of your buttocks.
Yeah, I need to get one of these things right here for my dog, because Gary is cracking me up in this episode. Like, we need a whole spin-off series that's just based on Gary. But anyways, on to the mistakes. Here's the first one. Try to comment it before I reveal the mistake. I want to see if you guys can catch it before I tell you. All right, roll the footage.
Stupid rake!
So as you guys just saw in the clips we just played, Squidward climbs up into SpongeBob's house. And when this happens, we can see that there's this rake right here, all right, by SpongeBob's house. This rake's right here. Remember it. As eventually, when Squidward climbs down from SpongeBob's house, the rake has just magically disappeared. And considering the context of this, like, episode and this scene, while Squidward was sneaking up there, SpongeBob did not come out and put the rake away. The animators drew the rake at first and forgot to draw it the second time, which isn't a big deal because this is a kid's cartoon, so yeah, but still, it's a mistake. Like, get wrecked, Nickelodeon. It's a mistake. And here's another one.
In order to achieve complete brainfulness, one must clear one's mind of all distractions.
Early on in the episode, we get these scenes where Squidward is meditating, all right? And now normally, if we look at Squidward in any other episode, just a random PNG of him, he always has these wrinkles on his forehead. Even back in his first appearance of SpongeBob, he's had the wrinkles. They will disappear when he makes very specific facial expressions, but even that is rare. They very rarely disappear. And when they do, it's usually a mistake. Now, if you guys look while Squidward's meditating, look, his wrinkles on his head are gone. But there could be a reasoning for this. Now, I think it's a mistake, but it could be due to the fact that he's meditating. So he's relaxed, he's calm from meditating, which could result in like the forehead wrinkles maybe going away. I don't know. I definitely think it was a mistake though. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. For now though, let's head over to another episode and find more SpongeBob mistakes.
Tomatoes, what's the deal on those things? And what does that make ketchup?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Nice. Squirrel jokes. I love this episode. I felt bad for Sandy in it because, you know, they're kind of mean to her, but overall, really, really, really good episode. And of course, it has a mistake. Let's see if you guys can spot it without my help, all right, guys? Before I reveal and explain the mistake, try and comment it to see if you guys spot it first. But all right, roll the footage.
It's the stupid squirrel!
Let's try and communicate with it.
Okay, so context. This character right here is Incidental 38B, and you'll notice that their lips are purple, all right? Their lips are always purple too. In any other episode, look at some of these shots, their lips are purple, remember. Well, in the scene you guys just saw, where Sandy's in the grocery store and these three fish just start roasting her, like they start going in on our girl. If we watch Incidental 38B closely, their lips actually flicker orange for about a frame, and then they go back to purple, but for that one frame, look at this, like what? My theory is if you look, this fish over here is orange and has orangish lips, so maybe they got confused and mixed it up. It's only for a frame, but it's still a mistake. And here's another one that you do not want to miss from Squirrel Jokes. Roll the footage.
Seriously, folks, I want to give a special thanks to my friend Sandy. Sandy, don't you see? The crowd loves these.
So this right here is my boy Incidental 11, and you'll notice that he has this fin right here, all right? I want you to remember how this fin looks. We even see him in this episode earlier on, and his fin looks the same, right? Well, during the scene you guys saw where the spotlight's put on Sandy after SpongeBob starts roasting her more, look, part of Incidental 11's fin is just missing. It looks incredibly awkward, especially when there are shots with their full fin intact. So weird mistake here. It's not very noticeable unless you're looking for it, but I mean, come on, that is a mistake. And here's another one.
Crabs? Oh, brother, they're so cheap, they can't even pay attention.
I feel bad for Mr. Krabs over here, but when SpongeBob talks about crabs in his stand-up, Mr. Krabs over here is missing his legs. I can understand how this happened, kind of, but also, like, considering the angle, they're kind of silly for this one. It's so blatant. Like, I remember catching this as a kid. So yeah, no legs on Mr. Krabs. Hey, it happens sometimes. Let's head over to another episode, guys, and stay tuned, because the mistakes are gonna get worse as we go. Like, it is going to be crazy by the ending of the video. All right, let's head over to the next episode.
Oh boy. What fun.
You lose.
Did you see that, SpongeBob? I almost got that on my first try.
Season 4 Skill Crane is an interesting episode. The plot, I mean, is very interesting. The idea of them getting a skill crane in the Krusty Krab. Now I want to play one of these. These games are fun. I'll win all of you guys like a SpongeBob plushie, all right? Before that, though, let's expose the mistakes in this episode. Here's the first one.
You know this guy?
Yeah, that's Squidward.
Yeah, so this one really cracked me up. I never noticed this as a kid, but now that I've seen it, I cannot unsee it when watching this episode. So this construction worker right here, the short king right here, all right, pay attention to his pants. At first, he's wearing these like grayish, bluish pants right here, as you can see, all right? Remember these? They're kind of fresh. I need a pair. Then the scene changes, but when we go back to it and we see the same short king over here, look, his pants are now like a beige color. I'm doing a side-by-side and they like completely changed his pants. I don't even know how something like this happened. Maybe his pants were originally going to be beige. I don't know. Maybe it's a layering issue, because if you look, they're standing on sand, which is a similar color. I don't know, but this is definitely a mistake. And here's another one from Skill Crane.
Need some change? There you are.
Say, thanks.
No, Mr. Squidward. Thank you.
This one is very easy to miss, and me and the team had to rewatch it a couple of times to actually catch the mistake. So in the footage you guys just saw, when Mr. Krabs is thanking Squidward after giving him change, it happens right before the coins start rolling, but the leftmost end of Mr. Krabs' belt turns gray for a frame. Obviously it's supposed to be black, as we've seen in every other appearance of Mr. Krabs, even in this episode. But for a moment, it is gray for a single frame, and that, my friends, is totally a mistake. Don't worry though, guys, we've got more. We're gonna head over to another episode, and you guys are gonna really like this one because it's from an iconic episode that I love. All right, let's do it. Let's head over to our next episode.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
I told you guys this episode is iconic, the secret box. This episode is all about Patrick having like this box, and he won't show SpongeBob what's inside of his box, and this drives SpongeBob crazy. You know what really drives me crazy though? The mistake in this episode. Roll the footage, please.
Inside this very box is the most secret-y secret in all of secretdom.
Yeah, so let's take a look at this PNG of SpongeBob right here, and we'll all notice that he has freckles on his face. He has 3 freckles on each cheek. This is a major part of our boy's design. But there's a massive animation glitch in this episode, as before Patrick mentions Squidward's house, look at SpongeBob's cheek as he has double the amount of freckles. Like, it looks really weird. There's like 6 of them. This has never happened before and has never happened since this episode, so totally a mistake here. Like, look at how weird that looks. Anyways, let's go to the next episode.
We got fresh water, a rugged tent,
and a nice fire to keep us warm.
Hey, where'd you get the firewood? You burned our food supply!
Up next, we have To Save a Squirrel, and this is actually a pretty good episode. I like this one. SpongeBob and Patrick go off to find Sandy, and the mistakes in this episode are very interesting, especially this first one. Let's see if you guys can spot it.
Carrots! You're making so
not! It was supposed to be stew!
Did you guys catch it? If not, I do not blame you because this one is going to need some explaining. There is some explaining to do here for sure. It has to do with this puddle right here, as it seems that Patrick goes under the puddle when he's running, during his running animation. And I don't mean like he steps in the puddle like he's stepping in water. I mean like the art for the puddle is literally overlapping his leg like it's on top of his leg, as you can see here. This is 100% a layering issue, where you can see that the puddle's layer should be under Patrick's layer, I guess his body layer, but they messed up and swapped them, which is why this puddle is like on top of Patrick. So weird, man. It's so weird. Not as weird as this next one, though, from To Save a Squirrel. Roll the footage. It has to do with one of SpongeBob's pores.
Ruined our tent and lost all our water. Patrick, we are gonna need to use our razor-sharp quick wits if we're gonna make it out of here alive.
Did you guys catch it? This one's actually fairly easy to catch if you pause at the right frame, which is what we just did for you guys, but I got you. Don't worry, I'm gonna explain it. When SpongeBob says, Patrick, we are going to need to use our razor-sharp quick wits if we're going to make it out of here alive, one of his holes just becomes transparent for a split second. Like you can see right through it and see the sky behind it, which is not supposed to happen. SpongeBob's pores are never just entirely see-through. They're just holes into his body. So being able to see the sky through our yellow spongy boy over here is 100% a mistake, and a fairly bad one actually. But all right, let's keep it moving, guys. Let's head over to another episode. Coming in hot, we've got Blackened Sponge. This is a weird SpongeBob episode. The title's very weird, just saying. Blackened Sponge, but it's all about SpongeBob getting a black eye and lying about it. He actually like slips and hurts his eye, but he goes and lies to everyone and tells them that he got in a fight with some dude. SpongeBob, you're such a capper. As a matter of fact, we're gonna get into the mistakes, but I want you guys to hear SpongeBob's elaborate little lie here about what actually happened.
When a wanton cry of distress pounded against my eardrum, I quickly located the source of the cry. Don't worry, I'll save you. The hurler was none other than Jack and Crazy Fish. With cat-like reflexes, I preempted his attack, but the scoundrel had me sabotaged, and I fell face down on a pile of extra-large staples. He lunged at me, but I got him in the ribs with my novelty feather duster. Down he fell like a mighty oak. Jack and Crazy Fish burst into tears. The force of his crying was so strong, I had to take evasive action. One of the blasts went haywire and hit me right in the face. And that's how I got this black eye.
Yeah, so that's what SpongeBob says is what happens. Again, we're gonna get into the mistakes, but this is what actually happened. Look.
Ooh, what a relief. For a second there, I thought I gave myself a black eye.
Yeah, SpongeBob, you are a massive liar, and guys, here's the first mistake from this episode.
Hello, little fishes.
Hi, Sandy.
Hello.
You guys probably caught this one, but when SpongeBob says, "Hi, Sandy," look, part of his white shirt is black, when of course it's supposed to be white. I don't know what happened here, but it's definitely not supposed to be black. Here's mistake number 2 from Blackened Sponge.
SpongeBob is 13 and a half minutes late for duty. Well, looks like I was right about the accident part.
This one is definitely going to need some explaining, but it's pretty rough. So, when Incidental 107, this guy right here, first appears in Mr. Krabs' comments about how late SpongeBob is, Incidental 107 is seen in his normal color scheme, alright? This is how he's always drawn in color. However, though, when SpongeBob eventually comes in and walks past Incidental 107, who's with Incidental 14 at the time, look. Incidental 107 is now just a completely different color. They just completely changed his design, and there's only one of Incidental 107, so this was absolutely positively 100% a mistake. And believe it or not, I've got another one from this episode. 3 in 1 episode is wild.
And karate kicked his hairpiece right off of its snaps. He was so ashamed, he ran all the way home, leaving behind a pool of tears.
Did you guys catch it? Well, when Jack M. Crazy Fish, the dude that SpongeBob supposedly beat up, when he in SpongeBob's story runs all the way home, leaving behind a pool of tears, major cap, we can see that SpongeBob is wearing his Krusty Krab hat. But guys, what's missing? Come on, let me know in the comments what's missing from his hat. I'm gonna give you guys like 5 seconds to figure it out. Yeah, he's missing the anchor on his hat. Massive mistake. Let's keep it going though, gang. Let's head over to another episode, and don't worry, random mistake of the day is coming up soon.
Then who was flickering the lights?
Nosferatu! Back to the classics. Next up, we've got Graveyard Shift, and this one's a cool one where Squidward and SpongeBob are forced to work like overnight, and they get terrified when this new kid is coming to apply. They think he's the hash-slinging slasher, but he's actually just this cute kid right here. All right, enough spoilers. Here's the first mistake.
SpongeBob, no matter what I've said, I've always sort of liked you.
Squidward, I used your clarinet to unclog my toilet.
So let's take a look at SpongeBob's design, all right? We're looking at this PNG of our favorite yellow spongy boy right here, and you'll notice he has this red line right here under his mouth. It's always been there ever since season 1, and it never really disappears. It's supposed to represent like the under part of his jaw, I think, or the bottom part of his mouth. But anyways, in Graveyard Shift, when Squidward and SpongeBob are shaking under the misconception that the hash-slinging slasher is approaching, that red line under SpongeBob's mouth actually flickers between normal and invisible. I'm playing it in slow motion right here. I zoomed in and I sharpened the footage, and yeah, you can see it kind of just goes back and forth between the two, which is very awkward and weird. You know what's also gonna be weird though? The random mistake of the day, a quick segment in every video where we take a moment to talk about mistakes from a random cartoon suggested by you guys, and then we go right back to SpongeBob. Don't worry, we're gonna get right back to your favorite spongy boy. Today we're gonna do Pokemon. That's right, guys, we're gonna do some Pokemon. We're gonna catch them all today. Now, the episode in question is the episode Weekend Warriors, and I'm gonna show PNGs of them on screen. It has to do with these 3 Pokemon, all right? We've got Meryl, we got Breloom, and we got Shroomish, all right? I want you to remember their colors and their design, all right? You guys got it? You got it? All right, roll the footage. Let's see if you guys can spot the mistake.
As soon as May discovered this exciting event was taking place in Silvertown, well, you can be sure she wasted no time in entering.
Did you guys catch it? If you're a hardcore Pokemon fan, you probably did. If not though, Cartoon Corey's got you. Pretty much, there are a bunch of coloring errors with Pokemon in the shots you guys just saw. More specifically, this one right here. First up, we have this Meryl, who is incorrectly colored as light blue. This one's pretty soft. I'm not gonna lie, this one's not that big of a deal. Regularly, Meryl is like this dark blue color, but this Meryl is light blue, which is kind of weird. But like I said, not that big of a deal. What's really a problem is this Breloom right here. Normally, Breloom looks like this, all right? It's green with like red claws, and then there's a bit of white in their design as well. Looks exactly like this. But in this one scene, the animators messed up and gave Breloom this like weird like blue and green color. And it's not a shiny, just saying, it's not a shiny Breloom. The other mistake is this Shroomish right here, which again, it's kind of like Meryl, it's not that big of a deal. But normally, Shroomish looks like this, all right? He has like this kind of beige top with green feet and then green dots on him. And as you can see in this episode, they completely botched his design. They gave him like white spots for some reason. The top of him is correct, but if we look at his feet are supposed to be green and they're not green. So yeah, 3 mistakes in one scene here. Like I said, if you're a hardcore Pokemon fan, you probably caught them, but back to SpongeBob. Also though, let me know if you guys want me to do more Pokemon in the future, and comment other cartoons you want me to cover in the random mistake of the day. All right, back to SpongeBob. Back to SpongeBob, baby, and we're gonna be doing the episode Funny Pants, where SpongeBob is tricked into thinking that he's lost his laugh. We're gonna get into the mistakes, but take a look at this compilation of scenes where SpongeBob just cannot laugh anymore. It's actually really sad. Poor SpongeBob, dude. Like, his laugh is kind of iconic. I'm gonna play just a soundbite of his laugh. Dude, it's annoying, but it's iconic. It's a big part of his design, so I feel bad for him for losing his laugh. I also feel bad for the animators, though, for these mistakes. Here's the first one.
Hey, you laugh just like me.
So this one happens at the very end of the episode, and you know, it's kind of a tricky one. But at the very ending of the episode, when Squidward runs off of his bed, if we slow the footage down and look, it seems like he's walking on air for a moment. This might have been for comedic effect or something, but I do think this was a bit of an error. We don't know for sure though, so let's head over to mistake number 2 that's a lot more entertaining.
There he goes, off to share his laughter with the world.
This one's also near the ending of the episode, but when Squidward bursts through the hospital wall near the end, look, the heart monitor is still running, which shouldn't happen because Squidward is no longer like connected to the heart monitor. Weird. All right, one more from this episode.
Look, he's waking up.
Where am I?
Did you guys catch it? So let's take a look at Sandy right here and look at her design. A big part of it is on her like white suit right here. There's this acorn symbol right here. I'm circling it. Well, when Squidward wakes up from his coma, look, both Sandy's zipper and the badge from her suit are just gone. The animators just didn't draw it. I mean, to be fair, Mr. Krabs' hand is in front of it, but they should have at least drawn the zipper. So yeah. Now that's going to do it for today, but if you guys want more SpongeBob mistakes, click this video right here. The mistakes I covered in today's video are light work in comparison to the mistakes in this video, so click it so we can hang out more. All right, guys, peace. You know, Mr. Krabs is a very, very greedy father, all right? But at the same time, Pearl is kind of a spoiled brat at times. This is definitely the case in the episode Whale of a Birthday, where Mr. Krabs sends SpongeBob to get Pearl a present, just he doesn't want to spend a ton of money. At least he's not getting her squeaky boots this time. Now, this episode has a few mistakes. Here's the first one. Let's dive right in.
Sea pony is the cutest thing ever. Do you want to come home and be my pony?
Pearl, come here. This is so coral.
Now, this one is actually really bad, and it's also pretty weird at the same time. I have no idea how something like this happened. As you guys saw in the clips, Pearl and her friends are at the mall, and in this scene, she looks at the sea pony. Now, in the first shot, it shows the dog fish tank right next to it, all right? It's two separate, like, tanks beside each other. Remember this. I know I'm over-explaining it, but two separate tanks with animals in them beside each other, with a clear separation of the two tanks. However, though, a few seconds later, and now look, it's completely transformed, and now it's one tank, with the sea pony sharing it with the dogfish. I have no clue how this happened, but what can you do, guys? Actually, what we can do is head over to another episode with more mistakes. Also, stay tuned, though, because we're going to be doing the random mistake of the day very soon, so yeah. Next up, we have the inside job. So I'm totally nitpicking with this one, so I'm going to make it quick, and don't worry, guys, the other mistakes we're going to be covering are actually good, but in the episode The Inside Job, there's this mistake. Roll the footage.
The Krabby Patty recipe!
Did you guys catch it? Well, as you guys can see, Plankton's inside SpongeBob's body and we can see his heart. But it should be doing something that it isn't doing in this shot, and that's beating. A heart is constantly beating. That's how, you know, you stay alive. So again, like I said, I'm nitpicking, but the heart not beating in this one shot is technically a mistake. Next up, we'll be doing No Weenies Allowed. And I know if you're an old school SpongeBob fan, you know this episode. It's the one where SpongeBob becomes desperate to get into the salty spittoon after Sandy's allowed and he's not allowed. To be honest, I'd be pretty cheesed about that too. Like, your girl gets in, but you can't get in. Anyways, though, here's the first mistake. Let's see if you guys can catch it without my help. Try to comment the mistake before I actually reveal it. All right, roll that footage.
Sandy? Oh, what happened?
You ran inside and slipped out an ice cube.
Okay, did you guys catch it? If not, Cartoon Corey's got you covered. As you can see in these shots of Sandy right here, she is a squirrel and she has a tail. It's a big part of her design because, you know, she's a squirrel. But there are two scenes in this episode where her tail just was not drawn for some strange reason. They're both when they're in the ambulance. There's this shot right here that's more of a zoomed out shot, and as you can see, her tail is gone. This one's especially bad because of how zoomed out it is. And the second is this shot, which is a little more excusable. It's more zoomed in, and maybe because of the angle, you just can't see it. But either way, we should be able to see her tail in both of these shots, and this was a little goof on the animator's end. Anyways, though, let's head over to another episode, and this is where things are really gonna get spicy. We're jumping over to season 5 for this next one. The episode is Enemy-in-Law, and this episode is all about Plankton falling in love with Mr. Krabs' mom. I'd be so upset. My arch rival starts trying to rizz up my mother. That would be a scrap. But anyways, here's the first mistake.
I've reservations for 2 tonight.
Right this way, sir.
You guys may have noticed, but when Plankton walks into the Krusty Krab with a rose for Mr. Krabs' mom, there is a burger sticker on the window right here. We're circling it, we're zooming in, remember this burger sticker right here. Now it should be here for the remainder of the episode. However, once Plankton gets inside of the restaurant, look, that sticker has just magically disappeared randomly. Weird. Here's mistake number 2.
You!
Eugene!
I came to warn you, Plankton. Stay away from me, Mother. I know what you're really up to.
I'm serious, Eugene. I've changed my ways. And all it took was the love of a beautiful woman.
Well, you love is thieving and conniving. Now stop trying to get the formula out of me, Mother!
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Krabby Patty formula!
This one's more of a strange one, but when Mr. Krabs barges into the chum bucket in anger, some scenes show these red pipes on the wall right here. Remember them, they should be here for the entire scene. But in some shots where we see the exact same wall which should have those red pipes, they're not there. So the animators drew the red pipes at first, and then in some shots just were too lazy to draw them again. Not a huge deal, but definitely a mistake. And guys, stay tuned because these next set of mistakes we're going to be covering are going to blow your mind. Next up, let's head over to season 12 and talk about a fairly good episode that I personally enjoyed, that being Squid on a Bus, which I mean, the title's pretty self-explanatory for this one, guys. It's about Squidward taking the bus. It's a good episode, but like most episodes of SpongeBob, it does have 3 mistakes hidden in it, and these mistakes are really, really bad, guys. Here's mistake number 1.
I've been waiting for almost an hour.
Almost an hour, he says.
Late again.
So in the opening of the episode, Squidward appears to be wearing a watch on his right wrist, right? You can see it right here. I'm zooming in on it. But seconds later, when the bus door opens, Squidward's watch is just missing now. I doubt the dude took it off to go in the bus. What I think happened is in this first shot right here, the animators drew him with a watch, but then the animators forgot about the watch because in this scene, the watch is just gone. Poof, it went missing. And that's not the only thing missing in the beginning of the episode, as there's another mistake that's kinda similar to this one. Roll the footage again.
I've been waiting for almost an hour.
Almost an hour, he says.
Late again.
Did ya catch it? Well, take a look at this shot of Conch Street right here. As you can see, it goes Patrick's house, Squidward's house, and then good old SpongeBob's house right here, that old-fashioned pineapple house. Now I'm hungry. But in that opening scene, where is SpongeBob's house? It should be right there. You could say that, you know, it just wasn't on the screen, but the distance between Squidward's house and SpongeBob's house is not that wide, and I'm pretty sure the animators were just feeling kind of lazy in this scene and didn't draw SpongeBob's house, which is still technically a mistake. But wait, there's more. Here's mistake number 3. Let's see if you guys can catch this one. Man, 3 mistakes in one episode is like really bad. Nickelodeon be slacking, boy. But take a look at this shot from inside the bus when the bus starts rocking. As you can see, there are passengers inside. They're chilling inside the bus. But when we get the same shot from the outside view, why is Squidward the only one on the bus? The passengers just disappeared? They're gone? Poof? Talk about a mistake, a continuity mistake, and let's keep it moving and head over to another episode. Now, what season should we do next? I'm thinking season 9, and we'll do the sewers of Bikini Bottom. This episode is wild. First mistake, here we go. Let's see if you guys can catch it before I reveal it.
The halftime wave man. When every toilet flushes at once, the sewers can't take it. It's madness.
Yeah, did you guys catch that? Because it's kind of hilarious. So when Charlton over here says that there's only 5 minutes left, look at the TV, dude. It clearly says that there's 10 minutes and 42 seconds left. Like, what? This guy right here needs to get fired because he's not doing his job right. And here's mistake number 2. And it takes place in the clips I just showed you guys during the last shot of the fishes running from the sewer snake. For one, incidental 45 and incidental 46 are both duplicated, so there's two of them in one shot, when these are like very common background characters. These guys in particular aren't duplicated usually, so this is kind of weird. But also, incidental 45 over here, right? The back of her bra is incorrect. And you can especially see this because look at this other incidental 45 right here, the duplicated version. The back of her bra is correct. So just, yeah, a weird scene. I sound like a major nerd for even noticing these types of mistakes, but what can you do? I just love SpongeBob.
Might as well tell us what was so very important.
I was just saying that these lines you drew remind me of a railroad track.
All right, this is definitely a really, really bad one, which is why we're talking about it now. It's in the episode Professor Squidward, okay? And here's a hint, it has to do with this character, incidental F9. Pay attention to both these clips I'm gonna play, and yeah, let's see if you guys can spot it. Try to comment the mistake before I come back in and like spoil it.
Isn't it grand?
What is?
He doesn't even have to touch an instrument to be brilliant.
All right, I've had enough.
Did you guys catch it? Like I said, it has to do with incidental F9 here, as throughout a majority of the scenes you guys just seen, incidental F9 is wearing a dress. It's hard to see in some angles, but as you can see, they are wearing a dress. Here's the issue though, once Fred says, isn't it grand? We actually get a shot of incidental F9 not wearing the dress, like the dress is just missing. If you look closely, you can see that she's low-key just not wearing anything. You can't see anything inappropriate, don't worry parents, but she has nothing on, which just, yeah, is totally a mistake. I don't think that was intentional, guys. I highly doubt they just didn't draw her dress in this one shot on purpose. Next up, we have a very underrated episode of SpongeBob called Pineapple Invasion. Like, be real, comment if you've seen this episode before. It's pretty obscure. Of course, though, it has mistakes, two really bad ones, so here's the first one. Alright, so take a look at the inside of the Krusty Krab. A lot of you guys already know this, but there's always, on the inside, the galley grub menu, where it has like the items you can order at the Krusty Krab, and the order here sign, this green sign right here. Well, in Pineapple Invasion, when this stinky skunk right here just stinks out the place and everybody runs out of it, if we look closely in some shots, the galley grub and order here signs are completely missing. They should be right here, but the animators just didn't draw them for some reason. Kind of lazy. Plus, especially, it's really bad when in other parts of the episode we can see the galley grub menu right here and the order here sign right here. So why is it missing in this shot? Well, I'll tell you why. Because they made a mistake. And here's another one from the same episode. All right, this one is really, really easy to miss. Like, I'm a total nerd for catching it. I say it all the time, but I'm a major nerd for catching this one. But when SpongeBob like escapes the Krusty Krab at nighttime with the Krabby Patty secret formula, and he's just about to run off screen, if we pause at the right frame right here, yeah, look, one of SpongeBob's bottom like pant legs is transparent. It should be brown like the rest of his pants, but you can see that they didn't color it in, and then you can see the wood from the Krusty Krab like filling it in there. So totally a mistake here. I'm circling it, you can see it right here. That's two right there, guys, and let's head over to another episode with even more mistakes.
SpongeBob? You? Did you say SpongeBob? You're on the VIP list.
This next one can be found in the episode Best Day Ever, and here's a hint. This right here is the Krusty Krab sign. Remember this, roll the footage, and let's see if you guys can spot it. Yeah, so as you guys just seen, the Krusty Krab sign seems to disappear when SpongeBob arrives to it. It should be here, but it's missing. Like, if we go look at any shot of the Krusty Krab, there is always this iconic clam sign right here. But when SpongeBob arrives in this episode, it's missing. And how we know this is a mistake for sure is like when he walks to it, the sign now magically appears right here. Here's a side-by-side, it wasn't there before. And yeah, mistake. And don't click off yet, guys, because it's just gonna get crazier from here. Next up, I've got a season 11 episode for you guys. It's called The String. And this one's like pretty straightforward. It's all about SpongeBob pulling a loose string from Squidward's shirt that never seems to end. I'm gonna play some funny clips from this episode again, and then we'll get right into the mistake. So hold up.
Nobody look down!
My leg! My pants!
CJ, yourself, sir. Be with you in a minute.
Yeah, who knew they could make an entire episode's plot about a string? But it's actually a pretty good episode. Of course, though, even an episode like this has mistakes. So, roll the footage, here's the mistake.
SpongeBob!
This is another one that's very easy to miss if you're not paying close attention, but as you guys know, Sandy Cheeks over here has a tail. She's a squirrel and she has a big tail, this right here. Well, when SpongeBob unravels Sandy's tail, like you guys just saw in those clips, it just magically reappears again as she's swimming up for air. Like, we literally see Sandy's tail get unraveled and like disappear, but I guess the animators forgot, because then once she's swimming up for air, her tail is now just suddenly back, despite it literally just being taken away. I don't know. Definitely a little bit of cartoon logic, but at the same time, this one's kind of like silly. It's a mistake.
My Krusty Krab meal was delicious. I cannot recommend it enough. Well, I was just gonna loiter, but now I think I'll get a Krabby Patty.
What if I told you there's an entire episode of SpongeBob that's about a bulletin board where everybody just makes fun of each other? Yeah, well, it exists. It's the episode literally titled Bulletin Board, and a lot of drama happens in this episode, dude. But I mean, you're not really here for that. You're here for mistakes, and there's 2 spicy mistakes in this episode. Here's a hint. I'm showing a picture of the character on screen. This is incidental 40. Remember how they look, because you want to look out for them in these clips. That way you can spot the mistake. I know you guys can do it. Roll that footage.
This bulletin board has become a bullying board.
Okay, that's it.
Did you guys catch it? Okay, so when Mr. Krabs says, okay, that's it, as SpongeBob is giving his little speech, we can see him walk through these incidentals right here like they're almost a door. And if you were paying attention to the hint I gave you, look, incidental 40 is just drawn with no arms. We actually get 2 shots of this. We can see him right here with no arms before Mr. Krabs walks through them, and then even after he walks through them and they go back, look, this dude still has no arms. Where are his arms? I think arms are kind of important. Imagine if you just didn't have arms. Yeah, Nickelodeon, you did incidental 40 dirty in this one scene, man. Like, come on. Anyways, though, here's mistake number 2 from Bulletin Board.
Close your mouth when you eat.
All right, so as you guys just seen, Bubble Bass gets absolutely roasted because he doesn't close his mouth when he eats. And when he reads this, if you look closely, the rims on his glasses, which are normally black, all right? Like, look at these random other shots. If we even go back to Pickles, his debut episode, his glasses, right? The rims and frames of them are black. But in that one scene I was just mentioning from Bulletin Board, when he reads the note, look, it randomly turns green. I'm showing a side-by-side. And just, yeah, it makes no sense that his glasses would randomly change to green. This was 100% a mistake by the animators, and kind of a funny one. And that's not even it for funny mistakes, because just wait until you see this next one.
If you're gonna work here, you'll need an official Krusty Krab hat. Say, that's a pretty neat trick.
Next up, we have the hilariously titled episode Planet of the Jellyfish, which is a play on of like Planet of the Apes. The plot of this episode is also like really cool, just saying. It's all about an evil jellyfish kidnapping Bikini Bottomites and cloning them. Like, seriously, give this episode a watch when you get a chance, but after this, of course. Don't click off the video. And here's the first one.
Whoa, look at all the customers.
One Krabby Patty.
Alright, so really quickly, this right here is incidental 27. I'm showing a PNG of them. Remember how they look. More specifically, this fin right here, this tail fin. As in Planet of the Jellyfish, when SpongeBob first enters the Krusty Krab, we can see incidental 27 over here, but something is missing. Yeah, his tail fin was just not drawn. And what makes this really funny is the tail fin isn't there in this shot, but later when he's seen growling at SpongeBob, look, his tail fin is now suddenly there. Here's a side-by-side. It was not there at first, and it just makes for somewhat of a funny mistake. They just forgot to draw it. Poor fish.
Your order is served, sir.
I'm sorry. I did not order a side of lips with my patty.
Oh dear.
This next episode of SpongeBob is a good example of why you should always listen to adults and people that know what they're talking about. The episode is Face Freeze, and it's all about SpongeBob and Patrick making faces just like these. Roll the clip.
Check this one out.
What do you think of this?
Seems fun, right? Just making a bunch of funny faces until their faces get frozen. Take a look at this.
You did hold that face all night.
Actually, I can't move my face at all.
Patrick, we have the face freeze.
Poor SpongeBob and Patrick, but to be honest, we should be saying poor SpongeBob animators because I got mistakes to expose from this episode. Take a look at this. And here's a hint. I want you to pay attention to where Squidward would normally work inside the Krusty Krab, okay? Roll that footage.
Oh, hey, how about this?
It's awesome!
This is another one that's very easy to miss unless you're like paying close attention. When the camera pans to Mr. Krabs' office, you'll notice that not only is the Krusty Krab cash register missing, this is normally where it is right here. Here's a shot from another episode. Yeah, the cash register is missing as you can see, but also the order window is missing. This one's really bad. This is the window where SpongeBob always pops out and annoys Squidward. They just didn't draw it. Like, I don't know how they forgot to draw this in the Krusty Krab. It's kind of important. Mistakes happen though, and here's another one.
Come on, SpongeBob, chop chop!
Okay.
This one we're definitely gonna have to slow down a little bit so people catch it, but when Squidward ducks behind the wall in the clips you guys just seen, after he says chop chop, we can actually see that he clips through the wall, meaning that he like goes through the wall, which as you guys know, you can't just walk through walls. He doesn't have like invisible powers. If you were to go and walk into a wall, you would smack into it. Your arm wouldn't go through it. So yeah, this is totally a mistake. I'm playing it in slow motion again, and yeah, you can see he's clipping through that wall. That's not supposed to happen.
You're way too old to stop me.
What was that, Sonny?
It'll take more time to explain than you have left.
What?
I'm gonna make this one another quick one. The episode is Goo Goo Gas, and this one's all about one of Plankton's nastiest schemes yet, where he finds a way to turn everybody in Bikini Bottom into babies. Like, look at baby SpongeBob, dude. He's so cute. As a matter of fact, here's a quick highlight of all the different baby characters in this episode, or all the baby versions of characters, and then we'll get into the mistake.
When you turn into babies... Ahem!
Aw, they're so cute, but what's not cute are the mistakes in this episode, guys. I hate to switch it up, but let's get to the mistakes. Here's the first one.
Victory is mine! It was almost too easy.
Alright, so as you guys just seen in those clips, Plankton is seen running out of the Krusty Krab with a Krabby Patty. And if we look at this Krabby Patty, it's just a regular Krabby Patty. It isn't a cheeseburger, it's a regular burger. No cheese is on that burger. Getting kind of hungry now. Now I kind of want a burger. Actually, really quickly, guys, I'm gonna order a burger on Uber Eats real quick. 1 second. Okay, perfect. My food's on the way, guys. But as you've seen, the Krabby Patty has no cheese on it when he's running out of the Krusty Krab. But here's the problem, dude. When we see him actually leave the Krusty Krab, there is cheese on the patty. So we can see there's cheese on it, but then there's no cheese on it. Here's a side-by-side, and you can tell at first the animators drew it with cheese, but then in this shot, they were too lazy to put the cheese slice on the burger. Poor Plankton, he got gypped. All right, here's mistake number 2 from Goo Goo Gas.
No! I demand you geezers release me! I want candy! No!
This one's pretty straightforward and kind of funny. So as you guys know, Bikini Bottom is in the ocean. All right, so there isn't like a ceiling. They're not in a building. The sky just keeps on going up. If they keep on going up, they go out of water and then they're at Bikini Atoll, as you can see here. And then they could just keep on going in the sky to space, as you can see in this shot from Goons on the Moon. Well, in Goo Goo Gas, there's a moment where Plankton gets caught, all right? And he's put in a net. And as we can see, he's hanging in this net right here. But here's the problem, guys. They're underwater and they're not in a building. So what is this hanging from? Is it just floating in the air? Like, think about it. This thing right here would need to be tied to something. And based on what we've seen in this episode, it looks like it's literally just floating in the ocean from like hanging from the top of the ocean. I don't know, but this was a mistake. The animators definitely didn't think about this part very clearly. So yeah, I know I always say it though. Don't click off this video yet though, guys, because it's time for the random mistake of the day, where we take a quick break from SpongeBob to talk about mistakes in another cartoon suggested by you guys. And then you guys already know what I'm gonna say. We go right back to SpongeBob. So if you're only here for SpongeBob, don't worry, we're gonna go right back to SpongeBob. For now though, let's talk about mistakes in Pokemon. To be fair, I took a break from Pokemon for a while, okay? And remember, let me know in the comments what other cartoons you want me to cover for random mistake of the day. Do it. Leave a comment right now, let me know. Anyways though, we're gonna do the episode Charizard Chills from the Orange Island arc of Pokemon. And here's a hint, I want you to pay attention to Charizard.
Do you think you can break that drill?
Alright, so when the gang is dealing with Team Rocket here, for a majority of this section of the episode, Ash is riding on Charizard's back, and we can see them in the air. So Ash should stay on Charizard's back until they land so he can get off, right? But if you watch this scene throughout it, there are multiple shots where Ash is supposed to be on Charizard's back, but look, he's just missing. They forgot to draw him. But then seconds later, he's back on Charizard's back again. So he's on Charizard's back, then he's not on Charizard's back, and then he's on Charizard's back again, all in a matter of like a couple of seconds to minutes. So very messy mistake here, and here's one more from the same episode.
I overheard the gym leader mentioning your name. He said you used pure power to win.
That's what you use when you don't have skill. Oh yeah?
Okay, so for this one to make sense, this character right here is Tad, and this character right here is Tracy. Now, Tracy, if we look at him in any other episode, he always has a pink, like, bandana or headband on. And in this episode, we're introduced to Tad, and Tad always has this green bandana on. Now, for one shot only, you can see that the animators made a little mistake, because look, Tracy, who's supposed to have his pink headband, is incorrectly colored with Tad's headband, so it's green. It's supposed to be pink, but it's green. Here's a side-by-side of how it normally looks. And yeah, a little bit of a mess up here. And let's get back to what you really want. SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob SquarePants. We're back to SpongeBob, and the episode is Sing a Song of Patrick. This is another very obscure episode, where Patrick writes a song and submits it to a record label. It's actually like an interesting plot. Here are some funny clips of what happens in the episode, and then we'll get into the mistake.
A poem by Patrick Starr. Roses are blue, violets are red. I have to go to the bathroom.
Alright, it's mistake time, and here's a hint. All the mistakes in this episode focus around our boy Fred, the dude who's always like, my leg. That guy right there. Dude needs to be careful with his leg. Like, there's just always something happening. But yeah, 2 mistakes revolving around him. Pay close attention and roll that footage, baby.
Let's get him, boys!
And that was my new song.
You know, it's not that bad. Yeah.
At least. Okay, so this one's a weird continuity error. So we get 2 shots of Fred in the clips you guys just seen. And at first, he's wearing brown pants, as you can see right here, all right? Our boy's just shirtless with these brown pants with his belt, okay? However, though, if we take a look at this other shot of him from the same scene, the animators forgot about the brown pants and just randomly give him blue pants. They even change his belt a little bit. Like, what? Here's a side-by-side? And I highly doubt while the dude was in the middle of being in a mob while holding a torch, decided to randomly change his pants. And look, I'm just saying, guys, I know incidental characters get duplicated all the time, but Fred is like a full-on character now. He had an entire episode about him called My Leg. So there only is one Fred, and I doubt he changed his pants, so this is a mistake. And here's one more. This is an audio error though, okay? Here's a hint. This is incidental 27 right here, and I want you to pay attention to them. They shouldn't be speaking, but you guys pay attention to them and you'll see the mistake. Roll the footage.
And club? No! Oh, we should sing him a song!
Who's responsible for that song on the radio?
Why, he's right here!
Alrighty, like I said, this is an audio error. So, when Fred says, who's responsible for that song on the radio, just as he begins to say it and says, who's re, if we look over to incidental 27 over here, his lips sync to what Fred is saying, despite the fact that incidental 27 isn't saying anything here. They're not speaking at all. So you can see that they were supposed to animate Fred to say this line, but the animators messed up and also animated incidental 27 to say this line as well when they don't actually say the line. Hopefully you guys get it, but it's a pretty bad mistake. I mean, come on. In the season 15 episode, The Sandman Cometh, we have a very similar plot to the episode in Spongiac, where a certain somebody is having a hard time falling asleep. In the episode in Spongiac, it's all about SpongeBob having a hard time falling asleep and getting help from Patrick, but in this episode, it's reversed. And it gets really bad, with Patrick almost like hallucinating due to him having such a lack of sleep. I mean, look at some of these clips. This dude is just crazy.
You want to see a picture of my grandkids?
Patrick definitely needs some sleep, but also it seems the animators were lacking on sleep a little because they made a tiny mistake, and I gotta point it out. So normally at the very start of a SpongeBob episode, there's the title card, and then there's a bubble transition into the actual animation of the episode. Here's an example of this right here from another episode. Yeah, so that's how that opening transition looks in any other episode. But for some reason, in this episode, it's different. Here, take a look for yourself, and then I'll explain. It's very easy to miss, and I probably look just as crazy as Patrick looked earlier when he was tweaking from his lack of sleep, but there is a mistake here. For one, the transition in this episode has no bubbles, and instead it's accompanied by a screen wipe. But here's the actual issue. You can still hear the bubble sound effect. It's not a big deal, but it is a mistake. And you guys know the drill, I've got more. Let's keep it rolling. In this episode, SpongeBob loses something very important to him, his lucky clip tie. And this causes him to go through all sorts of issues. In the end, he gets his clip back, and everything goes back to normal. But of course, what we're here to talk about are mistakes. And here's the first one, okay? You'll notice that in this scene, SpongeBob has good luck, so he should be wearing something.
Oh, you!
Did you guys catch it? Well, when SpongeBob carries Incidental 82 while crossing the road, his lucky tie clip is missing. We see it in this shot before right here, but it's completely missing during this shot, which doesn't make much sense because the whole point of the clip is that it gives him good luck. That's why he doesn't get hit by a car. So this is totally a mistake here. And here's another one. Let's see if you guys can spot it. This one's pretty straightforward, and honestly, this one's cartoon logic for the most part, but during the Bubble Bass wide shots, where the camera's like zoomed out, all of the tables in the Krusty Krab are missing. Earlier in the episode, when we see the inside of the Krusty Krab, it looks like this and has tables, but during this one shot with Bubble Bass, the tables are just missing. They just didn't draw them. Also, if we pay attention to this character right here, Harris, his design is inconsistent. Normally, he looks like this, but in this one shot, he looks like this. It's not that big of a difference, but it is inconsistent, and that technically is a mistake, and I've got more. Next up, we have another really good episode. This one is Upward from season 15. Can you believe that there's 15 seasons of SpongeBob? Holy cow. But yeah, this episode's really cool. For once, somebody actually believes in Squidward's music dreams. As you guys know, 90% of the time, everybody's telling Squidward that he sucks at the clarinet, but in this episode, Lady Upturn decides to almost like sponsor him. She like signs him and invests money into turning him into a star. So much so that the episode even culminates with Squidward performing at the famed Bikini Bottom Opera House. Now, the mistakes in this episode aren't too bad, but I still want to talk about them. And the first one takes place when Squidward tells the Krusty crew that he's become a paid musician.
What's with all the joy, Mr. Squidward?
I'm a paid musician now.
You? Musician?
Did you guys catch it? Well, if not, don't worry, let me explain. Normally, if we take a look at any other shot of Mr. Krabs, he normally has these spikes right here on his back. Well, in that scene I just played from Upward, if you guys look, Mr. Krabs is missing those spikes, and considering the angle that we see him at, we should be able to see them. Like I said, it's a minor mistake, but I mean, it is a part of Mr. Krabs' design. Here's another mistake from the same episode, and you guys should be able to spot it. It's a very common SpongeBob SquarePants mistake. Roll the clip and pay attention to the chum bucket, or the lack thereof.
Hello, losers!
These three have named their new alliance. Every villain is Lemons, otherwise known as evil.
What can we do?
Come on, I know you guys caught this one because this one is blatant. I don't know how Nickelodeon staff or Rough Draft Korea, the people who animate SpongeBob, did not catch this one. But to be fair, the episode's like over 20 years old, so. But anyways, in the Every Villain is Lemons TV sequence, look, the word villain is incorrectly spelt. Villain is supposed to be spelt as V-I-L-L-A-I-N, but they got it a little mixed up in this shot right here. I wonder how many kids went on to think that this is how you spell villain. It's a funny mistake, but here's one that's a lot more spicy from the same episode. Roll the footage.
Oh, yes, you do. No world means no money. Now, go save the world, or you're fired!
You guys are legends if you caught this, but when Mr. Krabs is talking to Squidward in the clips you guys just saw and says no world means no money, look, his right arm is missing. It's kind of an awkward shot, which justifies it a little bit, but they still should have drawn dude's arm, especially if Mr. Krabs wants to be counting all that money. He needs those arms. So yeah, here's another mistake from Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy Part 5, and this one's a lot worse.
Need a hand? Super pal.
This one's closer to the ending of the episode. It's actually in the very final scene when Barnacle Boy says need a hand, super pal, and reunites with his best bud Mermaid Man. So nice. If you look closely, his mask, the side parts of his mask, turn to the same color as his skin for this one frame, which is majorly incorrect. That's not supposed to be the same color as his skin. To be fair, it's only for one frame, but I mean, come on, man, it's still a mistake. And believe it or not, I've got one more from this episode.
I'm right here. Don't worry, good citizens. Nothing will stop me from defeating the evil!
Did you guys catch that one? If not, don't worry, Cartoon Corey's got you covered. So, when Mermaid Man says that he will fight the evil after the news report plays, it seems that one of his suspenders cuts off before reaching his shoulder, as you can see right here. Maybe Mermaid Man needs to lay off the Krabby Patties. He might be getting too big for that seashell bra he's wearing. Anyways, though, let's head over to another episode, guys, with more mistakes, and trust me, you do not want to miss these ones. This episode almost got canceled because of the mistakes.
I'm sorry to waste your time, mister.
Wait!
It happens really fast, so I cannot blame you guys if you didn't catch it, but when SpongeBob says in the clips you guys just saw, "I'm sorry to waste your time, mister," his normally gray spatula that's literally always gray in every other episode randomly turns yellow for a split second. Like, what? For this one, it's just confusing. I don't know if it's a layering issue. I don't really know what happened here. Maybe they originally drew it yellow and then realized it was supposed to be gray and fixed it in post, but for one frame they slipped up. I don't know. But stay tuned because the next mistake we're going to be covering from this next episode is going to blow your brain. Let's do it. Okay, so this right here is Queen Amphitrite. I might have said it incorrectly, but she does come from Greek mythology, just saying. But yeah, this is her design from SpongeBob. I'm showing a PNG here, and as you can see on her belt right here, she has a seahorse on it right here. Remember this as it's very important, as if we watch closely in the clips I just showed you guys, when she's about to close this door of the carriage after Neptune and Triton return, look, the seahorse I just mentioned has vanished from her belt. Now, it's most likely due to this scene and how it's animated, but it should still be there despite this. Like, it's like the animators were just too lazy to draw it in this one shot, which can be excused, but this next error, not so much.
Hey man, what's the big idea?
Who said that? Show yourself!
So it takes place in the scenes where SpongeBob first meets Triton when he's in the cage. And if we look at this lock right here, it actually changes multiple times. This is how it looks at first. Then it changes to this. There are these shots where it has like no art on it. So very messy scene right here. This lock changes multiple times and that is a mistake. And guys, if you thought these were bad, you will not believe the ones coming up in our next episode. It isn't necessarily the best episode, but it's one of the few episodes to actually focus on the marriage of Plankton and Karen, which is cool. I like when we get more episodes that build the world of SpongeBob and Bikini Bottom, but I'm being a nerd and we're here for mistakes. So here's the first one. Let's see if you guys can spot it before I reveal it. Try to comment the mistake before I actually tell you. All right, got it? Roll the footage.
55% loaded. Scrammy formula. Loading completed.
Did you guys catch it? Well, don't worry, Cartoon Corey's going to explain. So, when SpongeBob attempts to Control-Alt-Delete Karen, he literally tries to kill Karen and delete her, we can see that the keyboard keys that he uses are white. Alright, remember this is a white keyboard, alright? And it should stay white for this entire episode. Well, plot twist, that isn't what happens, as when Karen begins to short circuit, look, those white keys are now suddenly red, making for a wacky continuity error, like the keys of a keyboard don't randomly change color, guys. The animators originally drew them as white and then forgot and drew them as red, which is a mistake. Let's keep it moving and head over to another episode. Things are really gonna get spicy from here. This is another nitpick, so I'm gonna make it very quick. It's in the episode Pineapple Fever. I'm gonna roll the clip and let's see if you guys can catch it.
In a row right here. Tic tac. Ow!
Easy, friend.
Yeah, relax, Squidward. We're just here to have fun. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Congratulations, Squidward.
Well played.
Did you guys catch it? This one's kind of a tricky one. All right, so this tic-tac-toe rules book that SpongeBob is reading, all right? If you look closely, the title of the book is on the right side of the book, which is incorrect. It should be on the left. And based on how you would read a book, where you're turning each page to the left, the title of a book would be on the left side of it. SpongeBob isn't reading manga over here. My boy ain't reading the new chapter of Dragon Ball Super. Yeah, this is technically a mistake. I'm being a total nerd, but still technically a mistake, and let's head over to an episode with some good mistakes. Next up, we have the episode The Grill is Gone, and this is a very obscure episode. I don't see people talking about it all that much, but I will say it is a fairly underrated episode in my opinion. It's actually pretty good. Anyways though, here's the mistake.
Let's see him beat us this time. Oh, thanks, Mr. Krabs. Not everybody will tell you more.
Alright, so at the ending of this episode, alright, we get this scene where all of these characters take the Krusty Krab and they slide down with the Krusty Krab. Also in this episode, we're introduced to these two twins, this boy and girl twin, brother and sister duo. Now, before they roll down the hill on the Krusty Krab, we can see that the boy twin is sitting here and that the girl twin is sitting here. But here's the problem. Once the Krusty Krab actually starts sliding down, they have completely switched places and now the girl is here and the boys here. Like, here's a side-by-side showing you, and I mean, they're literally on a moving restaurant. They wouldn't be able to switch spots randomly, so this was definitely a mistake. They drew it like this, and then when the sliding was happening, they drew it like this. And guys, that's nothing compared to some of these other mistakes coming up. Let's head over to another episode.
You'd better stop bothering me and put on your thinking cap.
Great idea, Squidward.
He actually has one.
This one I'm gonna make it quick, but it's like hilarious. It takes place in the episode Fiasco, and I want you to pay close attention to Squidward's house, all right? You guys know this is how Squidward's house looks. Pay attention to this. Roll that footage.
Open up! Do you mind? Some of us have nothing to do tomorrow.
What?
Did you guys catch it? Did you guys see Squidward's house? Well, you probably didn't because that's the mistake. Real quick, as you guys know, this is Conch Street. This is where SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward all live, and it goes Patrick's house, Squidward's house, and SpongeBob's house. What lovely neighbors they are. Now, here's the issue. When we see Plankton walk to SpongeBob's house after Patrick's, we should be able to see Squidward's house, right? It's right in the middle, but it's just completely absent from the scene. They just didn't draw it. It should be right here, but it's not. And that, my friends, is a mistake. It ain't nearly as bad as this next episode, though. Next up, we have the episode Goons on the Moon, which is a banger, but you guys know what's coming. I gotta expose this mistake. Here's a hint. You want to pay attention to the doors of Sandy's tree dome, okay? Let's take a look at this.
We're going to the moon!
All right, hopefully you guys spotted the mistake, but this one is kind of a tricky one, so don't worry, Cartoon Corey's got you. After all, I have no life and spend every day looking for SpongeBob mistakes, so I mean, I definitely got you. But anyways, at the beginning of this episode, we can see that there is an airlock on Sandy's tree dome, and this is to make sure that air is locked in her tree dome, because as you guys know, Sandy's a squirrel, so she can't just breathe water like fish. She needs her tree dome, which has air in it. Yada, 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 da 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 da, you guys know. But yeah, we see this airlock right here. But here's the thing, we get a similar shot during the liftoff scene, where we can see the same spot, which should have the airlock, but look, the airlock is missing. So here's a side-by-side, the airlock was there, but then in this one shot, the airlock is just gone. Poof, it magically disappeared, and this is a mistake. And a bad one too, because without that airlock guy, Sandy, rip, RIP. Next up, we have a good old classic. We have Sailor Mouth. This episode is literally all about swearing, where SpongeBob and Patrick use words like these.
Lovely day we're having. How right you are, Patrick.
These are swears in Bikini Bottom, and you guys should never repeat them. This episode is iconic, and I'm sure if you ask any SpongeBob fan, they'll tell you this is one of their like top 20, top 10 episodes. It's definitely one of mine, even though it has mistakes. Let's dive into one right now, guys. And here's a hint, pay close attention to Mama Krabs. I'm showing a PNG of her on screen. This is Mama Krabs. Pay attention to her.
Yeah! My foot!
Alrighty, so as you guys just seen, at the ending of the episode, we see Grandma Krabs making SpongeBob, Patrick, and Mr. Krabs paint her home. And eventually, she ends up stubbing her foot. Now, here's the mistake, guys. So we see that Betsy Krabs over here stubs this foot right here. I believe it's her right foot that she stubs, as you can see here, but remember, it's this foot. This is the foot that she hits, and it hurts. But the problem is, like, when she goes to lift up her foot and hold the foot that was hurt, she grabs her other leg. So this is the leg that she hits, but then when she like grabs her hurt leg to like kiss it better and like soothe it, she grabs the wrong leg. Like, girl, what is wrong with you? This is the leg you hurt. Why are you lifting up this leg? Like, what? This same thing also happens with Mr. Krabs. Take a look at this real quick.
You're gonna give the Krusty Krab a fresh coat of paint from top to bottom. Wow! My foot! What?
Yeah, as you can see, when Mr. Krabs is coming out with the paint, he stubs his right foot, but for some reason, this dude holds his left foot, the one that is not injured. Very, very funny, guys. This next episode is another obscure one. I'm like 90% sure a lot of you have never watched this episode, and you're not missing much. It's not the best episode. Honestly, it's called Call the Cops, and we got 2 mistakes. Try to comment the mistake before I come back in and explain it. I know you guys can do it. You guys don't even need me to find mistakes. You guys can do it on your own. Roll that footage.
Stop, thief! He's over there! Stop him!
Alright, hopefully you guys caught it, but if not, Cartoon Corey's got you. So at the beginning of the episode, when Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob are chasing Plankton, we can see that these customers, all of these customers, are eating their Krabby Patties. Look at this dude. We can literally see him eating the patty, but the problem is despite how long this scene is, none of the patties end up having bites out of them. So the customers are just eating the Krabby Patties infinitely. They're just eating them constantly, and they're not getting any bites out of them. A very, very strange mistake. And here's mistake number 2 from Call the Cops.
I don't have a license.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
How did you know that?
That's classified.
This one is much worse. So throughout SpongeBob, a very common thing are bubble animations. And don't worry guys, this isn't a rough draft Korea bubble transition error. I know you guys probably know what I mean when I say that. This is a completely different type of error, but here are some examples of bubble transitions in SpongeBob, all right? You can see one here. Here's another one. They're a staple of the show. Well, in Call the Cops, when SpongeBob takes Helen the Felon to jail, as this bubble transition starts, we can actually see that they both just suddenly disappear out of frame as the bubble transition is happening. We kind of have to slow things down, but yeah, they just disappear, guys. You know what's also gonna disappear though? Some of these Nickelodeon animators when I expose this next episode's mistakes.
It's an emergency! My son! He's...
Mom, I'm just doing the cramp.
We're gonna be dancing in this next episode, guys, because we're talking about slimy dancing. And I've covered this episode many times before, but I actually found a new mistake that is like hilarious, okay? This mistake is really funny. You need to hear this clip though for it to make sense. Roll the footage.
The rulebook clearly states a single dancer must perform without any further assistance from a partner.
All right, so let me explain, guys. So in this episode, there's a big dance competition that Squidward wants to enter in and win. SpongeBob and Patrick also enter the competition. Now here's the thing. The rules of this competition state that a single dancer cannot be assisted by a partner. So this means that if you're going to enter the contest, you can only dance by yourself. You can't get help from anybody else, and you can't dance with another person. It's a solo act. But here's the problem, right? In this episode, SpongeBob and Patrick both auditioned together as a team, despite the rules, and they even make it to the finals of the competition, when again, the rules state that you cannot do it as a team or a pair, you must do it by yourself. So that right there is a mistake. And also, this seahorse character right here should have also been kicked out of the competition because it's a two-person costume. As you can see, there's two people in the costume, which again, you cannot be assisted by a partner, as you guys literally heard in those clips. So I'm rambling a bit, but this is a really funny mistake if you think about it. Here's one more from Slimy Dancing though.
By unanimous decision, we have a winner.
Mine! I'll make this one quick because it's very, very straightforward. But when Squidward uses his arms to collect the trophy, look, SpongeBob's teeth turn yellow, which I don't even need to tell you guys is a mistake. As you can see here, his teeth are normally white. So yeah, still lots of mistakes to come though, guys. Do not click off yet. Things are going to get spicy. Up next, we have I Heart Dancing, another dancing themed SpongeBob episode. How fitting. This time though, instead of SpongeBob potentially sabotaging Squidward's audition at the dance competition, this one's all about Squidward trying to sabotage SpongeBob. It's actually pretty funny. Here are some funny clips, and then we're gonna get right into the mistakes. They're really bad.
Oh, I love this song.
That is the stupidest dance move I've ever seen.
Who put you on the planet?
Okay, it's mistake time. Here's the first mistake.
We are gonna keep working on your routine until you get it right. And I don't care how long it takes. Now watch.
All right, so soon after SpongeBob's cane dance here, if we watch very closely and we pause at the right frame, wait for it, boom, the animators just completely forgot to color in Squidward's nose, leaving it just like transparent. It's only for a frame, but his nose just has no color. Like, look at how weird that looks, dude. Like, Squidward, go get a nose, man. All right, this episode's about dancing, guys, so let's dance on to mistake number 2 from I Heart Dancing. Roll the footage, please.
I got music, friend. In my mind. I love this song.
This one is admittedly potentially some cartoon logic, but it's still kind of weird, and the way it's kind of like presented is kind of lazy. Now, in the clips you guys just saw, SpongeBob is seen wearing his Krusty Krab employee hat. But then we get this gag where he pulls his brain literally out of his head. And when he does this, we don't see the hat fly off or anything, but he's just not wearing the hat anymore. All right, the hat is off of his head. The issue though is like literally a second later when SpongeBob begins dancing, despite the hat missing in the last shot, it now reappears as he's dancing, making for just a messy scene. Like, it's there, then it's not there, and then it's back again. Talk about a continuity error. And guys, do you know what time it is? It's time for the random mistake of the day. Where you guys know is poppin', we're gonna take a quick break from SpongeBob to talk about mistakes in a random cartoon suggested by you guys. And then of course, we're gonna go back to SpongeBob. I'm not done with SpongeBob yet, so if that's all you want, hold up because I still got some crazy mistakes coming up for SpongeBob. But we're gonna talk about Phineas and Ferb, more specifically the episode Bowl-O-Rama Drama. Really good episode, and here is a hint, guys. I want you to pay close attention to Jeremy. Here's a PNG. This is the character Jeremy. Pay close attention to him.
You were right about Phineas and Ferb this whole time. Candace, that is so cool how you busted your brothers like that. Will you marry me?
All right, like I said, if you pay close attention to Jeremy, you guys probably caught it. But if you look closely at our boy Jeremy here during Candace's fantasy about having busted Phineas and Ferb, the animators just forgot to give him legs entirely. He just has no legs. Like, I'm zooming in here, dude, and this is like really bad. It is just a fantasy shot. Like, this is just like Candace fantasizing, but he should still have legs. And here's another mistake from this same episode. All right, so this dude right here is Perry the Platypus, and he's like a legend. He's the best spy that has ever lived in the history of spies. And he always wears this hat, okay? It's like a brown hat. The top is brown, it has a black stripe on it, and the bottom of the hat is also brown, as you can see in this shot. But in the clips you guys just saw, when Perry breaks free of the ice block he was trapped in, we can see for about like a split second that the underside of his fedora, of like this hat right here, is the same color as his fur. It's the same blue color, which is 100% a coloring mistake. I'm circling it. This part of the hat right here is supposed to be black. Here's an example of it being black. So it being like greenish blue here is absolutely a mistake. Here's one more mistake from this episode, and pay attention to what Phineas is riding in both of these clips right here.
Split up and let's keep her in play until we get to the fair. Wait,
We got 2 more world's most pointless records of our own.
All right, if you caught it, this one's like really funny. So like when Phineas first takes off to arrive at the Pointless World Record stage, he's riding a scooter, as you can see here, okay? However, though, when the dude actually arrives there, his scooter has transformed into a bike. And remember, this all happens in a matter of minutes, okay? This isn't like cartoon logic where like Phineas changed to a bike. We see him leave on a scooter. I have no idea how he randomly gets this bike. This was totally a mistake, and it's very funny. And we still ain't done yet because we're heading back over to Bikini Bottom.
You can talk. I'm gonna name you Barky.
Let go already. You're wrinkling my leaves, you filter-feeding freak.
Let's head over to season 13 for a moment. Since the season ended, I haven't really talked about it all that much. We have the episode Arbor Day Disarray, and this first mistake is definitely going to crack you up a little bit. Pay attention to what's inside Patrick's house in both of these shots.
Television!
We now return to...
All right, so listen closely, okay? When Patrick opens his rock the first time, all right, he has a green chair and gray TV set, all right? That's like a real green chair. It's not made out of sand, and that's like a legitimate TV not made out of sand. It's gray, and then the couch is green. But once the dude actually enters his rock house, look, they're now both completely made out of sand. This happens in a matter of seconds too, dude. Like, look, here's a side-by-side. First it's green, the chair, and now it's just a chair made out of sand. Like, what happened here? It's actually a pretty bad mistake if you think about it, and here's another one from Arbor Day Disarray.
Hey, Squidward! Your barber called. He said he's sorry.
Philistine!
I'm gonna make this one quick because I've already done a similar mistake like this today, but as you guys know, it goes Patrick's house, Squidward's house, and SpongeBob's house. This is Conch Street. But in this shot, when Squidward kicks his tree out of his house, Patrick's house should be right here, but it just doesn't appear at all. And it's especially bad because in the shot before this, it's there, and it's a very similar shot, so we can see it here. But then when the tree's being kicked out of his house, it's just not there at all. We should at least be able to see like the side of it from this angle. So this was another lazy shot right here, and I have one more from this episode, guys, and stay tuned because random mistake of the day is coming up soon.
To grow a happy, well-rounded tree, you need to talk to him.
Hi, I'm SpongeBob.
Ooh,
nice to
Hello.
Man, 3 mistakes in one episode is pretty bad, especially for season 13. You'd think like this wouldn't be happening like in 2023, and it's still happening in 2024 in season 14. But anyways, as you guys know, this right here is Squidward, like obviously, and he always has these wrinkles on his forehead. It's actually a signature part of his look. You go to his first ever appearance, he has wrinkles. You look at like any shot of him, he always has forehead wrinkles. But here's the thing, all right? When the episode cuts to this like a far shot of all characters talking to their new trees, Squidward is missing his forehead wrinkles the entire time. And look, this isn't a situation where he maybe made like a facial expression or something that would make them go away. He's just idle the whole time, and they should be there. Not a big deal, but it's still a mistake, and let's keep it rolling. So we're actually going to be covering a ton of new season 14 SpongeBob episodes that premiered in the past like 2 weeks today, but let's start things off with a banger, a classic episode, Wormy. We've got 3 really spicy mistakes in this episode. Let's talk about the first one. Roll the footage.
What's that thing? What is that thing?
Yeah, I'm sure you guys caught that one because it is blatant. Like, this is a really, really bad mistake. So, when SpongeBob and Patrick are about to hide behind the picnic table from Wormy, who's transforming into a butterfly, if we look closely, SpongeBob's left arm disappears for a couple of frames. It isn't for like 1 frame, it's like for like 3, 4, or 5 frames, and it looks rough, dude. This must have been some sort of layering issue where SpongeBob's arm was a separate layer, and then that layer got like disabled or something. Weird mistake. And here's another one.
This just in, a giant monster is attacking Bikini Bottom.
Now this one is just weird. So this character right here is Incidental 26. I'm showing a PNG of him. All right, he doesn't show up too often, but he's a common background character for the most part. Now, in this episode, we get a scene where his eyes sink into his mouth while he's watching TV. And you'll notice his dorsal fin looks like this, all right? It's like a short and spiky one. But the problem is when we seen him seconds prior to this, his dorsal fin looks completely different. At first, it looked like this. So in the next scene, when they drew it like this, it was totally a mistake. Here's a side side by side. Like, I don't know what was going on here, but a fish's dorsal fin doesn't just change randomly. This was 100% a mistake. And here's another one. This next one's a bit similar to the last one, where it's pretty much like a continuity error revolving around like colors or clothing or design. In this case, it has to do with Incidental 7's dress. As in the scene where the Bikini Bottomites are being chased away by Wormy. It's hilarious, by the way. I cannot believe they're running away from a butterfly or a worm. During this scene, Incidental 7's dress changes from yellow, as you can see here, it's yellow, to gray randomly at one point during the scene, making for another mistake. Like, I highly doubt girl just changed her dress mid-chase scene, especially when she's like freaking out, so yeah, a mistake. And stay tuned, guys, we're gonna head over to another episode. I'm saving some of the craziest mistakes for the ending of the video, so yeah, let's keep it moving.
SpongeBob, why are you so small?
I didn't mean to get small like you, Plankton. It was a freak accident.
Who are you calling a freak?
Next up, we have a very rough episode. It's The Incredible Shrinking Sponge, which, you know, the plot of the episode is cool. SpongeBob is shrunken down and like has to do a bunch of stuff, but the episode itself is pretty weak. It does, of course, have some mistakes, and the one mistake we're going to be covering is actually pretty whack. Let's see if you guys can spot it. Here's a hint. It has to do with the galley grub menu. All right, roll the footage. Alright, so let's go back to season 1 for a second and take a look at the galley grub menu, more specifically how Patty and Krabby Patty is spelt. It's always spelt as P-A-T-T-Y, but one common mistake that's happened in a few episodes throughout SpongeBob's entire runtime, like the history of the show, is that sometimes Patty and Krabby Patty will be misspelt on the menu, and in this episode, The Incredible Shrinking Sponge, this happens right here. Look, Patty is weirdly spelt as P-A-T-T-I-E, which yeah, is a massive mistake. Like, that's not how it's spelt at all. Okay, that one was kinda weak. It's still a mistake, so let's head over to another episode that actually has a good mistake in it. This one's really gonna shock you guys.
It reminds me of my mother's cooking when I was but a boy. I'm filled with childish glee.
Alright, it's time for those season 14 episodes I was talking about. The first one is Mamageddon, and this episode is hilarious. Season 14's been pretty solid so far, and this is one of the best episodes so far, in my opinion. Squiddy Box was also a good one, but yeah, Mamageddon, really, really good episode. But of course, even a good episode like this one has a mistake. There's actually two, and they're pretty spicy. Here's the first one.
I demand a refund! Okay, that's enough. There'll be no refunds.
Where's the love?
So this right here is Incidental 47. I'm showing a PNG of him, and what we really want to do here is remember his colors, all right? Let's even take a look at him in this episode, Mamageddon, and you'll see he's rocking his regular colors, all right? He looks like good old-fashioned Incidental 47. However, though, in the scene where Mr. Krabs tells the angry mob that there'll be no refunds, what a cheapskate. If you look, we can see Incidental 47 again, but there's something up with his colors. They've completely changed. They're actually completely swapped with another character. This is Incidental 186, and look at his colors, and then look at Incidental 47's colors in that one scene, and yeah, totally a mistake here. They got their colors like mixed up, and it's hilarious. And here's another one from Mamageddon. This one's actually like really bad.
Mom! Hey, Mom!
Yeah, this episode's so funny. I love how all of the moms come together. It just really cracks me up. But anyways, in the scene you guys just saw, when the moms put lids on the cups of lemonade, you'll notice that Betsy's hands are actually the same color as Mrs. Tentacles, which is like totally a mistake. Betsy Crab is a crab and she's red like Mr. Krabs, so her hands should be red and not like that turquoise, like greenish bluish color that Squidward and other squids are in SpongeBob. So yeah, massive mistake. I have no idea why her hands are that color. And guys, let's keep it moving and head over to another episode. The mistakes we've covered so far are nothing compared to the ones coming up. So yeah, stay tuned. Let's keep it moving.
You got big!
SpongeBob? I fed Rolly, and he got big. Is he dying?
No, you silly.
Next up, we have another season 14 episode. This is a very new episode. I think it premiered on like Valentine's Day. Me saying that has already dated this video, but anyways, the episode is Pet the Rock, and this is also a pretty good episode from season 14. With Patrick over here, our favorite starfish, getting himself a new pet rock, which is pretty cool. Also, didn't this happen before? I swear back in the like season 2 or 3 episode where they race their snails, it's like the Great Snail Race, that Patrick has a pet rock, so kind of a reference here. But we're not here for references, we're here for mistakes. And here's the first one. I will admit I'm kind of nitpicking when it comes to this one, but this picture right here shows Patrick and his family from the Patrick Star Show, but it's actually missing a ton of details. Let's start with Bunny over here, alright? Because the picture of the family from Pet the Rock is missing the patterns normally seen on Bunny's clothing. The same thing with Patrick. I'm doing a side-by-side of each character, and Patrick, it's the same thing. The patterns are missing, but also Grandpat over here is missing one of his teeth. So yeah, a bit of a messy scene, but not that big of a deal. I'm kind of nitpicking. It's meant to be like a zoomed out shot of the picture, so I'm definitely over analyzing it. So let's move on to another episode with some actual crazy mistakes.
I need to erase this from my mind. Stop.
Keeping on the topic of modern SpongeBob, the HD era of SpongeBob, our next episode is Drive Happy. And this one's an interesting one. It's all about SpongeBob being able to drive, but not because he got his license finally, but because he operates this self-driving car. Definitely give the episode a watch when you get a chance, but first, let's watch these mistakes. Let's expose them. Here's the first one.
I want to be inside.
Alright, Coop, come on in.
So I want you to take a look at some of these shots of SpongeBob's house. And what we'll notice is that SpongeBob has a garage in the back of his house, all right? We've seen it in many episodes before. Here are some examples. But remember this, because it seems that the writer of this episode and the animators forgot about it. That or they've just never watched old school SpongeBob before. Yeah, I'm calling you out, Nickelodeon. Because at one point, SpongeBob saws a hole at the front of his house so that his car, Coop, the self-driving car, can enter and seek shelter. But this is a problem because SpongeBob literally already has a garage, so like why would he do this? Like I said, the writer of this episode needs to go back and watch old school SpongeBob because they do not know what they're talking about at all. And here's one more mistake from this episode.
Oh, hi, Mrs. Bob.
SpongeBob, you're not driving!
I know, isn't it great?
Now this one could be a case of cartoon logic, but it's still like kind of a weird choice to be honest with you because it does highlight what could be a mistake. As you guys seen in the clips that we just played, when SpongeBob's house eventually gets this driveway right here, look, Squidward's house is missing when it should be right here. Like based on the angle of this shot, we should be able to see his house, but I guess the animators were feeling a little lazy and just didn't draw it. Again, this one's kind of cartoon logic, but it's still technically a mistake. Like his house should be right there. Like look at this shot of Conch Street right here. That's where his house is, right there. So it should be right here in this shot. But anyways, I'm rambling. Let's just keep the spiciness going and head over to another episode with more mistakes. Tons of mistakes coming up.
Now, what will we call this eating dinner and watching theater?
Dinner theater?
We'll call it Singy Eaty Time.
Let's talk about season 7 for a second, more specifically the episode The Play's the Thing, an episode all about Squidward putting on a play at the Krusty Krab. Now, of course, there's loads of mistakes we're going to be covering in this episode and you don't want to miss them, but here are some clips from Squidward's play as it's actually like really funny, and then we'll get right to the mistake.
An octopus was born.
I'd like a double Krabby meal with extra kelp.
Go away, shoot, go away. At the Krusty Krab, his talent was wasted.
Excuse me, can I get a refill?
No, you can't.
Okay, it's mistake time. That's what you guys are actually here for. We're gonna cover 2. Here's the first one, and try to comment it without me revealing it yet. Let's see if you guys can spot it without me showing you it right away, all right? Roll the footage.
Delivery for Mr. Squidward Tentacles. Hello?
You guys may have caught it, all right? But in the close-up shot of the mailman's letter, the mailman's sleeve is missing, despite the fact that when we see like the full shot of him, he has the sleeve. So in the close-up of the letter, he should also have his sleeve. That's a continuity error. And here's another one from this episode. Here's a hint. It has to do with SpongeBob's teeth. Roll the footage.
A stray wrapper in my kitchen? Oh, the trash is full. I had better call the garbage truck.
This is a very, very, very common mistake throughout SpongeBob, and I try to avoid it because I feel like it's kinda lame, but in this case, it's actually pretty bad. So, while SpongeBob faces towards the camera and begins acting like a garbage truck, look, for about a split second, his teeth turned yellow. You guys already know what I'm gonna say, but SpongeBob, go brush those teeth, boy. Also though, do you guys know what time it is? You guys know? Can you guys guess? It's time for the random mistake of the day, where we take a very quick break from SpongeBob to talk about a mistake from a random cartoon suggested by you guys. And then don't worry, we get right back to SpongeBob. But it's fun to explore other cartoons, and real quick guys, comment down below what cartoons you want me to cover in the random mistake of the day. For today, let's do Paw Patrol. We've done it in the past, but I want to do it again. The episode in question is Pups Save the Paw Patroller, and for context, it has to do with this character right here, Rocky. And here's a hint, it has to do with his eye color, alright? Roll the footage.
Let's try his jets.
Yeah, so it's at the very beginning of this episode, but when Rocky is seen working on this robo-dog, there is one shot of him with extremely red eyes. You can see it right here, those eyes are red. When in every other shot we've seen of Rocky in this episode, and just in general, here's a PNG of Rocky, his eyes are like a normal brown color. So when he's animated with red eyes here, it is totally a mistake. His eyes are supposed to be brown. And let's head back over to SpongeBob. Again though guys, do let me know in the comments other cartoons you want us to cover in the random mistake of the day segment, all right? Let me know, but let's keep it moving back to SpongeBob, baby. So I imagine some of you guys have pets, and here's a funny question for you guys. What if one day your pet could just start talking? Like your dog could just start talking to you. Or your cat. I'm kind of more of a dog guy, but your cat could be talking to you too. Well, this is exactly what happens in Chatterbox Gary, with Gary over here becoming quite the chatterbox. Now, of course, we're gonna get right into the mistakes is what you guys are here for, but here are some hilarious clips from this episode of Gary talking, like some of the funny stuff he says, and then we're gonna get right into the mistakes.
Hello there, Papa Bob. I dream I'm flying above it all, while I breathe fiery destruction. They really bring out the sharp corners of your buttocks.
Yeah, I need to get one of these things right here for my dog, because Gary is cracking me up in this episode. Like, we need a whole spin-off series that's just based on Gary. But anyways, on to the mistakes. Here's the first one. Try to comment it before I reveal the mistake. I want to see if you guys can catch it before I tell you. All right, roll the footage.
Stupid rake!
So as you guys just saw in the clips we just played, Squidward climbs up into SpongeBob's house. And when this happens, we can see that there's this rake right here, all right, by SpongeBob's house. This rake's right here. Remember it. As eventually, when Squidward climbs down from SpongeBob's house, the rake has just magically disappeared. And considering the context of this, like, episode and this scene, while Squidward was sneaking up there, SpongeBob did not come out and put the rake away. The animators drew the rake at first and forgot to draw it the second time, which isn't a big deal because this is a kid's cartoon, so yeah, but still, it's a mistake. Like, get wrecked, Nickelodeon. It's a mistake. And here's another one.
In order to achieve complete brainfulness, one must clear one's mind of all distractions.
Early on in the episode, we get these scenes where Squidward is meditating, all right? And now normally, if we look at Squidward in any other episode, just a random PNG of him, he always has these wrinkles on his forehead. Even back in his first appearance of SpongeBob, he's had the wrinkles. They will disappear when he makes very specific facial expressions, but even that is rare. They very rarely disappear. And when they do, it's usually a mistake. Now, if you guys look while Squidward's meditating, look, his wrinkles on his head are gone. But there could be a reasoning for this. Now, I think it's a mistake, but it could be due to the fact that he's meditating. So he's relaxed, he's calm from meditating, which could result in like the forehead wrinkles maybe going away. I don't know. I definitely think it was a mistake though. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. For now though, let's head over to another episode and find more SpongeBob mistakes.
Tomatoes, what's the deal on those things? And what does that make ketchup?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Nice. Squirrel jokes. I love this episode. I felt bad for Sandy in it because, you know, they're kind of mean to her, but overall, really good episode. And of course, it has a mistake. Let's see if you guys can spot it without my help. All right, guys, before I reveal and explain the mistake, try and comment it to see if you guys spot it first. But all right, roll the footage.
It's the stupid squirrel!
Let's try and communicate with it!
Okay, so context. This character right here is Incidental 38B, and you'll notice that their lips are purple, alright? Their lips are always purple too. In any other episode, look at some of these shots, their lips are purple, remember. Well, in the scene you guys just saw, where Sandy's in the grocery store and these three fish just start roasting her, like they start going in on our girl. If we watch Incidental 38B closely, their lips actually flicker orange for about a frame, and then they go back to purple, but for that one frame, look at this, like what? My theory is if you look, this fish over here is orange and has orangish lips, so maybe they got confused and mixed it up. It's only for a frame, but it's still a mistake. And here's another one that you do not want to miss from Squirrel Jokes. Roll the footage.
Seriously, folks, I want to give a special thanks to my friend Sandy. Sandy, don't you see? The crowd loves these.
So this right here is my boy Incidental 11, and you'll notice that he has this fin right here, alright? I want you to remember how this fin looks. We even see him in this episode earlier on, and his fin looks the same, right? Well, during the scene you guys saw where the spotlight's put on Sandy after SpongeBob starts roasting her more, look, part of Incidental 11's fin is just missing. It looks incredibly awkward, especially when there are shots with their full fin intact, so weird mistake here. It's not very noticeable unless you're looking for it, but I mean, come on, that is a mistake. And here's another one.
Crabs? Oh, brother, they're so cheap, they can't even pay attention.
I feel bad for Mr. Krabs over here, but when SpongeBob talks about crabs in his stand-up, Mr. Krabs over here is missing his legs. I can understand how this happened, kind of, but also, like, considering the angle, they're kind of silly for this one. It's so blatant. Like, I remember catching this as a kid. So, yeah, no legs on Mr. Krabs. Hey, it happens sometimes. Let's head over to another episode, guys, and stay tuned, because the mistakes are gonna get worse as we go. Like, it is going to be crazy by the ending of the video. All right, let's head over to the next episode.
Oh boy. What fun.
You lose. Did you see that, SpongeBob? I almost got that on my first try.
Season 4 Skill Crane is an interesting episode. The plot, I mean, is very interesting. The idea of them getting a skill crane in the Krusty Krab. Now I want to play one of these. These games are fun. I'll win all of you guys like a SpongeBob plushie, all right? Before that, though, let's expose the mistakes in this episode. Here's the first one.
You know this guy?
Yeah, that's Squidward.
Yeah, so this one really cracked me up. I never noticed this as a kid, but now that I've seen it, I cannot unsee it when watching this episode. So this construction worker right here, the short king right here, all right, pay attention to his pants. At first, he's wearing these like grayish, bluish pants right here, as you can see, all right? Remember these? They're kind of fresh. I need a pair. Then the scene changes, but when we go back to it and we see the same short king over here, look, his pants are now like a beige color. I'm doing a side-by-side and they like completely changed his pants. I don't even know how something like this happened. Maybe his pants were originally going to be beige. I don't know. Maybe it's a layering issue, because if you look, they're standing on sand, which is a similar color. I don't know, but this is definitely a mistake. And here's another one from Skill Crane.
Need some change? There you are.
Hey, thanks.
No, Mr. Squidward. Thank you.
This one is very easy to miss, and me and the team had to rewatch it a couple of times to actually catch the mistake. So in the footage you guys just saw, when Mr. Krabs is thanking Squidward after giving him change, it happens right before the coins start rolling, but the leftmost end of Mr. Krabs' belt turns gray for a frame. Obviously it's supposed to be black, as we've seen in every other appearance of Mr. Krabs, even in this episode. But for a moment, it is gray for a single frame, and that, my friends, is totally a mistake. Don't worry though, guys, we've got more. We're gonna head over to another episode, and you guys are gonna really like this one because it's from an iconic episode that I love. All right, let's do it. Let's head over to our next episode.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
I told you guys this episode is iconic, the secret box. This episode is all about Patrick having like this box, and he won't show SpongeBob what's inside of his box, and this drives SpongeBob crazy. You know what really drives me crazy though? The mistake in this episode. Roll the footage, please.
Inside this very box is the most secret-y secret in all of secretdom.
Yeah, so let's take a look at this PNG of SpongeBob right here, and we'll all notice that he has freckles on his face. He has 3 freckles freckles on each cheek. This is a major part of our boy's design. But there's a massive animation glitch in this episode, as before Patrick mentions Squidward's house, look at SpongeBob's cheek as he has double the amount of freckles. Like, it looks really weird. There's like 6 of them. This has never happened before and has never happened since this episode, so totally a mistake here. Like, look at how weird that looks. Anyways, let's go to the next episode.
We got fresh water, a rugged tent,
and a nice fire to keep us warm.
Hey, where'd you get the firewood? You burned our food supply!
Up next, we have To Save a Squirrel, and this is actually a pretty good episode. I like this one. SpongeBob and Patrick go off to find Sandy, and the mistakes in this episode are very interesting, especially this first one. Let's see if you guys can spot it.
Carrots! You're making soup out of me!
It was not! It was supposed to be stew!
Did you guys catch it? If not, I do not blame you, because this one is going to need some explaining. There is some explaining to do here for sure. It has to do with this puddle right here, as it seems that Patrick goes under the puddle when he's running, during his running animation. And I don't mean like he steps in the puddle like he's stepping in water. I mean like the art for the puddle is literally overlapping his leg, like it's on top of his leg, as you can see here. This is 100% a layering issue, where you can see that the puddle's layer should be under Patrick's layer, I guess his body layer, but they messed up and swapped them, which is why this puddle is like on top of Patrick. So weird, man. It's so weird. Not as weird as this next one, though, from To Save a Squirrel. Roll the footage. It has to do with one of SpongeBob's pores.
Ruined our tent and lost all our water. Patrick, we are gonna need to use our razor-sharp quick wits if we're gonna make it out of here alive.
Did you guys catch it? This one's actually fairly easy to catch if you pause at the right frame, which is what we just did for you guys, but I got you. Don't worry, I'm gonna explain it. When SpongeBob says, Patrick, we are going to need to use our razor-sharp quick wits if we're going to make it out of here alive, one of his holes just becomes transparent for a split second. Like, you can see right through it and see the sky behind it, which is not supposed to happen. SpongeBob's pores are never just entirely see-through. They're just holes into his body. So being able to see the sky through our yellow spongy boy over here is 100% a mistake, and a fairly bad one, actually. But all right, let's keep it moving, guys. Let's head over to another episode. Coming in hot, we've got Blackened Sponge. This is a weird SpongeBob episode. The title's very weird, just saying. Blackened Sponge, but it's all about SpongeBob getting a black eye and lying about it. He actually like slips and hurts his eye, but he goes and lies to everyone and tells them that he got in a fight with some dude. SpongeBob, you're such a capper. As a matter of fact, we're gonna get into the mistakes, but I want you guys to hear SpongeBob's elaborate little lie here about what actually happened.
When a wanton cry of distress pounded against my eardrum, I quickly located the source of the cry. Don't worry, I'll save you first. The hurler was none other than Jack and Crazy Fish. With cat-like reflexes, I preempted his attack, but the scoundrel had me sabotaged, and I fell face down on a pile of extra-large staples. He lunged at me, but I got him in the ribs with my novelty feather duster. Down he fell like a mighty oak. Jack and Crazy Fish burst into tears. The force of his crying was so strong, I had to take evasive action. One of the blasts went haywire and hit me right in the face. And that's how I got this black eye.
Yeah, so that's what SpongeBob says is what happens. Again, we're gonna get into the mistakes, but this is what actually happened. Look.
Ooh, what a relief. For a second there, I thought I gave myself a black eye.
Yeah, SpongeBob, you are a massive liar, and guys, here's the first mistake from this episode.
Hello, little fishes.
Hi, Sandy.
Hello.
You guys probably caught this one, but when SpongeBob says, "Hi, Sandy," look, part of his white shirt is black, when of course it's supposed to be white. I don't know what happened here, but it's definitely not supposed to be black. Here's mistake number 2 from Blackened Sponge.
SpongeBob is 13 and a half minutes late for duty. Well, looks like I was right about the accident part.
This one is definitely going to need some explaining, but it's pretty rough. So, when Incidental 107, this guy right here, first appears in Mr. Krabs' comments about how late SpongeBob is, Incidental 107 is seen in his normal color scheme, alright? This is how he's always drawn in color. However, though, when SpongeBob eventually comes in and walks past Incidental 107, who's with Incidental 14 at the time, look. Incidental 107 is now just a completely different color. They just completely changed his design, and there's only one of of incidental 107, so this was absolutely, positively, 100% a mistake. And believe it or not, I've got another one from this episode. 3 in 1 episode is wild.
And karate kicked his hairpiece right off of its snaps. He was so ashamed, he ran all the way home, leaving behind a pool of tears.
Did you guys catch it? Well, when Jack M. Crazyfish, the dude that SpongeBob supposedly beat up when he in SpongeBob's story runs all the way home, leaving behind a pool of tears, major cap, we can see that SpongeBob is wearing his Krusty Krab hat. But guys, what's missing? Come on, let me know in the comments what's missing from his hat. I'm gonna give you guys like 5 seconds to figure it out. Yeah, he's missing the anchor on his hat. Massive mistake. Let's keep it going though, gang. Let's head over to another episode, and don't worry, random mistake of the day is coming up soon.
Then who was flickering the lights?
Nosferatu! Back to the classics. Next up, we've got Graveyard Shift, and this one's a cool one where Squidward and SpongeBob are forced to work like overnight, and they get terrified when this new kid is coming to apply. They think he's the hash-slinging slasher, but he's actually just this cute kid right here. All right, enough spoilers. Here's the first mistake.
SpongeBob, no matter what I've said, I've always sort of liked you.
Squidward, I used your clarinet to unclog my toilet.
So let's take a look at SpongeBob's design, all right? We're looking at this PNG of our favorite yellow spongy boy right here, and you'll notice he has this red line right here under his mouth. It's always been there ever since season 1, and it never really disappears. It's supposed to represent like the under part of his jaw, I think, or the bottom part of his mouth. But anyways, in Graveyard Shift, when Squidward and SpongeBob are shaking under the misconception that the hash-slinging slasher is approaching, that red line under SpongeBob's mouth actually flickers between normal and invisible. I'm playing it in slow motion right here. I zoomed in and I sharpened the footage, and yeah, you can see it kind of just goes back and forth between the two, which is very awkward and weird. You know what's also gonna be weird though? The random mistake of the day, a quick segment in every video where we take a moment to talk about mistakes from a random cartoon suggested by you guys, and then we go right back to SpongeBob. Don't worry, we're gonna get right back to your favorite spongy boy. Today we're gonna do Pokemon. That's right, guys, we're gonna do some Pokemon. We're gonna catch them all today. Now, the episode in question is the episode Weekend Warriors, and I'm gonna show PNGs of them on screen. It has to do with these 3 Pokemon, all right? We've got Meryl, we got Breloom, and we got Shroomish, all right? I want you to remember their colors and their design, all right? You guys got it? You got it? All right, roll the footage. Let's see if you guys can spot the mistake.
As soon as May discovered this exciting event was taking place in Silvertown, well, you can be sure she wasted no time in entering.
Did you guys catch it? If you're a hardcore Pokemon fan, you probably did. If not though, Cartoon Corey's got you. Pretty much, there are a bunch of coloring errors with Pokemon in the shots you guys just saw. More specifically, this one right here. First up, we have this Meryl, who is incorrectly colored as light blue. This one's pretty soft. I'm not gonna lie, this one's not that big of a deal. Regularly, Meryl is like this dark blue color, but this Meryl is light blue, which is kind of weird. But like I said, not that big of a deal. What's really a problem is this Breloom right here. Normally, Breloom looks like this, all right? It's green with like red claws, and then there's a bit of white in their design as well. Looks exactly like this. But in this one scene, the animators messed up and gave Breloom this like weird like blue and green color. And it's not a shiny, just saying, it's not a shiny Breloom. The other mistake is this Shroomish right here, which again, it's kind of like Meryl, it's not that big of a deal. But normally, Shroomish looks like this, all right? He has like this kind of beige top with green feet and then green dots on him. And as you can see in this episode, they completely botched his design. They gave him like white spots for some reason. The top of him is correct, but if we look at his feet are supposed to be green and they're not green. So yeah, 3 mistakes in one scene here. Like I said, if you're a hardcore Pokemon fan, you probably caught them, but back to SpongeBob. Also though, let me know if you guys want me to do more Pokemon in the future, and comment other cartoons you want me to cover in the random mistake of the day. All right, back to SpongeBob. Back to SpongeBob, baby, and we're gonna be doing the episode Funny Pants, where SpongeBob is tricked into thinking that he's lost his laugh. We're gonna get into the mistakes, but take a look at this compilation of scenes where SpongeBob just cannot laugh anymore. It's actually really sad. Poor SpongeBob, dude. Like, his laugh is kind of iconic. I'm gonna play just a soundbite of his laugh. Dude, it's annoying, but it's iconic. It's a big part of his design, so I feel bad for him for losing his laugh. I also feel bad for the animators, though, for these mistakes. Here's the first one.
Hey, you laugh just like me.
So this one happens at the very end of the episode, and you know, it's kind of a tricky one. But at the very ending of the episode, when Squidward runs off of his bed, if we slow the footage down and look, it seems like he's walking on air for a moment. This might have been for comedic effect or something, but I do think this was a bit of an error. We don't know for sure though, so let's head over to mistake number 2 that's a lot more entertaining.
There he goes, off to share his laughter with the world.
This one's also near the ending of the episode, but when Squidward bursts through the hospital wall near the end, look, the heart monitor is still running, which shouldn't happen because Squidward is no longer like connected to the heart monitor. Weird. All right, one more from this episode.
Look, he's waking up.
Where am I?
Did you guys catch it? So let's take a look at Sandy right here and look at her design. A big part of it is on her like white suit right here. There's this acorn symbol right here. I'm circling it. Well, when Squidward wakes up from his coma, look, both Sandy's zipper and the badge from her suit are just gone. The animators just didn't draw it. I mean, to be fair, Mr. Krabs' hand is in front of it, but they should have at least drawn the zipper. So yeah. Now that's going to do it for today, but if you guys want more SpongeBob mistakes, click this video right here. The mistakes I covered in today's video are light work in comparison to the mistakes in this video, so click it so we can hang out more. All right, guys, peace.
And furthermore, I will carry out my crime and punishment, punishment and crime, and the hall, which reminds me of an extremely long speech written by the greatest hall monitor of all time.
For this next one, we're going back in time to the good old days of SpongeBob with hall monitor. This is a fan favorite of an episode where Mrs. Puff makes SpongeBob hall monitor for the week, but SpongeBob takes it way too seriously, fam, and starts going around thinking he's like a real cop. I'm gonna show some funny clips from this episode first, but then we're gonna get into 2 spicy mistakes.
I'm the open window maniac! Patrick! Patrick! Patrick!
My ice cream, it's alive! The maniac's in the mailbox!
I love this episode, dude. And as a matter of fact, Grapple Gang, after I'm done making this video, I'm literally going to go and watch the episode. And you should too after you're done watching this video, of course. But here's the first mistake. Let's take a look at this.
Poor rookie. All right, I'm on my way back.
Hurry, SpongeBob. I think it's getting dark.
Just put on your siren, I'll be right there.
This one happens really fast, guys, and I had to rewatch the scene multiple times to even catch it, but during this scene where Patrick says it is getting dark, if we look, some of these buildings right here move slightly to the right. Here's a side-by-side where you can see before and after, and just, yeah, they slightly just move randomly. Very weird, and here's another mistake from this episode that's just as weird, if not worse.
Afternoon, son.
Hello, brothers.
Son, we're looking for the maniac.
Like I said, this one is way, way, way worse. So, when the police officers arrive and ask Patrick about the maniac, and they just like make fun of him about it, it's really funny, there is a massive mistake with Officer John Slugfish over here, specifically his eyes. As you can see, he is an orange fish, but during this one shot right here, the animators made a mistake and gave him the same like eyelids as the other police officer. So he's orange, but if you look, his eyelids are green, which is totally a mistake. His eyelids should be orange. As a matter of fact, here's a quick shot from earlier on in this scene, and his eyelids are orange, but in this one shot, they're green, which is a massive mistake, dude. Like a really bad mistake too. Not as bad as this next one though, guys. Let's head over to another episode. Our next mistake can be found in another extremely new episode from season 13, titled Patrick the Mailman. This episode is simple. Patrick accidentally crushes the mailman, so he and SpongeBob have to take matters into their own hands and decide to deliver the mail around Bikini Bottom themselves. This episode has a great plot and is really funny, so I recommend going and watching it when you get a chance. But there is a mistake that I know you'll miss. Squidward's house is directly to the left of SpongeBob's house, right? It's been like that since the very first season. Well, why is it missing during this scene of Patrick the Mailman? Yeah, talk about an obvious mistake. It should be right beside SpongeBob's house. We can't even see Patrick's house either, so again, another very obvious mistake. Here's a clip.
You know where this SpongeBob lives?
Never heard of him.
Oh well, return to sender.
Hey, what's with the new threads?
I'm a mailman now!
Wow! I've always wanted to be a mailman. It's like getting to be Santa every day.
In the episode Arg, SpongeBob, Patrick, and Mr. Krabs play a board game based on the legend of the Flying Dutchman, which involves an in-game treasure hunt. Well, Mr. Krabs takes things a little too seriously and decides to go on a real treasure hunt. And during the expedition, SpongeBob and Patrick actually find the treasure, despite it not seeming to be real, but Mr. Krabs says that all of the treasure belongs to him, due to him being a cheapskate. As you can imagine, this causes some conflict, but fortunately by the end of the episode, the Flying Dutchman comes to save the day, and gives SpongeBob and Patrick some golden doubloons. It's very funny. On to the mistake though. During this scene where SpongeBob finds Mr. Krabs at his house, it may look as if Mr. Krabs is sitting on the chair, but like look closely and you'll notice that he's actually just floating behind it. We know this as you can see his other red leg behind the chair. Like take a look at his legs. It's a really funny mistake. Here's a clip with audio. Next up, we have the episode Big Sister Sam, where we're introduced to Patrick's not so pretty or cute sister. Like, this girl is angry, dude. But anyways, we're here for mistakes, and this episode has quite a few. Here's the first one.
Make new house spiffy. More spiffy. Come on, sis. They can't bother us under our rock.
Did you guys catch that? It has to do with the doorknob on Squidward's house, alright? So, when Sam spiffs up the house, she adds the front door from Squidward's house, alright? You can see it right here. And at first, when we see it, the doorknob is on the right. Remember this, alright? The doorknob's on the right. However, though, in a few scenes later, it's now magically on the left. Here's a side-by-side. At first, it was on the right, and now randomly, it is on the left. What a weird mistake, and here's another one.
Have much get to do. Wow, I cleaned my rock just for you. Hey, let's go inside and play.
So this one's weird, it needs some explaining, alright? So, when Sam throws her brother Patrick, poor Patrick, dude, like she really throws him, and he lands on his rock, if we look, Patrick's rock is to the right of the screen, alright? It's right here on the right side. Now the problem is seconds later, when Sam goes over to Patrick's rock, they travel to the left side of the screen, when we literally just seen that the rock is on the right side. So technically a mistake. This one's kinda weird. There's gonna be a lot crazier mistakes coming up, guys, that are actually really bad, so let's keep it moving.
And what's up with that squirrel fur? I guess fleas need a home too, huh?
Squirrel fur!
This next one is going to be a ton of fun, especially for all of the old people watching this, as we're gonna go back to Squirrel Jokes, a season 2 episode, and boy, oh boy, is this one a banger. Like seriously, this episode's so good. I hate to break it to you guys, I'm gonna have to ruin some childhoods as this one has a mistake. It actually has 3, so let's dive right in. Here's the first one.
Hey, look, guys! It's the stupid squirrel! I know, let's try and communicate with it. Duh.
We're gonna start light, okay? This first one is bad in Squirrel Jokes, but the other 2 in this one are really, really bad. Like, animators got fired because of this episode. Anyways, though, the first one, when Sandy's in the grocery store and 3 fish start making fun of her, these guys are bullies. Let's take a look at Lloyd over here and watch him in slow motion, as his lips flicker orange for 1 frame. Normally, his lips look like this. This is the color of his lips, but in this 1 frame, their lips are like orange, which is incorrect. Your lips don't just randomly change color, guys. Here's a before and after, totally a mistake. Like I said though, we're starting light. Let's head over to the next mistake in Squirrel Jokes, which is really, really bad.
That's true.
Crabs? Oh, brother. They're so cheap, they can't even pay attention.
It's true. I am cheap.
Yeah, so when SpongeBob talks about Mr. Krabs in his stand-up during the talent show, if we head over to Mr. Krabs and we freeze at the right frame, our favorite crab over here has no legs. Like, the animators actually drew Mr. Krabs in this shot, in this scene, with no legs. To be fair, this is a season 2 episode, so it's like over 20 years old, but damn, like, no legs is a really bad mess up, guys. Like, I told you this one was bad, I wasn't lying. And there's another one that's also pretty rough in squirrel jokes. Take a look at this mistake.
But seriously, folks, I want to give a special thanks to my friend Sandy.
Did you guys catch it? Well, when the spotlight is put on Sandy after SpongeBob says, I want to give a special thanks to my friend Sandy, let's take a look at incidental 11 over here, as his fin, well, part of his fin is missing. Normally, incidental 11 looks like this. Here's an image of him from the SpongeBob wiki, and as you can see, this is how his fin looks. But in this one scene from Squirrel Jokes, like a piece or part of his fin is missing right here. I'm zooming in, and it's not that big of a deal, but if you're a big SpongeBob fan, it is totally a mistake. And let's keep it moving to another episode, guys, with an even crazier mistake, and I'm serious, this one's rough. Plankton is always looking for excuses or reasons for his constant failures, and the episode Plankton's Good Eye from season 8 is no exception, with his wife Karen convincing Plankton that the reason he keeps on failing is due to him only having one eye. Not a bad point, Karen, but I don't know, I don't think that's the issue. Anyways though, from here, Plankton attempts surgery to get a second eye, but quickly realizes that he will need the teardrops from someone with 2 eyes for it to be successful. And from here, Plankton tries to convince SpongeBob to help him. Yeah, so the plot in this episode is a little all over the place, but it isn't bad. I did find a mistake though. When Plankton tries to open Mr. Krabs' safe, he tries to pull it open from the wrong side. So even if he knew the combination, he could not have gotten it open anyways. We know this because seconds prior, we see Mr. Krabs open it from the correct side. So yeah, here's a clip.
Sleep tight, me little angels.
$35 left, 25 right, and finally, 4 left. Open says me! Hey, what gives? I was looking right at the combination. Why isn't it opening?
When Mr. Krabs begins to think that he's overpaying SpongeBob, paying him too much money in the episode SpongeBob You're Fired, SpongeBob, well, you guessed it, gets fired. Fortunately, he ends up finding a new job at Weenie Hut, a hot dog establishment. At first, things are pretty darn rough for SpongeBob, with him even being fired at his new job. But don't worry. In the end, SpongeBob goes back to where he belongs, the Krusty Krab. Now, I hate to be that guy, but at one point of the episode, SpongeBob claims to not know what a hot dog is. However, this is a blatant writing error, as if we go back to the season 1 episode Walking Small, SpongeBob literally steals hot dogs from Bikini Bottom residents and even eats them. So yeah, this was some poor continuity. Here's both clips.
There's something not quite right about this food, but I'm not sure what it is. Aha! Well, not all of me. Hot dogs! Hot dogs!
Look at that huge line at the hot dog stand.
I'll do better than that. Let's go home.
Careful, SpongeBob! Careful, SpongeBob! SpongeBob, careful! Careful, SpongeBob! Careful, SpongeBob! Careful, SpongeBob! Careful, SpongeBob!
Patrick, the lid's already off.
Oh, now it's my turn.
I say this all the time, but the best episodes of SpongeBob are from seasons 1, 2, and 3. So I'm stoked to be talking about Wet Painters, a season 3 banger of an episode. You know what's coming though, guys. It's time for that childhood to be ruined. Here's the first mistake from this episode.
That Two of you are to paint the inside of me house. So if I see even one drop on anything but wall, so have fun with the job.
Did you guys catch it? Well, listen closely as this one's a little complicated. So when Mr. Krabs brings SpongeBob and Patrick over for the first time, and he reveals his big plan for them to paint his house, we can see him open his door. And first things first, as you can see, there is no doorknob on this door, which is fine. But more importantly though, if we look at how the door opens and closes, it opens to the left to the inside of Mr. Krabs' house, okay? Remember this? It opens to the left to the inside of his house. Well, here's the problem. As this scene progresses, we get this shot right here where SpongeBob and Patrick are backing up, and look, there's a doorknob now. In the original shot I mentioned, there's no doorknob, but now there is. And then once we see SpongeBob and Patrick go in the house during this shot shortly after, the door now opens to the right to the outside of Mr. Krabs' house. Here's a side-by-side of how the door opened before and how it opens now. Right there you can see a massive mistake, and as I said, there's like a door handle or doorknob now when that wasn't there in the original shot. So a funny little continuity error here in this episode, and here's another mistake from this same episode.
Oh, now I see it.
Did it work?
Nope.
Did it work?
Nope.
Did it work?
Nope.
Did you guys catch it? This one's pretty quick and pretty simple, but if you really think about it, how did paint get smeared on both sides of the dollar? Here's the scene where the paint actually gets on the dollar, and then it's faced up towards the wall, so like how would it get on both sides? Yeah, I'm overthinking this one, but technically a mistake if you think about it. But guys, let's keep it moving and head over to another episode of SpongeBob, and trust me, you won't want to miss these mistakes. This is where things get wild.
Let's have that tea now. Hey!
Pinky! Pinky!
Next up, we've got a classic tea at the Tree Dome from season 1. Now there's two mistakes I really want to get into, so let's do that. Here's the first one, roll the footage.
Where have I seen this before? Here it is. Land squirrel. That little squirrel is in trouble.
Take that, you sorry old clam!
So as all of you guys know, SpongeBob's square pants is a big part of his design. And as you can see, here's a quick PNG of SpongeBob. His belt goes all the way across his pants, right? Remember this. Because early on in the episode Tea at the Tree Dome, during this scene, when SpongeBob says that little squirrel is in trouble, look, let's take a look at the left part of our favorite Sponge's pants, as the left part of his belt is missing. They just forgot to draw it during this one shot, which is pretty funny. That ain't it for this episode though. Here's another mistake from the same episode.
I like you, SpongeBob. Well, we could be tighter than bark on a tree. Hey!
I like you too, Sandy. Say, what is that thing on your head?
Well, that's my air helmet.
May I try it on?
Heck no, I need it to breathe. I gotta have my air.
Me too. I love air. Air is good.
No kick.
Why, air's my middle name. The more air, the better.
Did you guys catch it? Yeah, so let me explain. Take a look at this shot of Sandy Cheeks. This is how she normally looks. This is how she always looks. And as you can see, normally her neck is brown. It's like the same color that we can see on top of her head. It's the color of her fur. But during this one scene in Tea at the Tree Dome, when Sandy says no kidding, dude, what is going on? As her neck is white instead of like brown. When literally in like every other appearance of Sandy throughout the entire series, her neck is brown. So I'm definitely overanalyzing this, that's what I do, but totally a mistake here. Anyways though, let's head over to another episode of SpongeBob with even crazier mistakes.
What the? The chum bucket opened 23 hours? So, that little piece of flotsam Plankton thinks he can stay open longer than me, does he?
Sure. I don't know. Why not?
Well, he's wrong!
I'm curious, what are your guys' thoughts on SpongeBob Season 4? I personally actually like it, but there are some weird episodes in the season, one of them being Fear of a Krabby Patty. Let's dive into the first mistake in this one. It's interesting.
Hey, I didn't want to know how many days it's been. I lost track.
43.
Now, I'm totally overthinking this one, and to be honest, it's not even that noticeable of a mistake, which makes it even more fun to point out. Normally, Krusty Krab hats look like this, alright? And more importantly, they have an anchor on them. But if we watch this scene where SpongeBob is dropping the trays out of the chef's window, and we see this shot of Squidward, who is tweaking, by the way, that Krusty Krab hat is missing its anchor. We're zooming in here, and as you can see, the animators just did not draw the anchor, which is okay. This is a zoomed out shot. And like I said, no one would really even notice this, but Cartoon Corey did. I sure noticed it, and I'm gonna notice more in this next episode. Let's keep the video moving and head over to another one, baby. Our next mistake can be found in the episode Bossy Boots, but let's just get right into it as it's kind of complicated. So during this scene, as you can see, there is this car in the background, okay? It's there. Now, as the scene progresses and Pearl and SpongeBob leave the shot, that car that we just seen disappears.
It's a shame old man Krab sold the Krusty Krab.
Hey, lady! Do you know where we can get something to eat around here?
That's it! I quit!
It didn't drive away because it happens in like seconds. It seems the animators drew it, as you can see here, but then forgot to include it in the next shot, thus giving us a weird mistake. And hey, that ain't it, as during this scene, we have another mistake. So as you can see, in this picture of a sea unicorn, the sea unicorn has a horn on its head. You can see it right here.
Reduces stress for only 5 easy payment to $9.95.
Mr. Krabs, Pearl is ruining the Krusty Krab.
But for some reason, later on in the shot, the horn just disappears during this shot.
Pearl is saving the Krusty Krab. What would we do without these beautiful $20 sea unicorn wall hangers?
The animators just forgot to draw it again, thus making for another really weird mistake. Like, geez, this episode is full of mistakes, and guys, I've got some crazier ones coming up, so stay tuned. Our next mistake can be found in the Season 12 special, SpongeBob's Big Birthday Blowout. Now, this episode is awesome, and pretty much serves as a homage to the show's history, and features tons of Easter eggs and returning characters. However, we're here for mistakes. I mean, it's in the title of the video. So yeah, let's talk about 2 sneaky mistakes. It's easy to miss, but during this wholesome shot of Mr. Krabs dancing with his daughter Pearl, the P normally found on Pearl's shirt is incorrectly colored as white, when, I mean, as you can see in this image of Pearl, it's supposed to be purple. It's always been purple, so it being white in this scene is definitely a mistake. Another mistake can also be found after the opening credits. Now this one really is not that big of a deal, it's not a big deal, but we see a bubble transition, right? Which is technically a mistake as the episode starts on land, it's not underwater. We commonly only see this bubble transition when we're underwater, so the fact that they're on land and we get it is kind of a mistake. Again, not a huge mistake, but I've got plenty of crazier mistakes later on in the video, so stay tuned. For now though, here's some clips. In the episode, Copy Bob Ditto Pants, Plankton comes up with a new scheme. He makes an identical clone of SpongeBob, of course to steal the Krabby Patty's secret formula. But this doesn't go very well when SpongeBob, being the friendly sponge that he is, befriends the clone, thus ruining Plankton's scheme without even trying. Now there are a few mistakes in this episode, but the worst one takes place during this scene and has to do with Plankton's computer wife, Karen. It's easy to miss, but the location of Karen's wheels actually change throughout the episode. In some shots, they are beneath the lower platform, while in other shots, they also appear outside the lower platform. Not a big deal, but it's a weird inconsistency I noticed. Here's a clip.
More fruit punch, SpongeBob?
You know, Plankton, when you invited me over, I thought it was another trick to get the Krabby Patty formula. Now I see. You just love social gatherings in the workplace.
No, no, Sponge Copy. We don't put dirty, nasty things in our mouth. Spit it out.
Here's another crazy mistake for you guys. It happens very quickly in the episode, The Two Faces of Squidward. I love this episode. He turns into handsome Squidward, but enough about handsome squids or handsome sea creatures. Here's the mistake.
Krabby Patty, Squidward had a Krabby Patty, whose buns were white as snow.
Excuse me for just a second. Do you mind? I'm trying to work at a fast food restaurant. You might want to try it sometime.
I sure would, Squidward. That sounds...
Hey, wait a minute. SpongeBob, you already do work at a fast food restaurant.
Yeah!
Krabby Patty, Krabby
All right. I am gonna... well, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
So, when SpongeBob and Patrick are in the kitchen, as you can see, the end condiments on this shelf right here, the end condiments are ketchup and mayonnaise. Okay, it goes ketchup and mayonnaise. You can see it right here, remember. But in the next few scenes, this completely changes. And now it's mustard, then ketchup. First it was ketchup, then mayo. Now it's mustard, then ketchup. I guess they could have changed the order, but considering this all happens in a matter of seconds, this was definitely a mistake, guys, and it's kind of a bad one. But hey, let's keep it moving over to another episode full to the brim with mistakes.
Very sloppy, Eugene, leaving an unprotected vent that leads right into your office.
We're back to SpongeBob, and the episode is Chums from season 13. A really good episode in my opinion that's all about Plankton going down to the sewers and meeting, you know, a bunch of chum that want to work with him. The plot itself is kind of weird, but the episode's pretty good. But you know what we're here for. We're here for mistakes, and here it is, guys.
F is for friends who do stop together. U is for you and me.
Did you guys catch it? It happens really, really fast, and it's somewhat of a common mistake in SpongeBob. But while SpongeBob is spraying the Krusty Krab in the beginning of the episode in the clips you guys just saw, look, for about one frame, his right eye turns yellow. It does go back to normal, but like, SpongeBob, you gotta go see a doctor about that eye, dude. You're gonna need some eye drops. Okay, so this next one's really funny, as there's two very obvious mistakes in one scene. Let's take a look at this first one. It has to do with SpongeBob's shirt.
And I mean, where does it all go? Huh? You know what I mean?
What smells rotten and puts people to sleep?
Noxious gas?
No! Your act!
Did you catch it? Well, SpongeBob's missing the white part of his shirt. It's just all brown. Normally, SpongeBob looks like this. He has a white shirt, as you guys already know. But in this one shot, he looks like this. Now, here's the question though. Did you guys catch the other mistake in this scene? Well, let's take a look at incidental 40. As you can see, he's wearing a white shirt.
What smells rotten and puts people to sleep?
But then when he tries to diss or burn SpongeBob with his weak insult, he's now shirtless.
Noxious gas?
No! Your act!
So the animators, they like drew him with a shirt and then seconds later removed his shirt. Talk about a weird mistake. Let's move on.
I knew this can of hairspray would come in handy one day. Who's down there? I have an aerosol can, and I'm not afraid to use it.
Speaking of back doors, in the episode Friendiversary, take a look at this. Something's missing. Yeah, you guys probably caught this one. It's pretty easy, especially considering the last one. Where is the back door to the Krusty Krab? Like, it's a cartoon, you know, it's fine, I get it, but the back door should be there. It's been there ever since like the first season. And take a look at this shot right here. As you can see, the Chum Bucket and Krusty Krab are canonically across the street from one another. There are numerous examples. Here's another shot of it to show you it wasn't a one-time thing. Well, where is the Chum Bucket in this shot of Friendiversary? It's just not there. So yeah, a couple mistakes in this one right here. And let's keep it moving, guys. These ones were minor. It's time we get into the really bad mistakes today. Let's head over to another episode. Here is Fred. He's the dude who always yells,
My leg! My leg! My leg!
My leg.
And throughout this whole episode, Mr. Krabs versus Plankton, he's brown. All right, we can see him right here. He's brown. We can fast forward a little bit to a later scene. He's brown again. And here's even one more shot where we can see Fred is brown, okay? But if we pay close attention when Mr. Krabs yells, never, you little runt. Jeez, Mr. Krabs, chill, dude. Look, Fred is randomly blue, and he has the same eye scale as Tom. The real issue here, though, is the color. The dude was brown in like every other scene. I highly doubt he went and got like fish plastic surgery and turned himself blue. What most likely happened is the animators drew him as brown and colored him as brown, and then for this one scene, they kind of messed up and forgot and drew him as blue. I'll forgive them, but still totally a mistake. And here's another one from the same episode. Speaking of the color blue, this is a big part of this next mistake as well, as when Plankton first enters the courtroom in the clips you guys just saw, we can see that this fish right here on the right of the door is blue. Remember this, alright? He's blue, just like Fred in that last scene. Here's the problem though, as the episode progresses, this changes, as look, when we see the jury again in this scene, that exact same fish is randomly orange now. Here's like a side-by-side, he was blue before, now he's orange. But hey, don't worry, when we see the jury for the third time, look, she's blue again. So he or she, they're blue again. What a messy scene. Like, all the mistakes in this episode are all coloring based, which is really funny. It's crazy how many different types of mistakes there are in SpongeBob, but you know what's also crazy, guys? The random mistake of the day, where we take a quick break from SpongeBob to talk about mistakes in another cartoon recommended by you guys. And one we've been getting a lot, it seems to be somewhat of a newer show, is Haley's on It. We're gonna go right back to SpongeBob, don't worry, but I watched an episode and I gotta say the show is actually like really good. It's good to see that there's new like 2D animated cartoons coming out that are still like really good. This is a banger of a show. Unfortunately though, of course, it has a mistake. I mean, it's what you guys clicked on this video for. The episode is called Baited and Hooked, and here's some context for you guys, all right? It has to do with this character right here named One-Eye Jack, all right? I'm showing a PNG of him. This is One-Eye Jack. And you'll probably notice that the dude only has one eye, all right? That's your hint for the mistake. Roll the footage.
One-Eyed Jack.
Dad, can you just tell us? Guess not.
And as I filled my belly, an angry force knocked me off my board. That's when I saw the one-eyed monster coming straight for me, his mouth wide open. Next thing I knew, I woke up on the beach next to my broken board. It's a miracle I'm still alive.
Did you guys catch it? Like, I'm not even super familiar with this show, but this one really cracked me up. So when One-Eyed Jack right here, remember, One-Eyed Jack takes the bait of the crisps for the first time, we see him turn his head to turn back to the sea, and look, Mr. One-Eyed Jack over here was drawn with two eyes. He has a second eye right here. So yeah, a really, really funny mistake. Like, how does this even happen? But let's head back over to SpongeBob.
And why are you sweating so much? And why do you look so hungry? And
No, wait, it's not what you think. This is a big misunderstanding. You've got to believe me. Listen, I am telling you, you better listen to me, SpongeBob.
You like Krabby Patties, don't you, Squidward?
Next up, we've got some Season 3 goodness. One of my favorite Season 3 episodes, Just One Bite. In this episode, Squidward is exposed for loving Krabby Patties after he tries to lie and claim he doesn't like them. You're so fake, Squidward. Like, seriously, look at this compilation of this boy lying about not liking Krabby Patties. He lies so much in this episode, and then, of course, we're gonna get into the mistakes. They're really bad in this episode, so stay tuned.
Horrible, putrid, poorly prepared, vile, unappetizing, disgusting excuse for a sandwich it has ever been my displeasure to have slither down my throat. I gotta sneak one. Just one. Then I'm off the stuff for good.
It's hilarious because by the end of the episode, the dude explodes from eating so many Krabby Patties. But anyways, here's the first mistake, guys. Let's expose it.
I gotta have more. I gotta have more.
This one's a really bad mistake, and it happens towards the ending of the episode when Squidward gets caught and says the line, "I gotta have more." He is jonesing for Krabby Patties, holy. When Squidward says this, look, his mouth disappears for like a split second, leaving for a really weird shot of Squidward. This also happens again when Squidward turns around before this scene and says SpongeBob. Yeah, same thing, his mouth disappears for like a split second, which is definitely a mistake, and I feel bad for Squidward because he's gonna need his mouth to eat all those Krabby Patties. So yeah, here's another mistake from this episode. This one's just as bad.
Yes! Yes! I admit it, SpongeBob! I love Krabby Patties!
I knew it all along, Squidward. No one can resist a Krabby Patty.
It happens around the same time as the last one, but for about a split second during his lines, one of his pores or holes just turns blue. Like, what is going on here, SpongeBob? That is not supposed to be blue. What? I can tell you what the issue is here. It's an animation error. If you look behind SpongeBob, the patty vault is blue. So for whatever reason, the layer of his pores, they're like clipping through and showing the blue wall behind it, which, you know, is definitely a mistake. Mistakes happen, but this one's kind of rough. I don't know how they missed it. I don't know how they missed this one either. Here's one more from Just One Bite, and then we'll head over to another episode, guys. Lots of other episodes coming up.
Triple Krabby Supreme! Triple Krabby Supreme! Did somebody order a Triple Krabby Supreme? Huh, they must have left.
I'm gonna make this one quick because it's a very typical SpongeBob error. Don't worry, there's lots of crazier ones coming up, but in the scenes where Incidental 40 is enjoying his king-size Ultra Krabby Supreme I Want One, the chum bucket, which should be across from the street, is just missing. Here's a shot showing that normally it is across the street, there's a path between them, but in this episode, Just One Bite, the chum bucket just doesn't exist anymore, I guess. The animators just forgot that it's supposed to be across the street. Crazy. Let's keep it going though, guys. I'm saving the best mistakes for the end. Next up is the Season 8 episode, Smooth Jazz at Bikini Bottom. This episode is all about SpongeBob and Squidward trying to sneak backstage for a concert after they end up losing their passes. The concert's a Kelpie G concert, which is hilarious to me. Kelpie G is iconic. But anyways, here's some clips from the episode.
See all you fellow Kelpheads at the show.
Just keep your friends' outbursts under control.
I just love this tune.
Hey, a fellow mellow jazz dazzler. What's happening?
Nothing like a little accompaniment to bring out the genius of Kelpie's kazoo playing, huh, guys?
Thanks for the grub.
We're in, SpongeBob. Now I'll finally get to meet the incomparable Kelpie.
Hey, this is a private area. Only people with backstage passes can come back here. Read my lips.
No backstage passes, no entry, huh?
Yeah, I love this episode. I think it's really funny, and I always love when SpongeBob and Squidward are kind of forced to like team up together. But what isn't so funny is the mistake in this episode. Let's see if you guys can catch it.
Your winning caller number 102. Not only have you won 2 front row seats, but you and a friend will go backstage to meet Kelpie G himself.
Me and a friend. Oh, can you believe it? We're gonna meet your hero!
So nice to be surrounded by such kindred spirits.
Who's ready for a Kelpie G concert tonight?
Was it you who brought the raucous miscreant?
Me? No, of course not, no.
It's very easy to miss, but here's the thing. When SpongeBob and Squidward are at the Kelpie G concert, they are the only ones with backstage passes, even though everyone else should also have a backstage pass, right? Like, this was such a main plot point of the episode. Why don't all of these other Squidward-looking head dudes have their own backstage passes? So yeah, weird mistake. When SpongeBob and Patrick go visit Sandy to show her their new back scratcher, and the episode Chimps Ahoy, Sandy is really stressed out. She's really stressed due to her bosses, the Chimps, coming in that afternoon to see if she's invented anything worthwhile. Well, fortunately for Sandy, SpongeBob and Patrick do their best to try and help her and come up with a back-scratching, hair-combing, nose-picking ukulele tuner. A real work of art, I guess. Now, in the end, the chimps love the invention once they learn that it can peel bananas. You know, they're chimps, so it makes sense. And because of this, everything works out. However, we're here to spot, mistakes, so let's rewind back to this scene and find one. As when we first see Sandy's guitar, it is only drawn with 3 tuning pegs. It's supposed to have 6, or 4 if it's a ukulele, but in this scene it only has 3. However, when we see it again moments later, it now magically has a 4th one, and has 4 tuning pegs, thus making for a sneaky little continuity error. Here's a clip.
I give up. I'll never invent anything.
So long, Bikini Bottom. I can't leave without a goodbye. But please don't think bad of me if I start to cry.
Oh, I really wish Sandy were here.
All aboard!
Will this bus take you somewhere when you've got nowhere else to go?
Oh, it sure does. We make stops in Quittersville, Failure Town, and Loserburg.
Why?
Are you open?
Read the sign.
I'll have a Krabby Patty Deluxe and a double chili kelp fries.
Back to the classics. Next up, we've got Graveyard Shift, and this one's a cool one where Squidward and SpongeBob are forced to work overnight, and they get terrified when this new kid is coming to apply. They think he's the hash-slinging slasher, but he's actually just this cute kid right here. All right, enough spoilers. Here's the first mistake.
The hash-slinging slasher!
Get away from me! Oh, he's gonna flip me! Get away, get away, get away!
SpongeBob, no matter what I've said, I've always sort of liked you.
Squidward, I used your clarinet to unclog my toilet.
Huh?
So let's take a look at SpongeBob's design, all right? We're looking at this PNG of our favorite yellow spongy boy right here, and you'll notice he has this red line under his mouth. It's always been there ever since season 1, and it never really disappears. It's supposed to represent the under part of his jaw, I think, or the bottom part of his mouth. But anyways, in Graveyard Shift, when Squidward and SpongeBob are shaking under the misconception that the hash-slinging slasher is approaching, that red line under SpongeBob's mouth actually flickers between normal and invisible. I'm playing it in slow motion right here. I zoomed in and I sharpened the footage. And yeah, you can see it kind of just goes back and forth between the two, which is very awkward and weird. You know what's also gonna be weird though? The random mistake of the day. A quick segment in every video where we take a moment to talk about mistakes from a random cartoon suggested by you guys. And then we go right back to SpongeBob. Don't worry, we're gonna get right back to your favorite spongy boy. Today, we're gonna do Pokemon. That's right, guys. We're gonna do some Pokemon. We're gonna catch them all today. Now, the episode in question is the episode Weekend Warrior, and I'm gonna show PNGs of them on screen. It has to do with these 3 Pokemon, all right? We've got Meryl, we got Breloom, and we got Shroomish, all right? I want you to remember their colors and their design. All right, you guys got it? You got it? All right, roll the footage. Let's see if you guys can spot the mistake.
As soon as May discovered this exciting event was taking place in Silvertown, well, you can be sure she wasted no time in entering.
Did you guys catch it? If you're a hardcore Pokemon fan, you probably did. If not though, Cartoon Corey's got you. Pretty much, there are a bunch of coloring errors with Pokemon in the shots you guys just saw. More specifically, this one right here. First up, we have this Meryl, who is incorrectly colored as light blue. This one's pretty soft. I'm not gonna lie, this one's not that big of a deal. Regularly, Meryl is this dark blue color, but this Meryl is light blue, which is kind of weird. But like I said, not that big of a deal. What's really a problem is this Breloom right here. Normally, Breloom looks like this, all right? It's green with red claws, and then there's a bit of white in their design as well. Looks exactly like this. But in this one scene, the animators messed up and gave Breloom this weird blue and green color. And it's not a shiny, just saying, it's not a shiny Breloom. The other mistake is this Shroomish right here, which again, it's kind of like Meryl, it's not that big of a deal. But normally, Shroomish looks like this, all right? He has this kind of beige top with green feet and then green dots on him. And as you can see in this episode, episode, they completely botched his design. They gave him like white spots for some reason. The top of him is correct, but if we look at his feet are supposed to be green and they're not green. So yeah, 3 mistakes in one scene here. Like I said, if you're a hardcore Pokemon fan, you probably caught them, but back to SpongeBob. Also though, let me know if you guys want me to do more Pokemon in the future and comment other cartoons you want me to cover in the random mistake of the day. All right, back to SpongeBob.
What kind of resort is this? Where's the entertainment?
Oh, well, you are absolutely right, sir. Presenting the SpongeBob Follies. What the hey?
Boring.
This next one is spicy, and it takes place in a very underrated episode, that being Patrick's staycation. I feel like nobody really talks about this episode, and while it isn't the best episode, it does have some really good moments, just like this. Take a look.
Welcome to Star Rock Inn, sir. My name is Todd. Can I check you in?
I don't know, can you?
Yes. Star. Patrick Star, room 801. Your key, sir. May I take your bags, Mr. Star?
Oh, I don't have any bags.
Follow me, sir. Your room is right this way.
Oh, dear.
Something wrong, Mr. Star?
I'm not sure I like the way this room is arranged.
Arranged? 1 hour later. Mr. Star, are you sure about this?
You know, maybe it's the walls.
It's an interesting episode, right? Now, let's dive into the mistakes, what you guys have been waiting for, what you guys clicked on the video for. Here is mistake number 1.
1 Krabby Patty coming up.
You are smoking.
Oh, it was nothing.
No, you're really smoking.
What? Oh no, the Krabby Patty! Mr. Star, your meal is ready. Patrick, where is he?
So I'll admit, this mistake is a bit of a nitpick on my end. It isn't that big of a deal. But when SpongeBob gets out of the burned Krabby Patty, his chef suit had no sleeves. Seems harmless, right? Well, this is kind of a mistake, as in every other shot of this episode when SpongeBob is wearing his fresh chef suit over here, it has sleeves. It always has sleeves, but in this one shot, the sleeves are just missing. I mean, like I said, not that big of a deal, but somewhat of a mistake here. This next one though, trust me, this one is spicy.
Oh, Patrick! Patrick, what have you done to yourself?
I've been waking up, eating, sleeping, waking up. I need a break from the hustle and bustle of my everyday life. I'm so exhausted. Please help me.
Pal, what you need is a vacation.
That's it!
Did you guys catch it? Well, when SpongeBob says, Pat, what you need is a vacation, take a look at our favorite Sponge's eyes, as one of his blue eyes turn white for an entire split second. Normally, SpongeBob looks like this and has these beautiful deep blue eyes. He's so handsome. But for this one shot for just about a second, SpongeBob's eyes are tweaking, dude. It's just white. I don't think somebody's eye would just be entirely white. That's not how it works. First up is the episode Arbor Day Disarray, which is a new episode from season 13. This episode only aired in June, so yeah, it's very new, and it has some mistakes. Here's the first one. Let's see if you guys can catch it.
I use the power of science to make special acorns that'll grow into saltwater trees. Oh. You don't even chew it, you whittle stick! To grow a happy, well-rounded tree, you need to talk to him. Hi, I'm SpongeBob.
This one is easy to catch because it's a very blatant mistake. Like, the animators, I don't know how they missed this one, but take a look at Squidward's face. Yeah, not only is this Grumpster missing his eyebrows, but he's also missing his forehead wrinkles. Normally Squidward looks like this, as most of you guys know, but in this one shot, I guess the animators were feeling a little lazy because, yeah, Squidward's face is missing some detail. But let's keep it moving. There's another mistake in this episode. I want you guys to catch it.
A little while later.
Hello, Sandy. Oh, howdy, SpongeBob. How's your new tree doing? Are you talking to it?
My tree's been doing all the talking.
Are you feeling okay, SpongeBob?
Hang on, Barky wants to talk to you.
Why did you leave me with this giggling hunk of holes? What is that horrible noise? What? It's okay, buddy. Talent isn't everything. Your case? It's nothing. Hey, Squidward, your barber called. He said he's sorry. Should have stayed.
This one isn't that big of a deal because it is a cartoon, guys. Like, SpongeBob has a lot of mistakes, but sometimes I am self-aware of the fact that it's due to it being a kid's cartoon. But, where is Patrick's house, guys, in this one shot right here? It should be right beside Squidward's, but it's missing. This right here is Conch Street, and as you can see, we got SpongeBob, Squidward, and Patrick's house all on one street. But in this one shot, I guess the animators were feeling, again, kinda lazy, and just thought it would be easy not to draw Patrick's house, right? But again, it's a cartoon, not a big deal, but let's keep it going, guys, because this next episode has a crazy mistake.
Go!
Come on, wormies, giddy up!
It's the holiday season, so let's kick things off with a snowy, frozen episode. I'm talking about Frozen Face-Off from Season 8. This episode is all about like a worm sledding race, which is really cool, but more importantly, it's what you guys are here for. It has some mistakes, 3 to be exact, and they're really rough. Here's the first one, let's see if you guys can spot it.
The chum bucket now serving Krabby Patties.
We're too live!
We'll see about that, boyo.
Whoa, you can't cut in line!
So this one will really need to slow things down for it to be, you know, detectable, but when everyone cuts in line during this scene, let's take a look at SpongeBob's pupil as it blinks blue 4 times. Like, look at this. I'm gonna show it in slow motion again. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. That's pretty rough. I don't think SpongeBob's pupil is supposed to be blue. It's supposed to be black, so this was a pretty rough mistake. And here's another one from this episode. This episode has a lot of errors.
I hate to break up story time, but I'd like to not get eaten today.
So this one you really need to be paying close attention to, just like that last one. But after Sandy says, I'd hate to break up story time, but I'd like to not get eaten today, same Sandy, and everyone starts running towards the sleigh. Let's take a look at our favorite little yellow sponge over here, as the right side of SpongeBob's white shirt is for some reason red for one single frame. Like, I'm zooming in right here and it's red. This is how SpongeBob's pants normally look right here. Here's a shot from like another episode, but in this one scene, it's just red right here, which is totally a mistake. And guys, there's another one in this episode. It's wild. Roll the footage.
You single-handedly saved your vessel from certain doom!
Nope. That didn't work.
Dude, the mistakes in Frozen Face-Off are really, really bad, and this next one is the worst. So, when Mr. Krabs says, nope, that didn't work, let's take a look at Mr. Krabs, as there's this weird orange spacing between his eyes for a frame. Like, this is really weird, dude. Like, I'm gonna zoom in right here. Look at this. I'm circling it. This little orange spot should not be here. It should just be the sky behind them, like the background. So, really rough mistake, man. And guys, there's more. Let's head over to another episode with an even worse mistake. Let's do it. Let's go. Our first mistake can be found in the very new season 13 episode, Say Aw. This episode only came out a few days ago, so it's completely new. But yeah, in this episode, Plankton notices that instead of fearing him, most Bikini Bottomites just think that he's cute and harmless. And as you can imagine, this really gets on Plankton's nerves. Now, the mistake in question has to do with both the Chum Bucket and the Krusty Krab. As most of you know, the Chum Bucket and Krusty Krab are directly across from one another, and there is also a path running between them. Now, earlier in this episode, we get a clear shot of this path right here. As you can see, it's there. But for some reason during this scene later on, the locations have completely changed, with the Krusty Krab not being directly in front of the Chum Bucket and being much farther than it's supposed to be. There's like an entire path in between them now. But yeah, definitely a mistake. Here's a clip.
You're a
I'm ready.
Work. So for this one, Grapple Gang, I need to give you guys some context. Now, longtime viewers of the channel already know what's coming, but canonically, the Chum Bucket and Krusty Krab have always been shown to be across the street from each other. As you can see in this shot right here, they're directly across from one another, and there's even like a path between the road to both restaurants. Well, at the end of this episode, we get a bit of a Krusty Krab. It's kinda funny, but this is actually like a total mistake because no, the Chum Bucket should be directly across the street from the Krusty Krab. As you can see in this clip, it's sometimes less pepperoni on the pizza in different shots. Sometimes it looks like this and has this many pepperonis. Sometimes in this shot, it looks like this and has less pepperonis. So very funny. And let's head over to another episode, guys, with even more mistakes crazier than the ones we just talked about. Let's do it. When Plankton invents a unique gas that can revert other fish back into babies in the episode Goo Goo Gas, he abuses it and uses it to steal the Krabby Patty's secret formula. He turns everyone in the Krusty Krab into a baby. But when SpongeBob accidentally causes the gas canister to explode, the episode ends with Plankton turning into a baby himself. It's a hilarious episode, with a great ending. However, if we head back a few scenes, we can spot a hidden mistake. At one point of the episode, Plankton is captured and placed in a trap net. However, I mean, if you really think about it, what in the world would the net be tied to? It's just floating in the middle of the ocean pretty much. Yeah, here's a clip.
Net, you little nitwit.
That was almost too easy.
No! I demand you geezers release me!
Right after the party, the teeny other party.
What?
Thanks for calling us old! Quit it!
Our next mistake can be found in the fairly underrated Season 12 episode, The Dirty Bubble Returns, and it can be found during this scene. As Mr. Krabs walks away and SpongeBob pops in, as you can see right here in this shot. In this one frame, the dude is missing literally half of his body. Like, look at the space underneath the toilet stall. We should absolutely still be able to see the lower half of SpongeBob's body, like his legs and his iconic square pants. But I guess the animators were feeling a little lazy during this frame, as they only drew half of him, just half of him. Here's a clip.
Oh, the toilet! Huh? Oh, sacre Pew! Make it sparkle!
Okay, he's gone. Don't worry about those toilets, DB. I will clean them for you. Toot sweet, mon ami.
Up next is an episode all about our favorite grumpy squid, Squidward. That being the episode Professor Squidward, which is also a really good episode in my opinion. I actually laughed at this one a ton of times. Here's some clips.
Now, if we can go for 5 minutes without having any further interruptions, I would like to...
Hey, look! It's Squidward!
Squilliam, everybody! He was about to say Squilliam.
Actually, I think he was about to say Squidward.
Would you two numbskulls mind telling me what you're doing in music class anyway?
Sure. Patrick's New Year's resolution was to learn to play an instrument.
You told me your resolution was to sign up for an all-natural slimming, toning, and increased muscle mass program.
It was. I traded with SpongeBob.
SpongeBob, do you mind? There are other people here besides you, you know, and I don't think they appreciate you depriving them of my wisdom.
I'm sorry, Professor Squilliam.
Okay, mistake time. So here's the first one. Keep those eyes peeled as always. This one's kind of hard to miss, but once I explain it, you'll get it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Isn't it grand?
What is?
He's such a great musician. He doesn't even have to touch an instrument to be brilliant.
This character right here is Incidental F9, and for the most part, she's wearing a dress in this episode, right? But when Fred says, "Isn't it grand?" her dress is just missing. It's kind of hard to see because somebody's in front of her, but yeah, her dress is just gone, and she should go put that back on because this is a kid's show. What's going on here?
Is there something seriously wrong with your heads?
My whole life has been pointed in one direction, Tick.
I see that now.
Tick.
There's never been any choice for me.
Would you two nincompoops cut it out? Or am I gonna...
Hello? We're with the local Bikini Bottom news channel. I'm a reporter.
So this one's another complicated one, so listen closely, guys. But when Patrick rides his locomotive into the trash can, Squidward exits the building and places the can outside, right? He exits through this door right here. Later though, when both the news crew and the police come into Squidward's classroom, they enter the same door, that same door I just mentioned, but now it leads into a hallway. It's like the entire geography changed. Before that door led here, now the door leads to a hallway. So just, yeah, weird mistake.
You're gonna work here. You'll need an official Krusty Krab hat. Say, that's a pretty neat trick. I'm gonna get some extra mayonnaise from the back.
No mayonnaise!
Okay.
Coming in hot, first up is the episode Planet of the Jellyfish, which in my opinion is an episode that isn't talked about a lot when it comes to SpongeBob. The episode's pretty good. Of course though, it has some mistakes. It has 2 to be exact. Here's the first one.
Whoa, look at all the customers.
One Krabby Patty, hold the mayonnaise.
Thank you. Come again. Brah! Don't you want a cute little jellyfish?
No, thanks.
You can use this jelly as a pillow.
Oh, that's okay. I have one at home.
So take a look at this dude over here, Incidental 27. As you can see, he has a tail fin. It's right here, all right? You can see it right here. Well, the mistake is that when SpongeBob first enters the Krusty Krab during this scene, Incidental 27 is missing that tail fin. It was there in this shot later on in the episode when he's seen growling at SpongeBob, he has his tail again, well, his fin tail again. Yeah, definitely a mistake here. For this one shot, it's just missing, and that's not supposed to happen. This next mistake also wasn't supposed to happen. Keep those eyes peeled and let's see if you guys can spot it.
Look at him, the little angel. Good morning, sleepyhead. We wouldn't want anything to happen to you while I'm at work. You better stay in here where it's safe.
Did you guys catch it? Well, take a look at our favorite little snail over here, Gary. More specifically, his shell and the colors on his shell. As you can see, the shell is pink, and then there's like these purple or bluish dots on it, and then there's like this red swirl on it, right? All right, you can see it right here. Well, whoever animated this episode needs to be educated on our favorite little snail, as just before Gary is engulfed by a Jellin, take a look at this dude's shell, as that's not right. The colors have been inverted. I'm gonna do a side-by-side. This is how it's supposed to look on the left. Yeah, on the right, that is a mistake. It's not supposed to look like that. Gary, you poor snail. But let's head over to another episode, guys, with more mistakes. Let's go. Okay, so I love this next episode. It's called The Executive Treatment, and it's so interesting because it's a Patrick episode. This is before Patrick got his own show, and you can actually see little bits of the Patrick Star Show in this episode. Anyways, here's some clips. It's a good episode.
Hey, how's that new executive treatment sandwich treating you? Because it's hitting all the quadrants of my hunger markets.
Quadrants.
You know, it reminds me of something I was saying about business the other day.
The satisfaction earnings of the fourth quarter of my lunch are off the charts. I guess I'll have one of these business sandwiches everybody's talking about.
Carl, what are you doing standing around at a time like this? We're going to be late for the big brainstorming meeting.
do you give a disappointed stockholder to make him feel better?
A sandwich?
Dude, like I said, it's a really good episode. I love Patrick episodes, and I actually think the Patrick Star Show is underrated. People like to just hate on that show, but anyways, I'm getting off track. Let's get to the mistake. Take a look at this. Keep those eyes peeled.
Surprise for you! Where'd he go? You can't fire me! I'm not an executive at all! So go ahead! Send me away forever as a corporate spy if you want to, but not before I've had my say!
So, this is the character Marv. He has a prominent role in this episode, and at one point, he stamps void on Patrick's head and he's sent home, okay? Remember this. Marv is sent home, but then he's seen again after Patrick reveals that he's not an executive. So, like, talk about a strange continuity error. Like, the dude was sent home, but I guess the animators forgot about this plot point and then drew him again despite the fact that he was sent home. So, bad mistake. Anyways, let's move over to episode number 4. When SpongeBob and an executive chef trade jobs in a cultural exchange program. In the episode La Big Switch, SpongeBob does not start out very well with his new establishment, as the owner is really rude to him and only wants him to cook items that are not Krabby Patties. From here, the owner continues to give SpongeBob a hard time. That is until he actually tries a Krabby Patty, realizing how delicious it tastes. And from here, things go well, with SpongeBob completing the program successfully. It's a neat episode that I recommend watching, but of course, we're here to spot mistakes, so let's talk about some mistakes. When SpongeBob puts the bag of Krabby Patties in his briefcase, the bag is colored as red. As you can see here, it's red. However, if you look closely during the next shot, the bag has magically changed to brown, making for something that isn't that big of a deal, but it's still a mistake. Like, this is a mistake. I guess, red to brown isn't that big of a change, but it's a mistake. Here's a clip.
These babies also belong to the Krusty Krab. So long!
Oh, wait, just one more.
I'm sorry, but I got to go. Don't have time to wait in line. Sorry, but I can't be late today.
Ooh, what the?
Hey!
Sorry, everyone, but Mr. Krabs needs me. Reporting for duty, sir.
First up is going to be Truth or Square, which is quite literally almost a SpongeBob movie. This episode is almost over an hour long, but it's only really considered to be a TV special. Now, it's a good one. It has a lot of good moments, but it also has tons of mistakes, so let's dive into the first one. Take a look at this.
There it is! SpongeBob's house!
Well, hello! Are you okay? Is there?
Did you guys catch it? It's pretty blatant. But when SpongeBob says, "Are you okay?" in Patchy's dream, the right side of this dude's pants is just transparent. It's entirely see-through, dude. Like, what? This one is a pretty bad mistake, guys. Like, the animators completely forgot to color in this part of his pants, which is ridiculous. But hold up, guys, there's more. Here's another mistake. Let's see if you guys can catch this one.
There it is! I'm coming for you, square pants.
I'm ready. It's ready.
Go to work. Oh, you little scalawag. Just having some technical difficulties. Okay. These.
Now, as any hardcore SpongeBob fan knows, a big part of these specials is Patchy the Pirate. I love this dude, which, fun fact, Patchy the Pirate is actually Tom Kenny, who is the voice actor of SpongeBob. Very interesting. But anyways, this next mistake has to do with Patchy, as when he's shaking around in the whale, take a look at this, his hand gets slightly cut off. It looks kind of rough, but this one isn't that big of a deal. This next mistake though, this one you guys don't want to miss. Roll the footage.
Oh, Krusty Krab, oh, Krusty Krab. Oh, how I love you, Krusty Krab. Oh, Krusty Krab, you've always been there for me. When I'm tired and hungry, I just reach out my hand, and there you are. Are you with me, people? Yeah! In that case, let's get some Krabby Patty!
Alright, so take a look at this. When SpongeBob sings Oh Krusty Krab, look over here. We can see the path to the chum bucket. It's right there, right? We can see it. The path is right there. But during this scene near the end, where did it go? The path is just gone now. First it was there during this scene where SpongeBob sings, but then near the ending of the episode, it's just gone. Almost as if the animators forgot about the path in this last scene, which is totally a mistake. And guess what, guys? Here's another one from this special. Truth or Square has a lot of mistakes.
Remember the day Sandy and I got married?
What? No.
I'm freaking out!
SpongeBob, do you take Sandy as your lawfully wedded wife?
I do.
And Sandy, do you take SpongeBob as your lawfully wedded husband?
And how?
Well then, I now pronounce you Sponge and Squirrel.
Worst play I've ever seen!
So for this one to really make sense, let's take a look at a general shot of Sandy Cheeks over here, our favorite squirrel. So as you can see, there's this patch of tan fur on her torso. And as you can also see, it normally extends to above her chest, all right? It looks like this tan fur right here. But if we take a look at Sandy in her wedding dress in this scene, the way that her fur looks is just different. The patch of tan fur on her torso just doesn't extend this time. Like, look, here's a side-by-side and I'm circling the areas and you guys can kind of see the mistake here. Not that big of a deal, but let's head over to another special, guys, with even worse mistakes. These mistakes coming up are bad. When Patrick finds himself appointed as the new king of Bikini Bottom in the appropriately titled episode Rule of Dumb, he completely abuses his power and pushes all of his friends away, including SpongeBob. Now in the end, Patrick realizes that he's become a monster and eventually decides to return the crown. It's a solid episode, and the mirror scene with Patrick is awesome. But if we rewind to an earlier point in the episode, we can find a little slip up. When Patrick gets kicked out of the Krusty Krab due to not paying for his meals, the Krusty Krab sign is awkwardly missing. I guess the art team was feeling a little lazy that day. Here's a clip.
That is correct. Anything you want, and it's all free.
All free! Nobody eats any restaurant for free! King or no king!
Are you gonna eat that?
I was planning to. Why?
I want it.
Hey! What gives you the right to take my food?
First up is the episode Cookie Cooks. A very weird episode, but with a pretty funny plot. Here, take a look.
And I will have the kelp consomme to start, followed by the sargasso salad. And the sweet and sour algae.
Got one last thing to try. Waiter, there's an eyelash in me soup.
This is so embarrassing.
Wait! Oh no, don't go, sweetie pie!
Yeah, Mr. Krabs got himself in some trouble with his wifey, Mrs. Puff, in this episode. Really funny. But don't worry, he has a plan and brings her over to his house for dinner. And this is where we can find our first mistake. Let's see if you guys can spot it.
Oh, the sparkling cider is extra fizzy tonight.
Now you just relax, Puffkins, while I consult with me very expensive private chefs.
This one is really bad. But for about one frame, what's going on with Mr. Krabs? It's like some of his body's cropped, like the top of his eyes, the side of his claw, and that ain't even it, as there's another mistake in this episode. Let's see if you guys can catch it.
How are we supposed to cook anything with this junk?
What are you talking about? This is high-quality Navy surplus here. So maybe it's a little outdated. Now just get cooking, and the dinner had better be fantastic, or else.
This one is just, like, weird, as, look, where's Mr. Krabs' mouth? It's a weird animation error here. You can tell there's something going on with the animation. And we've got another one. Take a look.
Just let me check the quality, my dear.
Let go of my grab, Bob! I'm famished!
That's not food! That's SpongeBob!
Now this one is really easy to miss since it only happens for one frame. But boom, Mr. Krabs' claw detaches from his hand. For a whole frame, it looks very odd and was definitely a mistake. And hey, I've got even crazier mistakes coming up, so stay tuned.
And my favorite is the plaintive song of the blue whale.
Huh? Did you hear that?
What's wrong, Frank?
That song. It sounds just like Martha.
Frank, how many times do I have to tell you? Martha's no good for you. She's just no good.
This one is hilarious. It's from the episode You Don't Know Sponge, and it has to do with our boy Larry's shorts. Watch this.
And he's hanging out with Larry the lobster? Maybe I don't know much about Patrick either.
You guys probably caught it, but Larry over here, when he first enters the store, is wearing his signature swim trunks, alright? I wanna go swimming now. But as he approaches this blender, if we look closely and zoom in on his shorts that are behind the table, they're just randomly black. The animators just completely forgot to give them color. Does it look funny? Yes. Is it a mistake? Also yes. And here's another one from this episode.
Patrick didn't know anything about you, and he's supposed to be your best friend?
I know. It's like we're not friends at all.
Now, Patrick may not have passed the quiz, but like a true best friend, he's always right here for me, right, Patrick? Patrick?
So, when SpongeBob says the line you guys just heard, now Patrick may not have passed the quiz, look, their legs are missing. Their legs are just not there. It's kind of a weird angle. I can understand why they didn't draw them, but they're gone. Crazy how many mistakes there are in SpongeBob, man. It's like endless, so let's keep it moving. Another episode, baby, let's go.
Back in your seat. Trays in upright position. Head between your knees. Your mama can't save you now.
The episode, Goons on the Moon, is a really good episode. I actually love this episode. There's so many funny scenes. I think even Santa Claus shows up at one point in this episode randomly. So funny. Really good episode. I recommend it. But this episode has an issue, and as you guys can guess, it has some mistakes, guys. It has two cheeky mistakes. Here's the first one.
Oh, shrimp. Now where am I? Maybe this one?
Are y'all ready to go nuts for some hokey hoo-ho?
Third time's a charm?
Now this one isn't that big of a deal, and it's honestly very easy to miss, but in this scene where Squidward is in the moon crater, the Krusty Krab delivery bag disappears and reappears constantly throughout the entire scene. It'll be there, then it's not there, then it's there again, and then it isn't there. And considering they're on the moon, I doubt like it's being put away and then being brought out randomly like this constantly, so this was definitely a mistake. There's some scenes where the animators forgot to draw the bag. And that ain't it for this episode. There's another mistake.
Everything okay back there, SpongeBob?
we just wait for a gust of wind. Why don't we just push the moon back?
Now this one is really bad because I want you guys to remember that these dudes are in space, okay? They're in space, right? So in this scene where SpongeBob is having trouble putting on a seatbelt, we can see that he's barefoot. He isn't wearing any socks or shoes or nothing. However though, when they end up making a sale of clothes, SpongeBob now randomly has socks. Where did he get the socks from? Like, where did they come from? They're in space. This man didn't just get space socks randomly, so a bit of a mistake. I'll admit, the mistakes in this episode were kinda weak, but trust me guys, this next episode is full of wild mistakes. Next up is Patrick Man, and this episode's pretty good, but of course, I mean, it's in this video, it has a mistake, guys. Every episode of SpongeBob pretty much has a mistake, but here's this episode's mistake. Let's see if you can catch it.
Another Krabby Patty for the gentleman.
Thank you. Let's hope Patrick Man doesn't confiscate this one.
Patrick is taking things too far.
Hey, that's Patrick Man to you.
What are you doing out there?
Something a non-hero civilian could never understand. No! Away with the swiftness! Villains and criminals beware! Patrick Man is here!
Did you catch it? Well, if you didn't, let me give you some context. This right here is Patrick Man, and as you can see, he has a backward P on his attire. It's a part of his outfit. It's there whenever we see Patrick in this outfit, but when he appears in this kitchen right here, where is the backwards P? It's gone. It's just disappeared. The animators just didn't draw it. First it's there, but in this one shot, I guess they just weren't feeling it. They weren't feeling it, and it's not there. So yeah, mistake. Let's keep it moving though, guys. I have another episode with more wild mistakes. Next episode is A Space Affair to Remember. Another episode of the Patrick Star Show, as I just said. This one is pretty good. I'm not the biggest fan of the plot, I guess. I mean, the episode's fun, don't get it twisted, but I don't know. I'll let you guys decide for yourselves. Here are some clips summarizing the episode.
We got you something for your special day! Reservations to the Acropolis All-You-Can-Eatatorium! Enjoy the finest cuisine in ancient Greece! Okay, best be on your way!
Gee willikers! Who knew ancient Greece was so spacious?
Well, what did you think? Let me know in the comments. Do you think it's a good plot? I don't know. But what I know that isn't good in this episode is this mistake. There's only one, and it happens quick, but it's still a really bad mistake. Take a look.
Never before in the history of this contest have I seen anything so incredibly weird.
Congratulations! You're officially weirdos.
This is the perfect anniversary.
Yeah, it's a shame the kids aren't here to see it.
There are more of you?
Please welcome your children.
We kinda had a house party while you guys were gone. Are you mad?
Not at all, son. Your mother and I had the best time we've had in years.
So here's the deal. When Benny and Cecil tell Patrick about their day at the space station, half of Bunny's lipstick appears to be missing. It happens really quickly. Like, here's a shot of her with the lipstick normal. It covers her whole, like, you know, her lips. But here's the shot where half of it's missing. Like, I don't even know how the animators made this mistake. It's a very strange one, but yeah, it's a mistake for sure.
SpongeBob?
This looks like a job for Old Reliable.
Up next, we have a very underrated episode of SpongeBob, The Pink Purloiner, a tragic episode where SpongeBob thinks that Patrick has stolen his jellyfishing net. Like, they get into a whole beef. Here's some clips of them disagreeing, and then we're gonna get into this episode's first mistake.
And I'll start with my trusty jellyfishing net, Old Reliable. Patrick!
I'm all done.
Maybe we should spread out a little. Oh, hello, hello!
SpongeBob, did you get your net back?
Oh, get off the line, Patrick. Someone might be trying to call about Old Reliable. Gets to practice in the middle of the night with his jellyfishing net. Funny thing is, Patrick's net disintegrated yesterday.
A present? What is it?
It's a Confess-A-Bear. He's a special friend you tell all your secrets to. Tell Confess-A-Bear now!
I accidentally knocked SpongeBob's toothbrush into the toilet, and then I put it back on the counter without washing it. Down a second.
Oh, reliable. Huh.
Hello?
What's in your hand, Patrick? Well, I gotta go.
You can't have it for any price.
And why not?
My friend SpongeBob. SpongeBob!
You no-good jellyfishing net thief!
How could you think that? Gift.
What?
It's my friend SpongeBob's gift.
Poor Patrick, man. He didn't even steal anything. I know I just spoiled the episode, but he didn't actually steal anything, just saying. Anyways, though, here's the first mistake.
Good night, Patrick.
Good night, SpongeBob.
Did you guys catch it? It's kind of funny. But when SpongeBob and Patrick arrive at their houses and SpongeBob opens his door, there's like a duplicate door behind it for a couple of seconds before it disappears. When of course, there should only be one door. I don't think I even need to tell you guys that. It happens really quickly, pretty funny. Not as funny as this next mistake though. Roll the clip.
Patrick, don't go! I'm sorry I accused you.
Oh, it's you two. Look, you left your net on the bus again.
I'm staying in Bikini Bottom.
You need to pay close attention to catch this one, and we'll definitely need to slow things down and pause for you guys to even see it because it happens so fast. But at the very end of the episode, after the bus takes off, one of these passengers' faces changes colors. It's this dude right here. First he's colored like this, but then once the animation starts of the bus moving away, it quickly just changes and his face is now this color. Here's a side-by-side, and bro, that looks really awkward. How does the dude's face change? I'm genuinely curious on how this mistake even happened from an animation standpoint. Like, I'm no animator, but this wasn't like a layering issue. It's just very, very strange. Let's keep it moving though, guys. We've got lots of episodes coming up. One of my favorite season 2 episodes is Procrastination, an episode where SpongeBob needs to write an essay, but the dude just cannot focus. He just cannot get any work done.
Gee, this is harder than I thought.
Come on, SpongeBob!
It should be against the law to have to write an essay on such a super sailorific sunshiny day.
Now, this episode has two really funny mistakes. Now, the first one has to do with SpongeBob's face. Let's see if you guys can catch it.
Hands! You get back here this instant! Hands!
Time's up, SpongeBob.
Where is SpongeBob's mouth? It's just missing. I think he needs his mouth. Now, the other isn't as bad, but let's see if you can catch this one. It has to do with SpongeBob's pants, more specifically his belt.
I'm choking! Water! That was a close one.
Yeah, like I said, not that big of a deal, but SpongeBob's belt is supposed to be all black, but one of the parts of his belt is white. Not that big of a deal, but still a mistake.
Hey, Mr. Krabs, what's the good word?
Well, actually, SpongeBob, there's 2 words. And they're not very good. You're fired.
What?
Let's head over to season 9 for this next one. The episode is SpongeBob You're Fired, an episode all about, well, SpongeBob getting fired. He gets canned, bro, and has to go and work at all of these different fast food restaurants. Like, I'm gonna get into the mistake really quickly, but also real quick, here's a little highlight of all of the different places he works at. I'll make it really quick, and then we're getting right to the mistakes.
What in the name of Davy Jones's gym shorts are these?
They're weenie patties.
What have you done? You turned an innocent pizza into a pizza patty.
It's some sort of burrito patty. And take your noodle patty with you!
Yeah, SpongeBob gets around in this episode, and now I'm just hungry. Like, all of these different places, like a hot dog place, I'm hungry. But anyways, what I'm also hungry for are these mistakes. Here's the first one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here I am wallowing in my misery, and it's past your dinner time. sorry, Gary, you must be starving. Don't worry, Gare Bear. I'll open up a can of snail po for you. Oh no, we're all out of snail po.
This is another complicated one where you guys gotta pay close attention. So when SpongeBob goes into the cupboard to get some snail food for Gary the first time, if one looks closely, one can see that there are multiple cans inside right here. Look at all of those cans of food. Gary's fed for weeks, but we have a continuity error as when the scene progresses and when SpongeBob says, I'll open up a can of snail po for you, while opening the same cupboard, now it's empty. And I highly doubt that SpongeBob just fed all of these cans. I'm showing it on screen, the original shot of the cupboard. All of these cans of food, I highly doubt he fed all of them to Gary in a matter of seconds. So this was a continuity error. First, there were a ton of cans, as you can see, and then the shelf is just empty. Like, what? Weird mistake, and here's another one.
It just won't be the same around here without you. You'll have to visit sometime. As a customer. Bye-bye now. Sayonara. Good riddance.
This one's not that big of a deal, but I noticed it while watching through the episode. So, when SpongeBob is forced out of the Krusty Krab by Squidward, if we look inside, there are no tables at all. When just take a look at this random clip from the Krusty Krab from another episode, there's always tables inside the restaurant. So it's very weird that in this one scene when Squidward's kicking SpongeBob out, that there's no tables, which is most likely a mistake. And guys, it doesn't end here. I've got another episode, and this is where things are gonna get wild. Animators should have gotten fired for these upcoming mistakes, okay? It's rough. Our next set of mistakes can be found in the episode, Can You Spare a Dime? An episode where Squidward quits his job, and well, this happens. He ends up living with SpongeBob and pushing it way too far.
Spare change. Spare change, ma'am.
Squidward? Squidward, is that you?
I've lost my job, my home, everything.
Even your paintings?
Nobody would take them, so I had to eat them.
There. You can come live with me.
Okay, but just till I get a job. 1 day, 2 days tops.
Nonsense. You stay as long as you need to.
So much later that the old narrator got tired of waiting and they had to hire a new one.
I know he still isn't looking for work. Don't rub it in.
Yeah, like I said, Squidward takes things way too far and kind of takes advantage of SpongeBob's kindness, eventually leading to these next set of clips. And there's also a mistake hidden in these clips. Let's see if you guys can spot it.
It's about time you got here.
Here you go, Your Majesty.
I can't drink that.
Why not?
That lemon has 3 seeds in it. That's an odd number!
Because when I need a job done, I get someone with a job to do that job!
What are you saying?
So here's the thing. This is how SpongeBob gets to the Krusty Krab. He comes out of his house and he goes to the left. We've seen this in many episodes, right? The Krusty Krab is to the left of SpongeBob's house. But in this one shot, SpongeBob goes the complete opposite way. He goes to the right, which is definitely a mistake.
Welcome to my Emporium of Wonders. Can I interest you in a traditional Klapnadian Spladunker? Or perhaps a lightly used Fluna?
Here's a quick one from another season 13 episode, You're Going to Pay Phone, and it has to do with the Krusty Krab's back door. Take a look at this.
Hey, Squidward, get that hunk of junk out of here, would you? Come on.
Gladly.
I sound like a total SpongeBob nerd by even pointing this out, but hopefully you guys caught it, alright? Yeah, so the back of the Krusty Krab, this door right here, does not look like this. It's completely incorrect in this episode. And to show you, take a look at it in this scene from Shell of a Man, or this episode, The Splinter, where we can see Patrick standing in the dumpster beside it, look at the door. Here's even one more example so you guys know I'm not capping. Look at this shot from the episode, The Other Patty, alright? Look at this. Like I said, I sound like a total nerd. Here's a side-by-side. Yeah, how it looks in You're Going to Pay Phone is not correct. Totally a mistake, and I don't know who drew the door like that because it don't look like that. As most of you know, our favorite squid, Squidward Tentacles, absolutely loves to dance. However, he isn't alone in the season 5 episode, Slimy Dancing, with SpongeBob and Patrick participating with him in a dance contest. Well, they try, as in the end, both Patrick and Squidward are not able to compete, only SpongeBob is. But due to Squidward wanting the trophy so bad, like he really wants it, he literally goes inside SpongeBob's body and uses his body as a costume, just so he can compete in the contest. Quite the ridiculous plot, but hey, it's still pretty darn funny, and a really fun episode overall. It does have a mistake though. It's pretty rough, but when SpongeBob and Patrick help Squidward get up from the floor, Patrick's mouth, his whole mouth, is missing for a single frame. I don't know where it went. It does come back, but talk about a rough mistake. Here's a clip.
SpongeBob?
You're just not getting into the spirit of this thing, Squidward.
Oh, help me out.
How'd the audition go, Squidward?
The audition? My trophy?
Hey! I want to learn how to do that!
Well, what, you mean karate?
Uh-huh.
We're heading over to season 7 for this next one, and this episode is not liked by the SpongeBob community very much. It's Karate Star. I personally don't think that the episode is that bad, but a lot of fans just do not like this one, mainly due to the plot, but surprise, surprise, the episode itself also has a bunch of mistakes, and let's get right into them. Here's the first one in Grapple Gang. Try to guess what the mistake is before I reveal it. Try to comment what the mistake is before I actually say what it is. I know you guys can do it. Anyways, roll that footage.
Oh, what's this? I haven't seen this before. Oh, yeah.
Hey, look, it's Patrick!
Hiya, SpongeBob!
What are you doing? There, Neptune!
So this one's weird, alright? Let's take a look at the Krusty Krab from the outside, and you'll notice that the Krusty Krab doors have these yellow handles on them, alright? It's been there ever since the first ever episode, and it's just how the doors look, man, alright? It's how they look. But in the clips you guys just saw, when Patrick chops through the Krusty Krab doors with his karate, or his karate, those yellow handles do not appear on the floor, when they really should. Like, this mistake is a bit of a nitpick on my end, and I can understand why the animators were a little too lazy to put the handles in this shot, but it's still technically a mistake.
Lipids and cream.
We're all out. In fact, we're out of everything.
Alright, mistake number 3. So as you guys saw in the clips, Patrick over here orders a delicious ice cream, alright? I could go for some ice cream right now. Comment down below, Grapple Gang, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream? Mine is cookie dough. But anyways, when Patrick orders his large ice cream, the amount of scoops on his ice cream inconsistently change in between shots. For example, when he first gets it, it looks like this, and there's this many scoops. But when the shot changes, look, so do the scoops of ice cream. Not a huge deal, but this one is most certainly a mistake, and hey, mistakes happen sometimes. It's a 2D animated show, but I caught ya. And let's catch more heading over to another episode. And guys, stay tuned because the mistakes are only gonna get crazier as we go. I'm saving the craziest mistakes for the end.
I'll be returning to my grown-up lifestyle, so keep it down! Get out with me!
Squidward!
Let's do another quick one from the episode Squid Bait. Let's get right into it. Here's the first mistake.
You have to work on your penmanship, Squiddy.
My face! My face! Also my leg, but mostly my face!
This one's definitely going to need some explaining. This character right here is Incidental 106, and he's colored like this. Remember these colors, alright? This right here is Incidental 107, and he's colored like this. After Baby Squidward scribbles all over Incidental 41's face, we get a shot of Incidental 106, but this time he's colored incorrectly. For some reason, they made a mess up, and they swapped Incidental 106 with Incidental 107's colors. What? Here's another mistake from Squid Baby. This one's interesting. We may have covered this one before, so I'm going to make it very, very quick. But when SpongeBob and Patrick yell, "Squiddy," not only is SpongeBob missing his arms, which might be more of a comedic effect, but a piece of his bottom is missing at the bottom of the screen. This is definitely a mistake. You can see the animation glitches and it's just cut off or something. Really, really weird. We ain't done yet though, guys. Let's head over to another episode. So many mistakes in today's video.
Hungry.
Now we're gonna cover every single mistake, everyone in the episode Home Sweet Pineapple. We're looking at like nearly 10 mistakes in this one episode alone. Here's the first one, roll the clip. So that first one is pretty straightforward. First of all though, take a look at this. This is a shot of SpongeBob's bed from another episode, alright? And one thing you'll notice is that the bed has a back. Well, the bed frame has like this back part. Well, in this episode, at the beginning of it, when SpongeBob sits upon his bed in Home Sweet Pineapple, the back of his bed just like disappears, dude. Like, here's a side-by-side of it from another episode as well. And just like, yeah, I don't know why they just didn't draw the back of his bed. So weird. It's always there and then randomly it isn't here in this one shot. Very strange. Here's mistake number 2.
What? Squidward, could we stay here a couple of days or a month or two?
Oh, yeah, well, whatever.
I'm gonna make this one quick. It's kind of a weak mistake in my opinion. It's from the wiki, and as you guys know, my Bob over here, here's a PNG of him. He has his eyelashes, right? We all have eyelashes, and what happens with SpongeBob is whenever he closes his eyes, his eyelashes always disappear. This is a common thing in 2D animation. Like in every other episode, it happens whenever he closes his eyes. But when SpongeBob decides to call Squidward for help, he blinks his eyes, but his eyelashes are still seen for about a split second, which again is technically a mistake, but it's kind of lame. Let's head over to mistake number 3. This one's much better.
Hey, SpongeBob, your house is gone.
Moved back with my mom and dad.
So eventually, as you guys just saw, SpongeBob loses his house to those pesky nematodes, and eventually realizes and says, I guess I'll have to move back in with my mom and dad. Now, when this happens, when this exact line is spoken, if we look at Patrick, who's looking very dapper, by the way, like I like his suit, if we look at him, his mouth disappears for like a split second as it's said. Like, look at this dude missing his mouth. Like, how do you forget to draw a character's mouth? Crazy, dude. Like, I don't know how you forget to draw a character's mouth, but whatever. Let's head over to the next one. This one's good.
Good night, SpongeBob.
SpongeBob right here, and you'll notice that underneath his mouth he has this like red line. I don't know if it's supposed to be his lips, if it's supposed to be his chin, but it's always there, this red line right here. It never goes away. Well, actually it does in this episode in a form of a mistake, as when SpongeBob's shivering in the clips you guys just saw, look, the red line normally underneath his mouth is gone for about a split second. It does come back, but for that split second, it is gone, dude. It's gone. Like I said, this one's very, very easy to miss, but this next one, not so much.
Squidward, could we stay here a couple of days or a month or two?
Oh, yeah, well, whatever.
Thanks. Can you give me a glass of water?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks, buddy. Yep. This is great.
This next one is another one from the wiki, and I'm not gonna lie, you guys are pushing it with this one. It is kind of a mistake, but before Squidward returns to bed after giving SpongeBob a glass of water, the pillow is like, it's more square than anything, alright? And as you can see, Squidward goes to bed with SpongeBob. They're so cute together. The pillow is now suddenly rectangular and wide enough for 2 people. Here's a side-by-side, and I'm not gonna lie, guys, the pillows are not that different. Like I said, this one's from the wiki, so do not point the finger at me, alright? I just included this one because I want to include every single mistake, and you guys say this is a mistake. So anyways, though, I'm rambling. Here's the next mistake. Take a look at this one. SpongeBob wears his hat when he is going to plant the seed. As you can see right here, alright? He's wearing his hat. Remember this. As when he plants the seed, a second later, his face is seen close up, and look, he isn't wearing the hat. Now, of course, after planting the seed, the hat does, like, reappear finally, but yeah, totally a mistake. He's wearing it, then it just disappears for a second, and then it reappears back. Crazy mistake. All I know for sure, though, is that's a really nice hat, SpongeBob. I want one.
Well, Squidward, this is goodbye.
Come on, SpongeBob.
Goodbye, right, Patrick.
Of it, pulling the car back, and he's crying. If we look at the antenna on the car, it's like glitching out. It's like jumping between different colors and stuff. I'm zooming in on it. Yeah, that antenna is not supposed to be doing that.
I was merely emulating my latest media obsession. Kenny the cat!
Kenny the cat? What in Clam's name is the cat?
Let's head over to modern SpongeBob for this next one. The episode's from season 12, which is a pretty good season, and the episode is Kenny the Cat. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be blunt, I'm not a big fan of this episode. I think Kenny the Cat is kind of annoying, but it has its good moments. What it also has, of course, though, is this really bad mistake, and this one's bad. The art team got in trouble for this one, for sure. Roll the footage.
This gets real uncomfortable after a while.
You guys might have missed it, but during this scene where Kenny gets his oxygen tank, if we zoom in on his right foot and pause, the animators forgot to color in and fill in his right foot. It's just completely transparent, and dude, look at how weird that looks. These are the mistakes where it's actually kind of bad. Like, I'll always give SpongeBob a break because it's 2D animation, and 2D animation is hard, but mistakes like this where it's like a couple of seconds where somebody's foot was not colored in is pretty rough. So yeah, let's head over to another episode, guys. Lots of really cool mistakes coming up. In the episode Krusty Dogs, Krusty Krabs are replaced with hot dogs, which is just wild, but not as wild as the mistake in this episode. Take a look at this.
Excuse me, Mr. Krabs. Well, where are you going with that ladder? Mr. Krabs?
I'm just going to make a few changes to the Krusty Krab menu, that's all. No more Krabby Patties.
So as you guys just saw, a big part of this episode is that Mr. Krabs crosses the Krabby Patty off of the menu, like insane. So insane that an ambulance literally comes. Now maybe you guys caught this one on your own, but if you didn't, Cartoon Corey's got you covered. But normally in the Krusty Krab, there is this workstation area with the cash register that Squidward always works in, this boat right here. Squidward's workstation is just completely missing. It should be right here, but they just forgot to draw it during this one scene, which is kinda hilarious. Here's another one from this episode. I'll make it quick.
Excuse me, Mr. Krabs. Well, where are you going with that ladder? Mr. Krabs?
I'm just going to make a few changes to the Krusty Krab menu, that's all.
Yeah, okay, this one's funny. So Krabby Patties, right? They're not sold at the Krusty Krab anymore. Well then why in this scene that takes place after they're removed, is there a fish behind SpongeBob still eating a Krabby Patty when they're supposed to be gone? Not that big of a deal, but still technically a mistake, and guys, we've got more. Here's another episode. When SpongeBob discovers that Squidward has ordered a female purebred racing snail in season 3's The Great Snail Race, he gets a little too competitive and enters his own pet, Gary, into the race, eventually coaching him to the point of exhaustion. It's actually like really sad. Now, at one point in the episode, we get a close-up shot where we can see an exhausted Gary laying on the ground. And if you look closely, you'll notice that SpongeBob's pants are incorrectly blue when they're actually supposed to be red, as seen in every other scene of the episode. So yeah, a very clear mistake here.
Let's go, Gary! Start moving! You're blowing everything we trained for! Blowing it! Gary, are you listening to me? Get the anchors out of your pants right now! Don't give me that look! I said now, mister! Get going, Gary!
Guess what? I've got another Glove World episode for you guys. Like I said, I love Glove World. If I could go anywhere in the world that doesn't exist, a fictional location, I'd probably go to Glove World. It'd be fun. But anyways, here's some clips from this episode. It's called Glove World R.I.P. It's a pretty good one.
Well, there she is, Patrick. It's time to say goodbye to the Tilt-A-Hurl.
Goodbye, Tilt-A-Hurl.
Goodbye, Glove Drop.
So many fond memories on this ride.
I know, Patrick, but we had to be brave. just don't get it. I mean, why? Why must Glove World close?
Man, imagine if Glove World closed. SpongeBob and Patrick would be heartbroken, as we just seen. Like, they would have nothing to do anymore, pretty much. But anyways, let's get into the first mistake from this episode. This one's actually, like, really funny, and I don't even know how they made this mistake.
Ah, guests. Could I offer you some lemonade?
So as you can see, we're in a library right now, right? But why is there a window on top of the books? What? Who made this mistake? Why is there a window literally on top of the books in the library? Talk about like a really bad mistake. Like, this dude should get fired. But anyways, let's move over to mistake number 2. This one's also pretty good.
I can't come out now, SpongeBob, by taking a shower!
But Patrick, it's Glove World! They're gonna...
Glove World?
There it is, Patrick. Glove World.
Look at that guy. He must be the owner.
We heard a horrible rumor that you're going to close Glove World forever.
Close Glove World? Has the world gone mad?
So Glove World has made numerous locations throughout the show's history, like all the way back in Rock Bottom was its first appearance, I think, and then since then it's had many appearances throughout the show. And one thing has usually been consistent throughout these appearances, and that's the entrance to Glove World. So take a look at some of these shots of the entrance. This is how it normally looks across other episodes, but in this episode, it's different. Like, it's not a crazy difference, but it's pretty different, as you can see, making for a weird continuity error. I guess they could have changed the entrance, but Glove World appears in later episodes, and the entrance looks like how it originally looked. So yeah, a weird mistake. Let's move over to our final episode of today, which also is full of crazy mistakes. Moving from good old-fashioned SpongeBob to the Patrick Star Show, our next episode is called The Prehistoric Patrick Star Show. It's kind of like a spin-off episode where they go back in time. It's interesting. Here's some clips. I think it's personally a really good episode.
Hush up, will ya? I'll get you some food. Food? Food! Plants, not food! Finally, food!
Food? What do you mean, food? I'm doing my laundry. Eat your own loincloth.
See, like I said, it's actually pretty good. I feel like the Patrick Star Show gets way too much criticism, guys. Like, the show isn't perfect, but it is a good show. It has some funny moments. But anyways, what we're here to talk about isn't funny moments. We're here to talk about mistakes. It's why you clicked on the video. So here's the first mistake from this episode. Let's see if you guys can spot it without my help.
Me, Patrick, Cave Star! And me live with cave parents! This me cave dad! This me cave mom! This me cave! And this! This me cave show!
Were you able to catch it? Well, when Patrick Cavestar introduces his show at the end of the theme song, part of his outfit changes and gains an extra spot. At first, the outfit looks like this, and it's pretty consistent throughout the episode. But during this one part at the end of the theme song, his outfit is looking weird, man, and it has this extra spot here, which I guess isn't that big of a deal, but it's still a continuity error, and this episode has 2. Here's the next one. Let's see if you guys can find it without me helping you guys.
Hate spicy food.
Dinosaur milk ice cream. Hello? Me not pray.
Now it's time for sneak attack. Hey! That's me ice cream!
This one happens fast, but when Patrick Cavestar finds a prehistoric version of Walter the Waiter selling dinosaur milk ice cream, this is a really cool reference because it's the same dude from the first SpongeBob movie, from Goofy Goobers. He makes these sundaes, as you can see right here. But anyways, when Patrick Cavestar finds him, Patrick's brown beard is just missing. It's just, they forgot to draw it during this one scene, and it's pretty funny. But let's keep the video going, guys, and head back over to SpongeBob. This next episode is hilarious. And last but not least is the episode Don't Wake Patrick. This episode is all about Patrick sleepwalking and just, yeah, here. I'll let these clips summarize what happens in this episode. Pay attention because it's really good.
Huh. I don't remember making such a mess. And I'm pretty sure I didn't eat spaghetti. Oh, hey, Patrick.
Okay, it's time for mistakes, guys. There is one really bad mistake in this episode. Keep those eyes peeled, watch closely. So this one is very easy to miss, but during the scene where Patrick is sleepwalking through traffic, like I have no idea how this man didn't get hit by a car. Well, take a look at these incidentals, because none of them were drawn with pupils. You can see they have their eyes, but there's no pupils, and guys, I'm sorry, but that's a mistake.
Yo, elves! What the Father Christmas is going on here?
We got this under control. Go back to your stables.
Next up is the episode SpongeBob's Road to Christmas. How fitting. This episode has one very quick mistake, but the mistake is really bad, dude. Let's jump right into it. Roll the footage, take a look at this.
What's in this box anyway?
It's a surprise.
I hope it's a stink bomb for that pot-bellied jingle joker.
Santa is not pot-bellied. He just suffers from seasonal bloating.
I'm going to sleep.
But who will fly this thing?
I put it on automatic pilot.
This one only happens for like one frame, so it's very easy to miss this, but when SpongeBob is talking to Plankton and Plankton walks away, like I said, for one frame, his left eyelid turns blue for like a split second. Like, look at this dude. I'm zooming in on it slowly. Yeah, that is bad. That's a mistake. So many mistakes, man, and I've got more, but for that, we gotta head over to an entirely different episode. Get ready though, this mistake is going to be spicy. In the episode Crabborg, SpongeBob stays up late one night to watch a horror film, where robots take over the world, and as a result of this, he becomes paranoid, and at work, he begins to think that Mr. Krabs is actually a secret evil robot. Well, eventually, he also convinces Squidward to help him, and they soon think that robots have really taken over the entire world. It's ridiculous, but it's also pretty darn funny, so go give the episode a watch if you haven't. Anyways though, on to the mistake, and I will say this one is kind of weird, so listen carefully, okay? During this scene, Mr. Krabs is tied to a chair, and look behind the chair. There's like the back part of the chair, right? Again, this is a weird mistake. Well, in this shot of the same scene, that part of the chair is just gone. It just disappears randomly, but then in the next scene, it comes back. So a bit of a weird mistake here, and I don't know how the animators forgot to draw the back of the chair during this one scene, but they didn't. So yeah.
Where's Mr. Krab?
What are you talking about? I'm Mr. Krabs.
We can do this all night if you want. Where's Mr. Krabs?
I'm Mr. Krabs.
Where's Mr. Krabs? Where's Mr. Krabs?
I am Mr. Krabs. I am.
This is one stubborn robot.